Hello everyone and welcome to Campione and the first ever PokerStars Open, which just happens to be the first PokerStars live event of 2025. And right now we're kicking off 2 consecutive days of cards up coverage of a record-breaking 1K main event. We'll drill into the numbers in just a moment. I am James Hartigan. Alongside me, as ever, is Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And we are thrilled to be joined by Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
So guys, this is the biggest standalone 1K buy-in event that PokerStars has ever run. 2,423 total entries. So no disrespect to the Estrella's main event, but being part of the Barcelona Festival, being bolted onto the EPT, gives it a little bit of a boost. This 1K Open main event is the reason why everyone's here. And look at the money they are playing for. Because Nick, the guarantee was $1 million. With nearly 2,500 entrants, the prize pool is the better part of $2.5 million.
I know, this is serious business. It's pretty incredible to see the numbers that have turned out for the Open. And look at the payouts there as well. First place, 363,000 euros. Let's go.
And we are seeing the players taking their seats at our first feature table. Just to clarify where we're at, by the way, coming into day 3. 2 levels have been played already, so we're picking up the action after the first break. 132 players returning from the break. With such a huge field, and with the, shall we say, luxurious structure of this Campione main event, it is highly unlikely, I'm going to say hugely improbable, near impossible, that we're going to get to a final table today. Chances are we'll get down to the final 3 or 4 tables, but it's going to be a long day of poker. Tomorrow also likely to be a long day of poker as they play down to a champion who's going to claim the first ever PokerStars Open trophy and that first prize of 363,000 euros. But yeah, I'm excited because on the main stage, our first feature table of the day, we have one of our own. Not just a member of the PokerStars team, but a member of the PokerStars commentary team. Some people have called him the French James Hartigan. He is the lead commentator. He is very tall. In fact, I think he may even be taller than me. He's probably better than me at commentary and certainly better than me at poker. Benny Bruneteau.
Are you trying to say that Benny is better than you?
I like what you did there, Joe.
Very good. I actually thought he was the French Joe Stapleton. That's what I heard. But okay, whatever you say, James.
I have no idea what they're saying on the French stream, but I think they're both the funny one.
So Benny is coming into play as the short stack, 11 big blinds. He's almost in the danger zone. We are going to be kicking off at the start of level 23. Blinds will be 6,000, 12,000 with a 12K big blind ante. And it is Eugenio Sanchioni, one of the locals, who is the table chip leader with 1.2 million in chips, around 105 big blinds. And something I think you'll notice here is obviously a huge percentage of the field is going to be Italian. A huge percentage of the field will be Swiss, the Swiss neighbor Campione. But I think what is exciting to see is how Campione has attracted players from across Europe, I would dare say around the world, showing that the PokerStars Open is going to achieve its objective to bring players from elsewhere and not just be local/regional events.
I mean, I don't know how many locals you can possibly have. Take a look at that city by the lake on the side of the mountain. You're going to need to bring in some people from the outside.
And Nick, just before we get the action started, I highlighted that this is our first major live event of 2025. I do feel like it's a London bus situation. We've waited for more than 3 months for some live poker action. We've waited 3 months to do some live streams. We've got this weekend. We've got the Sunday Million anniversary coming up. We've got the Irish Open next month. We've got EPT Monte Carlo next month. There's a lot on the agenda.
Yeah, there is. And actually, for me, it's been a big lull. I'm so used to being on the road with you guys. I'm so used to hitting EPTs at such a high frequency that this little lull that we've had has been a nice sort of off time, but I'm ready to get back on the road. I'm ready to see more. And actually, I'm very excited that our first ever PokerStars Open has had such big numbers because because what a way to kick things off. I mean, it might be a London bus situation, but this very first bus is quite luxurious.
Sorry, do London buses play 10-handed?
They are often crowded at peak times, so the analogy is very, very apt. And of course, many people came here because we did launch the Live League, right? We've got the leaderboard that's running throughout the year. This is a great chance for people to get out of the gate, get some leaderboard points, put themselves in contention. And I imagine people who've had some good results here, or who will see their names in the PokerStars Live app on those leaderboards, will be in Dublin for the next stop.
Yes, it's okay. Sorry? Oh.
So it would appear that they're just organizing and getting things back underway here.
Well done.
This is our first foray into the feature table, right, James? So we are trying to get things underway. And there's a look at the wide shot.
It's have a point.
Yeah, this is the room in Campione. And something we've discussed, Joe, on the Poker in the Ears podcast over a couple of episodes. We talked to Cedric Bulot, the Associate Director of Live Events at Stars, about PokerStars coming back to Italy, not just with this event, but also opening a PokerStars Live poker room in this casino. Luca Pagano, who we spoke to on the most recent episode, a huge part of that operation.
Yeah, Luca's had a lot to do with all this. I love the PokerStars branded rooms wherever I go. They fill me with a sense of security and hope. I'm like, okay, this is a Stars branded room. I know it's going to be run a little bit better than your average poker room. No offense to the average poker room.
And a quick shout out to everyone watching on the PokerStars Twitch channel and the PokerStars YouTube channel. Messenger DH did not understand what a London bus situation is for our non-UK viewers. The cliche about London buses is you wait forever and then they all come at once. And that's kind of what's happened with our live events this spring. As we get the action underway, first hand of the 6K, 12K blind level, and we have an under-the-gun open with 10-8 suited. Granted, it has come from the chip leader.
Yeah.
And a call on the button with 10-8 offsuit. This seems unconventional, Nicholas.
I would say that the 10-8 suited is fine. It's a little bit wide. The 10-8 offsuit, very unusual, I'd say. But there you go. Let's see how things progress. Are we looking for a chop pot song right off the bat? That would be quite the start to our coverage here in Campione.
Well, it's all diamonds on the flop, and it's Guida who has the 10 of diamonds in his hand.
Yeah, we're looking for the chop pot song or a disgusting flush situation.
I think also,
I know our audience. I know our audience. As much as they embrace the chop pot song, they're always going to take disgusting over that.
Yeah,
Does it get to showdown anyway?
They'd prefer blood.
Guys, I'm pulling for the King of Diamonds. I'm basically saying first hand that we stream on the first ever PokerStars Open. Let's have a royal.
Let's have a royal.
I don't think this goes to the river.
No, no chance. 10 of diamonds way too strong here. There's the bet, and we'll take it down.
Just think, if we weren't live covering this event, this fellow wouldn't be able to go back and see just how dirty he'd been done. Huh? You're welcome.
I think he's doing all right. He's got more than 100 big blinds. He's got the biggest stack at our first feature table. May have lost that hand, but it was a small one.
We don't have any 25 hands, right?
It's so good to see Benny at that table, by the way, guys. He's such a lovely human being on and off the table and in commentary, out of commentary. Love to see this guy doing well in a tournament. But I kind of hate him. I know you guys will appreciate this, too. He's so darn handsome. He's so darn handsome. I just can't stand to be around him sometimes.
I was going to say, Nick, that his constant enthusiasm and positivity is beyond frustrating.
Can I say something nice about him?
Yeah.
Yes.
I met his son, I think it was at EPT Prague, and you can always tell the measure of a parent, too, by, like, how polite and well-behaved and cool their kids are. And his son was awesome, was a delight to be around. And I can't stand children.
picture.
I'm like, I got the immaturity handled here, pal.
Hey,
you get that photo,
there.
you get that keepsake. So Benny did get it in there with King Jack of strawberries. No calls, so picks up the blinds and antes. And with his stack, every chip matters right now. So they are playing 75-minute levels for this first ever PokerStars Open main event. I'm going to hazard a guess that they might revisit that for future events.
That is luxurious.
That does seem very, very luxurious. I mean, look, it's a 1K. 1Ks are certainly respectable buy-ins. I mean, by any player's measure. I don't know. What are you guys thinking? 60 minutes? I feel like 60 is a good place to live.
Traditionally, the 1K buy-ins were 60 minutes, and I think you have to kind of balance giving people a really fair structure with getting this done in a short number of days. And for that reason, I do think that Toby will probably revisit it for future stops. I would highlight here that Sanchione is making a huge mistake. He's playing the Spraggy. He's flop bottom pair, but he's up against top pair.
Huh.
Not exactly good news,
Board pairs.
For the pair of sevens.
Yeah, now up against trips, and Sanchione drawing dead.
Position 4, 60. Okay. 4 bets 16K and 6 calls.
Or at least didn't make the diamond high flush.
Well, there are now 3 diamonds out there on this paired board. Sanchione checks, and I kind of feel, Nick, that even though it's a straighty, flushy board, you kind of have to go for a little bit of value here in a blind v blind situation.
Oh, absolutely mandatory. We can't be that afraid of situations like that. And, you know, when we look back in the streets here, we can start to glean some information. When my opponent really play a flush draw like this that is now a made flush on the river where they play a straight draw, etc., bet and a call. I feel like it's understandable. It's so hard to get away from, you know, these pairs on paired boards. King of Diamonds might have been saved, but also the King of Diamonds was a great card for him to try and represent as well, which is why we do see some hero calls here.
I do think that the primary purpose of streaming this is to entertain people, but sometimes it can inform. It can be educational content, and I think what we've all learned here is if it's folded to you in the small blind and you have the Spraggy, A7 offsuit, just fold. Just fold. Let that half a big blind go.
You will get called a nit, but it's not worth the alternative.
Yeah.
At least you won't get called a Spraggy.
It's true.
That's right, Aaron Paul Kramer. Benny is a wealth of poker and EPT knowledge. He rivals even myself for his depth of knowledge of the history of the European Poker Tour.
Benny and you and myself won the pub quiz in Barcelona. That was about the EPT. I actually have my trophy on the shelf here somewhere.
I feel like you guys need to be split up for the next time.
To be fair, they carried super hard, as you'd expect. Benny and you are extremely, extremely hot on the EPT historical knowledge references. I did successfully manage to claim 2 just myself, though. I was quite impressed. And James, of course, was the MC for that event.
I was. I did not do all the hard work, though. Again, shout out to Howard Swains, who was the question master, and again, is a great resource of all EPT knowledge and history.
I was pretty good on the name the EPT winners who have screen names X and X on PokerStars. Nailed it. Swordfish 007 hit the hole.
One of them was Manig Lerza, whose stuff I think you're still storing, right? And Brian?
I finally got it out of the house, James. It's finally gone into a big yellow storage after 4 or 5 years.
So this is the 5th hand of this session. King 8 of diamonds for Sanchione. We've seen him lose a couple of smallish pots, still has the table chip lead, and he's opening here from the cutoff. Makes sense. However, Duarte with ace king.
Raise 7. 6 raises 70.
And he has announced raise. This will be a 3-bet to 70,000.
Nick, now that I'm playing more poker, I'm actually genuinely interested in bet sizes.
Yep.
So what talk to me about going from 25 to 70 here with ace-king offsuit in position?
So, you know, obviously ace-king is a hand we want to 3-bet at a very high frequency, probably almost at least 100%. I was going to say at least 100%. You know, probably there might be some flatting for other reasons. For example, table dynamics of short stacks being behind that we might potentially convince to squeeze in and we can trap. But I think what he's doing is he's adjusting for the effective stack depth here, Joe. So 443K is the effective stack depth after the 3-bet. And whenever we get shorter stacked, we have to have smaller 3-bets in relation to the effective stack depth in order to allow ourselves the opportunity to 3-bet as a bluff without risking too much, right? Because if we have 20 big blinds, for example, we can't be making it 3 times the initial open because otherwise we're putting in too much of our stack as a bluff. So we need to have smaller sizes that look believable, that are balanced, that we can accomplish the same things that we would when we're deeper stacked, and also have some opportunities to put chips in when we have strong hands too.
That's very nice that you just assume that he's made an adjustment and just didn't pick that number at random, which is what I do.
Well, so it's I guess the classic 3-bet size is 3 times the initial open, right? Especially if it's a 2x open. So the open to 25K there is pretty standard. So if we're deeper stacked, we will probably want to make it about 75. That's 3 times the initial open, right? And then as we get shallower, it does become sort of smaller and smaller multiples of that initial opening size, depending on how they decide to commence the hand.
It's not personal.
Action folded to Duarte in the cutoff here with 4 deuce off, folds. Benny with 10s, and he's still short, still hovering around the 10 big blind mark. Is this a jam or a standard open, Nick?
No, I like it as a shove here. We are pretty deep in the tournament as well, and obviously ICM will play a small role as we approach, you know, ladders and pay jumps and all that kind of stuff. I think probably from this position, the shove is totally fine. If we were looking at perhaps a 15 big blind stack, we want to try and induce a little bit more frequently.
So here's a question. King-queen offsuit. Kind of feels borderline, right?
It does feel very borderline, but I think you're probably beating a lot of that shoving range, and it is a call.
So we have a coin flip. We have a race on our hands. 10s versus king-queen. And it is a race that Benny is going to have to win to survive.
Like Mario versus Luigi.
Oh. Right in the window.
Yeah.
Some favorable turns. The jack of spades.
Joe channeling some Benny-like optimism. Good man, stand up, get the extra equity.
King's not terrible.
It's not. You now have jacks and 10s working for you.
Good luck, guys.
And that full house is going to send Benny Bruneteau to the exit in 130th place.
I think that's a terrible call, king queen.
That is far too easy for you when you flip it. So
I see.
Seed open, final table.
almost.
Actually, a bad turn.
All right, so who now? Let's get rid of these guys. Who else do we got?
So, I hate to break it to you, but the next break isn't for another 2 hours and 15 minutes. And we can't really change the feature table until we get to that break.
But everyone thinks we do. Can we just do it anyway?
I don't know about you guys. I say no breaks. I thought we were here to play poker. Why does everyone want to take a break all the time?
I'm a big fan of the breaks. I'm not going to lie, buddy. You're on your own on that one. How else am I supposed to consume my requisite 4 hot dogs per day?
Yeah, munch, munch, munch. He loves his lunch. Duarte with ace-king.
Yo, who's on the ground down there? What's the hot dog situation?
Some Swiss francs. Ah, see what I did there?
Yeah, nice.
I like that, Nick. I like that a lot.
So does Joe.
I was reminiscing yesterday about the time that I went to Campione in 2012 when the EPT held an event in Campione. And at that point, every tournament was played in Swiss francs. And since the casino reopened in 2022, I think it's now switched to euros.
Well, you'd have a hard time getting Swiss francs at this point, wouldn't you?
Why?
Or do they still have them in Switzerland?
Yes, they do.
Oh, that's weird.
6 bets, 21.
I'd assume you'd know that, Joe, from all your Swiss bank accounts.
Yeah, right.
He only deals in gold. So this is a domination situation, and Ace-King is still ahead on this Queen 9-5 board. Bilan deciding whether to call this continuation bet. He does.
Oh, dear. I don't know about this one, guys. This one's pretty loosey-goosey.
Got backdoor wheel draw.
He does have a backdoor wheel draw, but I don't know if you're going to play it that way. Maybe you could check raise. It's probably not a check raise, but anyway, we're going to continue. Perhaps just thinking the ace high is good enough to have some showdown, you know, on the flop. 2 checks, deuce on the river, no change.
Oh, good Campione callback from our supermod Ed. Yannick Rang, the EPT Campione champion, went deep in the Sunday Million last week.
He did ask him to leave a voicemail.
Well, Ace-King high still ahead here.
Yeah. This is the issue, guys, is when we're floating on this flop with ace-3, we're kind of saying that we're floating because we think we might be winning, but then when our opponent checks the turn, now it's like, I have no idea where I'm at, because they have ace-x that beats us. They're going to have some random pairs as well, 6s and 7s, you know, some 9x, maybe some 10s, maybe some jacks once in a while as well, although they probably like to barrel the turn when the board pairs, and does very successfully get ace-king to fold. I think there should have been more consideration there. If you're going to c-bet ace-king, you need to be aware of turns and rivers that are clean. The board pairing and then a deuce on the river is probably a very, very high call there with ace-king off. Surprisingly so. I know it's not a made hand, but you're beating a whole lot.
New player has come to the table. Axel Tambola from Italy has taken seat 8. As we check on the tables in the field, 124 players remaining. Is that TJ? The one time I need him, he's not paying attention. You're not going to help me, are you?
What's that?
Was that TJ we just saw?
I'm not good at recognizing TJs. I have a TJ blind spot.
9 is not on the table. I already marked the cards.
Well, what I can do,
1 and 2 folds.
because I have the player list. Yes, representing Poker.org, Terence Reed still in the main event.
3 calls.
I was actually looking at my phone about TJ still being in the main event when that happened, and that's why I missed him.
Yeah, I believe you. Thousands wouldn't. Okay, we have got a flush draw here for Sanchioni. We have got a pair of 4s and a wheel draw for Skleknica. This is a post-flop flip.
4 bets, 22.
You guys will notice here as well, Sanchioni playing a pretty wide under the gun range here. 7 of spades. And now what to do? Continuation bet, that makes sense. About 1/3 pot, I like it.
I would like to highlight, by the way, that Sanchioni, who is the table chip leader, has not won a pot since we came to this table.
So bet call on the flop. I think this is a good turn to continue barreling with the Queen 7. I mean, we're obviously going to target some deuce X that has the straight draw, some 5X that has the straight draw, some 3X that's a pair, 4X that's a pair. We're potentially getting value from worse flush draws, believe it or not, as well, if they want to continue. I think just like 50 or 60K?
65.
65, sure.
Gotta go.
Sanchione sanctions this bet, 65,000.
Oh, he's not going. I'm never leaving.
I mean, this is bold.
I'm never ever leaving.
Pair of fours. He is the favorite. Not anymore. That 7 on the river, which we knew was coming, because the 7 is always coming, gives Sanchione the advantage.
Ah.
Oh, he's going to feel so annoyed here. Great call on the turn, got done on the river. And Sanchione finally wins a hand at the feature table.
Those are really, really frustrating pots to lose. Because you're like, I don't have that call in me all the time. You know what I mean? Like some of the time, I'm going to flip and I'm going to roll low or whatever, and I'm going to fold in that spot, and I'm going to be wrong. And then I call and I'm right, and they get there anyway.
Yeah, I can't help but think that if he didn't have the gut shot to go with a pair, we might have just seen a fold on the turn there outright. But did call correctly and was punished for it.
6 folds. 9.
Duarte folding under the gun. Fisher with king 9 of hearts is going to raise. So as we referenced, Tambola recently joined the table. Not going to play king 8. It's round the button. 5-4 suited for Bilon. He's out. King 10 folded in the small blind, and Sanchione with jacks in the big blind.
The king versus the Fisher.
And 4 goes.
The hooks, at least.
Just a call from Sanchione. So we go to the flop.
Oh, baby.
Absolutely brutal. This is brutal.
Wow.
Nightmare. Nightmare fuel.
Full house versus trips.
This is so sick. Bring out the stretcher.
Raises 65 feet.
How does Fisher not go broke here, Nick? That's the question.
I mean, I think we're probably supposed to try and go broke here as often as possible.
Right. You can. Look, it's really hard to put your opponent on jacks, but can you maybe like think that Jack 9's a possibility? It's a little bit more likely, right?
I would say Jack 9 is definitely a possibility if you look at the positional sort of ranges here. However, Jack 9 is still like, really, really hard to have when you have a 9 in your hand already. Yeah. I would. There might be some spades that can save the king 9 here, or obviously quads is still a possibility. Let's not forget.
Who flats jacks here? So sick.
Oh, snaps it all in.
All in 4 goals.
Oh, wow. What a huge pot. 1.5 million in the middle. Fisher at risk and drawing thin, just 6% equity because he has 1 out, the case 9.
Yeah, packing up's pretty safe here, buddy.
Aspetta, la sto giocando grossa, Pie.
Drawing dead. Not quite dead. Could still hit that 9 on the river, but down to 3%. Looking for a 1-outer.
Good luck, guys.
Does not hit.
Ho rotto un miliardo
adesso dentro.
How many chips is Sanchione going to have now?
Capito? Ho rotto un miliardo al flop. C'avevo Jack Jack su Jack 9-9, plattato VB Jack Jack.
He went from
C'è
not
crazato,
winning
quello ha
any pots
tribettato,
at
io
this
ho
table
bettato mini,
to
all-in ha fatto. Con.
winning a decent one and then a massive one.
Well, based on the information available, I am going to say that Eugenio Sanchioni has just taken the tournament chip lead. No longer the biggest stack, just the biggest stack on the main stage, but also the biggest stack of the 117 players remaining.
Yeah, what can you do there, guys? Just a cooler of monumental proportions.
Oh, 7, sorry.
What do you mean, what can you do? If your opponent's putting in chips, you're beat. That's how I feel.
Another new player coming in.
Yeah, new player on position 7. Oops, sorry. Yes, but he's not present. Yeah.
We haven't arrived at the table yet.
9 folds.
There's plenty of them. Don't worry, we'll get one.
2 and 3 folds.
4 folds.
Yes.
I left my
You can
belongings.
leave it here?
Yeah.
Cool. Take your water though,
Yeah.
it gets hot on there.
So we've got Andrei Nikitin from Ukraine coming to the 7th seat, and he's another big stack. He's bringing 1.3 million to the table.
I mean, that would have been table chip leader a few minutes ago.
A good table.
Yeah.
10-8-4, a couple of clubs.
Chip.
I think so.
Domination situation. Sanchioni, the one behind this time, goes check, check. A spade on the turn, good for Sanchioni.
Yeah, and now suddenly might be interested in semi-bluffing, gut shot, flush draw, sure.
Sorry, 75?
I think there's a chance Duarte might have just missed a continuation bet there, Joe. 2 overcards and a gut shot. If you're checking, I don't want to say it. Now, I don't want to say it too early in the stream, but you might be giving him the keys to the Lambo.
I think in that spot, like, he might get called sometimes too, but that doesn't mean that it was the right check to make.
No,
right?
absolutely. And when you're looking at spots to continuation bet, you're asking yourself not necessarily, is this going to work 100% of the time, but how many opportunities will I have to continue bluffing on later streets, or how many, what's my opportunity to actually improve into the best hand?
Yes.
Having 2 overcards in the gut shot gives you lots of ways to improve, and also having the Queen of Spades as well means we can start to represent flushes on later streets a little bit more aggressively. So additional non-showdown equity where we can get bluffs in.
1, 2,
So I think probably just continuation bet and then go from there. As played, yeah, we're giving him the opportunity to get us off a little bit too often, I think.
Tambola first to act here with King Jack offsuit. He announces raise
27
and makes it 27,000. Queens for Gita.
Do you think Tambola chooses his bet sizing by spinning like a big wheel and pulling a number out of it?
Pulls a little token out, and it is 27, a 2 and a 7.
Position 1, 3 raises, 62. 2 folds, 3 folds.
3 bet to 62K from the Queens.
6 folds. 7 folds.
So Janice on Twitch asks, is there any list to see who is playing live right now? Yes, there sure is. Thank you for your question.
Tom on YouTube chat says, I don't mind limbos at any time. I like a limbo once in a while. How about you guys?
Jump into line.
Oh, he meant Lambos, sorry.
You know me, I love a dance. Give me a big pole and I'll be limboing all day long.
I'll let that hang there.
So the player on the right there, Eugenio Sanchioni, is the current tournament chip leader after that huge coup. Jacks flopping a full house against trip nines. It all went in for a 1.5 million chip pot. Probably the biggest pot of the tournament so far.
I mean, we may need to take that player's brain for science to figure out how someone slow played jacks and it worked. Like, that is something for the history books.
Yeah. Apparently, there's four ways to play jacks.
We may have found the fourth way.
Yeah. So we've had an under-the-gun raise from Guido with ace-8. Duarte, with a bigger ace on the button, is re-raising.
Nick, am I crazy for folding ace-8 under the gun?
No, not at all. I think that's totally fine, actually.
No, non guardo. No, volevo mandare il link a mamma. Dopo lo mando.
Yeah. Let it go. Let it go, buddy.
You like that you bet on the button.
Oh, that's one way to do it.
Hey, you like a lot to the bet. Next.
The break.
I give you advice.
Still a pretty full room. One thing that we should actually draw attention to, one thing we should highlight, was the change to our advertised schedule. We were originally going to cover the 5K Super High Roller today, which is meant to be a one-day tournament. Chances are it will be a two-day tournament, and it's very unpredictable how that's going to run today. So it was just easier, and quite frankly, with this being the first PokerStars Open main event, and with it being a record breaker, just made more sense to stick with this, come in with 130-odd players remaining, watch it play down to the last few tables today, and then watch it play down to a winner tomorrow.
24. From position 2, 3 folds.
I'm very glad that I'm never asked about those decisions. I wouldn't know what to say, but this seems like the right one. I could always say whatever was decided was the right decision.
6 folds, 7 folds.
The problem with those one-day high roller events, and we've seen this on the EPT, especially when people say, oh, there's a one-day 25K, why don't you cover it? They play like turbos. They're very short levels, and the problem with that is tables are breaking all the time. If you're trying to keep a consistent feature table, it's nigh on impossible. And the problem is, every time you need to reset for a new feature table, you've got to mic players, you've got to get chip counts, you've got to update the graphics system. It just means you're putting in 20-minute breaks all of the time, and it means it'll never get done.
Is that lake outside freezing? Because we have got another massive cooler on the way here.
Oh my word. We have got the set of fives, the chip leader, against top pair, against a flush draw. Sanchioni, I now understand why you have nearly 2 million chips. 2 sets in a row. That's unfair. Spread the love.
Raises 100.
Oh no, come on, just stick around.
Thought we'd see a little bit more go in there.
So that raise does chase away the flush draw, but Biland with top pair, solid kicker. How does he respond to this raise?
Well, let's not forget, this was the player who was floating that ace high earlier, decided to turn it into a bluff on the river. I think what that indicates to me just right off the bat is not a player who's willing to give up easily. And this isn't a hand you should be giving up easily. You're probably going to have the best hand here a lot, right? But I also wonder if that means that we're going to see some aggressive action on the... Oh, my God, the turn is a jack.
I mean, it's the jack of spades. Imagine if the 8-6 of spades had stuck around. We'd have 2 pair against a flush, against a set. Fireworks, explosions, drama.
We can still get that, just not quite as much.
And Sanchioni here with the set and the spade blocker.
Yeah.
I think we just continue. This seems pretty dreamy. We want to get value from the kings with the king of spades. We want to get value from the queens with the queen of spades. The ace jacks with the jack of spades. Obviously on this turn, that's an impossibility, but you know what I'm saying. Some of the ace combos that contain flush draws. Some of the ace combos that just don't want to fold ace king with no spades. $125,000 on this turn.
Biland makes the call. So we have a pot of nearly 600K as we go to the river, which is the 7 of spades. So Sanchioni improves from a set to a flush.
I think it's going to go check on the river, guys.
Oh, you hate improving here.
Yeah, it's a nightmare to improve. But you're just happy they don't end up having the kings with the king of spades.
What you're grateful for is you chased out the 8-6 of spades on the flop. That's what you're happy about.
Yeah, right. Good point.
Is Biland seriously considering betting with 2 pair? Oh my God, he is. Is this a value bet or a bluff, Nick?
It's a bluff.
It might be a blocker bet.
One bet 65K.
Yeah, this is a blocker bet, guys. Yeah, exactly that. And then a quick call. Yeah. Pretty straightforward stuff. I mean, I don't mind the application of a blocker bet here because you can still get value from, worse aces and stuff like that. But yeah, I think he's happy because he got away from that on the 4-spade river.
And did that take Sanchioni over the 2 million mark? Definitely tournament chip leader with fewer than 120 players remaining now in this first ever PokerStars Open main event here in Campione. Now, I did highlight at the start, there's a lot coming up in the next few weeks. Live poker and online poker. We are just 3 weeks away from the must-play tournament of the year, the Sunday Million Anniversary, which will conclude Sunday Million season. It's a $215 buy-in. It has a $6 million guarantee, and it takes place on Sunday, April 6th. It will run over 3 days, and of course, the final day, which is Tuesday, April 8th, will be streamed live on the PokerStars Twitch channel. Myself, Joe, Nick, Griffin will be part of that coverage, bringing the final day of the Sunday Million Anniversary to you next
I'll
month.
be part of that coverage because I'm planning on making the final table.
Well, you might remember, Nick almost made the final table in 2023. I had a top 100 finish last year, so it is your turn, Joe.
It's my turn. I just have to move to the UK in the next couple of weeks.
You can always come stay with me, Joey. No problem.
Nick's dying for me to go visit him in Brighton.
I mean, it's just at this point, it's a little bit embarrassing that you haven't. I
thought
don't
you
actually
already had
want
house
Joe to come visit me. I just think it's embarrassing that he visits all of his other friends and not me.
Try moving out the sticks, buddy. So we have the all-in here from Sklenica.
I was going to say, try having female genitalia.
Show the bluff, show the
That's the
bluff.
fastest way to get me to visit.
Not good, not good. Hold it down.
The all-in gets through.
I don't believe it.
I'll do it.
That will indeed do it.
Yeah, Sunday Million Anniversary, guys. Such an exciting time of the year.
One thing we haven't mentioned about this tournament, sorry, Nick, is obviously we've got the dealer there with the shot clock. We've got the time bank cards. I think this is the first time we've run a 1K with the shot clock. All the times we've covered like the FPS, the Estrellas, the UK IPT, and I played a few UK IPTs. No shot clock throughout. And now for the PokerStars Open, they're bringing it in. And I think it came in at the start of today. So for the final 2 days, we have that shot clock in play. I'm a fan.
I'm a fan, especially if they're going to put 75-minute levels in.
Yeah, as I said, I don't think that's happening again.
Let's get it going. Sanchioni.
In these places where the quality of life is so good and you stroll through town and you sip your coffee and you have your little pastry, like these are the cultures that need to be sped up a little bit.
I think it's also the fact that it needs to be done before 4 a.m. on Monday morning, and right now it's going to be a fight to the finish.
So our chip leader here, at least chip leader here at the feature, is going to open kings, though.
Yeah. It's Biland in the small blind. Interesting, Nikitin flatting with sixes in the hijack.
Yeah, I think we need to just squeeze now, guys. Makes sense. Nikitin here, second in chips at our feature table. I would like to see this go to at least 8 big blinds or so. Probably closer to 10 in a multi-way pot.
You're just so happy about this flat in the middle, too, because it can make your squeeze look even squeezier.
Absolutely right, Joe. Yeah. These are spots that players exploit often because there's so much additional dead money on the table to play for when you get 2 folds.
When I have ace-jack here, I'm so mad at the guy that called with the 6s also.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just gets away. And actually, we might be deep enough to see a call from the 6s still, guys. It's going to be expensive, though. No, does decide to lay it down.
Question on YouTube from Giovanni says, where is Luca Pagano? So Luca probably working behind the scenes. Luca basically part of the team now running the PokerStars Live room here at the casino in Campione. We spoke to Luca on the most recent episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast. He told us he's moved to Campione, and for the next 4 to 5 years, this will be his life.
I heard he's unclogging some toilets right now. That's how
He's very hands-on.
he is in this process.
Very hands-on. So here is a hashtag fun fact. During season 1 of the EPT, when the tour visited places which didn't actually have poker rooms and therefore poker tables, the casino in Deauville being a classic example, the EPT had custom-made poker tables. The guy who made those tables, Luca Pagano's dad.
Oh, amazing.
That's very cool.
I actually got to meet Luca for the very first time in Barcelona last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just look, another human being who has not aged a day, still handsome and youthful as ever.
Again, just so annoying.
Some people age well, and then there's us.
Yeah. He says, creaking as he bends over to pick up a pencil.
Luca Pagano, big bucks, Broncos. Is that the line?
That's the one.
I think it's huge bucks.
Huge bucks. Yeah, I always get that one wrong. You always correct me on that.
So we have a mystery hand here. We have not seen Sklanika's cards in the small blind, but we have deuces against Jack 7. And deuces are still ahead of Jack 7.
I'm going to take the small blind hand here.
Okay, that's
I'll
fair.
take the mystery hand.
That's fair.
40.
Jack 7 off, opening in the cutoff, Nick.
Yeah, big question mark here. This is perhaps some feature table antics.
Okay.
Because I would say opening Jack 7 here is probably a considerable leak.
Oh, yeah, I do take the small blind hand.
You're not calling a Jack 7.
Border? It's on the border?
Did you say border? Borderline.
Well, we don't know what Sklenika had, but I think we can safely say it was better than Jack 7. If it wasn't, fair play to you, sir.
I'm liking it, though, guys. You know, I like to see players playing a little bit outside the box here. I would say Jack 7 off is very outside the box, but doesn't matter as long as it works.
Yeah.
You know, when we say stuff in theory like, you know, I think opening Jack 7 off here is a leak, it's only a leak against other perfect opponents who can exploit that leak, right? There are certain combinations that are just probably never going to win enough to ever be an open, but if you see an angle, if you see an opportunity that you can take advantage of, if you see opponents you think might be overfolding to the initial open and C-bets, then go ahead. Open season.
Also, nothing in poker is a leak if you have your reasons.
Said Joe Stapleton for his entire career.
We might see Duarte defend here with a dominated hand.
Sometimes Jack 7's your lucky hand. Sometimes you said that if you got dealt Jack 7 2 hands in a row, you'd play it the second time.
Yeah.
These are all valid reasons.
Yeah. Sometimes you had Jack 7 and they went all in and it was a borderline fold, you know, because you're on the border of Italy and Switzerland.
Maybe Jack 7 is a meme hand from your home game.
Can I get my phone, please?
So Queen 9-6 on the flop. The gut shot for Duarte. Action check to the pre-flop aggressor, and Nikitin will continue. 22,000.
Yeah. We got to
my
at least call.
favorite justification for any poker move is that I had a feeling.
This one.
I had a read. I had a tell.
I had a read. That's even one step better than I had a feeling.
I've been making that mistake on stream recently, guys. I keep saying I have a plan.
All right.
And it's always a nightmare. Okay.
Okay, so a pair of tens for both players. Suffice to say, the ace kicker is ahead of the king kicker. And Nikitin has to decide whether to fire a second barrel here.
Flick it in, Nikitin.
Nope. Checks it back.
Yeah, we'll take a showdown here. We'll take a showdown.
And this might get checked to showdown. I guess now the board pairs on the river, there is an argument for value betting here with ace-10, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, if it goes check on the river, I'm going for a value bet every day of the week. I think it's hard for Duarte to check 8-7 when it went check on the turn. I think it's hard for him to have a queen when it went check on the turn because he's concerned he's not getting value from the ace combos or for hands from hands exactly like ace-10 or perhaps, pocket jacks is another one that might bet flop check turn. Yeah. It goes for value, and I think it's a mandatory call here for the king-10, but nice. pretty cold deck really in the grand scheme of things.
Good pot for Nikitin, who is also among the chip leaders. Just going back quickly to the conversation that Joe and I had with Luca Pagano, and I think it's important to highlight that while we are celebrating the success of this event, and by success I'm talking about field sizes, nearly 2,500 entries in a €1 million guaranteed main event, it has brought its problems. Joe, you made a joke earlier on about playing 10-handed. No one likes to play 10-handed. It was an unfortunate reality here. I know players had issues registering, some of the lines were long, and I know that Luca takes all that criticism seriously, and everyone, the entire team, both from the casino here in Campione and from PokerStars Live, will absolutely be working to rectify problems like that. We don't want to see that at any future stop.
The circumstances that I've been hearing from players that I really respect who have played this event, it is vaguely reminiscent of our first experience in Paris, isn't it, guys, right? Kind of a victim of our own success in terms of there's a huge appetite, much larger than expected. Obviously, There were hurdles associated with making sure we had the correct staffing to meet legislation. But what happened the following year came back to an absolutely stellar and highly commended event, and I think probably the same goes for Campione here, and that comes down to the constructive feedback that we get from players that really know what they're talking about, which I know will be heard.
I mean, if you didn't do things like go 10-handed, what's your alternative? To turn people away? That wouldn't go over great either, would it?
Right. Yeah, and then it's we set guarantees so we can smash guarantees, right? That's kind of how it goes. So can't be turning players away. That means smaller fields. Obviously, people turning up and not being able to play is a nightmare situation too.
Oh, you never ever want to be turning players away. Absolutely, you don't want to be capping events. That's awful. But I guess what I'm trying to say is it would be very easy to just take the headline figures and look at field size, just the number of players who attended the event, the size of the prize pools, and say it was a huge success. I guarantee you that the team behind this event will be looking at all the stuff that didn't work. Yeah. They will be looking at all the stuff where it, for want of a better word, failed and trying to make it better. That will be the focus because player experience matters. Duarte facing a raise from chip leader Sanchioni. Flats on the button. We haven't seen Sanchione's cards here. Confirmation, by the way, that he's up to nearly 2.2 million, is number one of 114 players remaining in this 1K tournament. Not the best flop in the world for King Queen, is it?
I wouldn't have hated a 3-bet from the King Queen here, especially versus our chip leader, who we've seen is very capable of playing wide ranges.
Against the chip leader, are you nuts?
I mean, that means our range is stronger against theirs. There's the exposure, ace-jack.
And there is the ace on the turn.
grande pace, eh?
Okay, playing it trappy.
Bravo.
Reaching for chips.
Work out on this street at
Need
least.
the chips more than you.
You should gamble. I want gamble.
I think I really like the check, honestly. I feel like a lot of the hands we're trying to get value from will probably just bet themselves, but then also, you know, our opponents will have some suited ace combos that will try and actually value bet this turn where we're going to get more value. We will run to ace 10 once in a while. That's still a possibility. Maybe some sets. I think playing it slow is totally cool here. A little bit of pot control. And 10 of spades on the river.
I'd be feeling pretty good with ace-jack right now.
Yeah, exactly. I think we just keep telling the same story. I think we check again. I don't know. How does Sanchioni feel? I suppose it's Sanchioni. That makes more sense in Italian.
75.
Chip leader. And up over 2.25 million now.
It was a slow start, but it's been nothing but trending upwards since then.
So out into the field once again. Seeing some of the faces of some of the other players. There are still 114 of them, all in contention for that first prize of 363,000 euros, and of course the inaugural PokerStars Open trophy.
That's right, there's a whole league kicking off.
Absolutely. Now, the Irish Open is officially part of that league. Worth highlighting that the Irish Open is not a PokerStars Open, it's its own event, sponsored by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker, but it is also part of the league. Of course, we are going to be in Dublin. The Irish Open this year runs from April 10th to 21st. We're going to be streaming over the last weekend, which is the Easter weekend. That is Friday 18th through Monday 21st. Interestingly, starting our 4 days of live streaming, not with the main event, but with the final table of the Ladies' Championship, and then bringing you days 2, 3, and 4 of the main event, Saturday through Monday.
I'm hoping to make it through the entire coverage this year. I don't know if you guys remember, but I got real sick last year.
Those are long days, though. Again, that's another event. We were here, of course, guys, for the very first sort of PokerStars X Paddy Power crossover, and the numbers were staggering year on year. It's been a great turnout, guys, and if you are in the vicinity, if you can travel to the Irish Open, I would highly recommend putting it on your list of places to visit. Absolutely stellar event. On and off the tables, great venue, great staff, you know, really, really nice prizes, really nice range of buy-ins as well. If you're not rolled to play bigger events, they have plenty of smaller side events that I think are really interesting to follow. And I'll be there from the 13th to the 21st if you guys want to come say hi.
Also, Ireland's just a delightful country in general.
Dublin's a pretty cool city, too.
13th to the 21st. That's when we're there too.
We can all hang out.
Can enjoy the Guinness.
I mean,
we will.
There is a lot of hanging out that happens at the Irish Open.
Yeah. It might be 80% hang at this point.
It is a lot of hang.
Has anyone confirmed if the crack den is coming back?
I mean, I'm not going if it's not coming back. It's the only way to, we should have more crack dens. I know it doesn't read the same in, you know, Campione, but it was fantastic.
Kosh Kinetic on Twitch is looking forward to this year's Spice Bag reviews.
Oh, epic spice bags. Every single night. On the way out the door, get me a spice bag, walk home, happy boy.
I definitely do more late night eating in Dublin than any other stop we go to. And that's saying a lot. Because I do a lot of late night eating at almost every stop we go to.
I've been trying
to.
Sorry, James.
Early position raise here from the chip leader with ace-5. Is this going to get through? Beyond with jack-6 in the bag.
I mean, he's been in the mix. Jack-6 is pretty wide, though. Lets it go. Yeah, I've been trying to get on the health train a little bit, guys, and I was reading about this 3-2-1 thing. You're supposed to stop eating 3 hours before you sleep, and then stop drinking water 2 hours before you sleep, and then stop using screens 1 hour before you sleep and all that. I don't think that applies in Ireland.
Well, we have an all-in and a call at one of the outer tables. It is the aforementioned TJ Reid who's all in here. And it's looking good for TJ. That is going to be a double up.
He has friends there, you know.
I'm a big TJ Reid fan. Relatively new on the scene.
What was it he won recently?
I know he played Doug heads up and lost a little bit versus Doug, I think.
I want to say there was a major tournament that he won.
He won something in Thunder Valley, I think, recently. Let's do a little research here.
Check his Hendon Mob. Oh, by the way, nice segue. There is a Hendon Mob Championship in Dublin. I think it's taking place on the Tuesday of the last week of the Irish Open. I strongly recommend that tournament.
It is really fun. All right, TJ Reid with a first place finish at the Run Good Poker Series, Destination Run Good. That was in August 2024. That was for almost 200K.
Wow. That might be the one I'm thinking of. Granted, it was longer ago than I thought it was. For some reason, I thought we had a big result more recently, but that's still within the last 12 months, and that's impressive.
I think he played some of the recent Poker Go things, but they would be listed here also.
Ooh, look at this. Duarte opened, Gita 3-bet, Duarte flats. Neither player has a stellar hand, but here we have the flush draw against a pair again.
Yeah, this is, again, this is kind of an interesting line here. The open from the 5-4 suited is probably already a little bit wide. The 3-bet is fine. The defend from the 5-4 with the 3-bet, I think, is also quite wide. But great outcome here. We do actually have a way to win most of the time with the hearts. If we can get there, of course, not the favorite in terms of equity, but the hearts will usually give us the best hand. So continuation bet of 55 and a call.
Well, that pair of eights looking stronger now. Guido with 85% equity. And with the action check to him, he's loading up.
Yeah, 2 barrels might do it here, guys. 262 in the pot.
Nope, Duarte is going to call again and chase a heart.
Wow.
I get red at least. Nope.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, but it is an inconsequential Greenstein.
Guida's all in here. There's no chance he misses this opportunity. Nice hand, mates.
What do they say? Don't call 3-bets out of position with half a hand. Duarte learned a valuable lesson there.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think calling with those sort of suited connector hands can be appropriate some of the time. It might be, I just think from that position it's a bit wide. And then once you arrive in this situation, it can be very costly, as we've seen. The turn call as well is expensive in relation to his stack size. So we'll see the remaining chips now.
My son can play very well.
See how he's stacked in just a moment, but it's going to be an expensive way to get to the river.
So we've got about
It will be like
15 minutes on the clock before the next level, before the blinds go up. Playing back-to-back levels before the first break of the day. And we have Gita opening here from the cutoff with ace-8, and Bilon deciding what to do on the button with 10-7.
Feels like there's just a couple of main characters at this table who are getting all the hands.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm enjoying watching Guida play here. I feel like this is an individual we want to keep an eye on. Definitely seems like a bit of a maverick. We saw the Jack-7 off just now. We saw the 8-9 suited 3-bet just now. We saw the 3-barrel bluff just now.
You say maverick, I think he looks more like Goose.
So I fold. I fold the aces for you.
Nice one, Belond. Attacking the active player, and it works.
I also like the fact that Belond is blonde.
I like the head. Perfect head.
Speaking of maverick plays, 3-betting the 10-7 off there. Sure. Okay. Campione, I'm here for it.
I love Florence. City.
What would be really ironic is if Byland had dual citizenship.
New player at the table. This is Artur Schupa from Portugal. And he has brought 208,000 chips to the table. 109 players remain.
Yes, sir.
Where are you from, buddy? Are you Bylandic?
I'm Bylandic curious.
Go. Schupa
arrives at the table and raises to 25,000 with King 10 of clubs. Tambola. What does it say? Spin the thing. It says fold.
I'd love to see this early position steal right away. Set the tone. Nope.
Yeah, ain't gonna work.
Total 200.
Sorry?
Total 200 before the race.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Sorry, it's far away. Sorry.
Yeah.
You're good, Bilon. This time you can 3-bet with a legitimate hand.
I've
Nice.
definitely gone broke my first hand getting moved to a table so many times.
So, Joe, do you remember we were talking about how we want to size our 3-bets according to effective stack depth? This is a spot where we probably want to use about 5 big blinds because it's been open to about 2.
So what's the difference between 5 big blinds and just putting this guy all in here? Because what does he have set? Like,
he's got like 20 bigs to start the hand.
20, okay.
So what the difference is that we want to be able to induce him to shove stuff that we actually dominate. And we also want to be able to 3-bet bluff him as well when we don't have the big hands, right? So we use a size here that's as threatening to his stack depth as a larger size, but then also allows us to 3-bet smaller and then, you know, go for it. What was the size in the end?
65.
Made it 65K. I like it. I like it a lot.
We have got our first bad lookalike of the day. It's the player in the 9 seat. It's our friend Tambola. Big Deal O'Nelly says he has glimpses of Andrew Scott from certain angles. And you know what? I'm going to allow it. Hashtag bad lookalike.
Not this angle.
No, he's not even in the shot.
Not to be confused with Barry Scott.
Andrew Scott hasn't quite blown
There
up.
you go. There you go.
Yeah. All right.
Yep.
He hasn't quite blown up the way I had hoped he would and or thought he would. C2 looks like Chevy Chase, says Bedata.
Belond?
Yeah.
That one I'm not going to allow. We have the chip leader opening on the button here.
What about this? What about he looks like a Chevy Chase character from Fletch, like Chevy Chase in a getup.
That's fair. I'll allow it. Well, we don't know the cards of either player. We do know the board is 8-7-6. Nikitin to act.
Did we ever think of a variation of Hold'em where your hold cards are face up, but it's the flop, turn, and river that are face down?
No, funnily enough, no one has thought or suggested that, Joe. But again, I know that you submit a lot of ideas to PokerStars. I know that they're mostly ignored and or rejected, but by all means, keep going at it.
Maybe there's one card, you show one card on the flop and then just the river is face up. And then there's 2 flop cards in the turn are down. I'll work on it. I'll work on it a little bit. I'll work on it.
Workshop it.
I would say that the idea you had about 10 years ago to have random payouts was kind of adopted with the mystery bounty format, right?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I wonder if whoever came up with that heard me say that, and I inspired them to come up with the mystery bounty.
No one has yet adopted your idea for the bubble list tournament, though.
I know.
I actually had a really fun conversation with Kenny the other day about how he came across a document where he was effectively suggesting like 10 years ago that they bring in a big blind ante, and he was laughed out of the room. And now after all this time, it's the norm.
I was laughed out of the room with many of my suggestions that are commonplace today.
Joe actually had some serious ideas on the table, and he went, "Man, you're such a good comedian. We should get you in front of that mic." You went, "I was being serious this whole time."
The big one was honestly peeling the big blind on a short stack that like everyone mocked me for way back in the day. And they're like, "You're all in or fold. That's it." And I was like, "I don't think so. I don't think so. I think I can just see a flop here."
I love it.
You were ahead of the curve, Joey.
I can take that to my grave. The one time I was right about something.
Tombola is going to raise from under the gun. Graphics reboot incoming. Oh no, did he raise or did he call? Was that a Gibbons from Tombola?
It looks like it. A call UTG.
Okay, and we get the raise from Guida and the double Gibbons from Tombola as he calls the raise.
Perfectly executed double Gibbons.
Guida gives him the thumbs up before the flop as well.
King 10-5 with 2 clubs. A continuation bet of 35,000, which is called. 7 of hearts on the turn. They've promised me that the graphics reboot is incoming.
Boy, they're rebooting everything these days.
Romwell, watching on YouTube, I refer you to my earlier comment about graphics reboot incoming.
I mean, this is a pretty significantly sized pot for what these two fellas have behind.
105,000 on the turn. Barry Greenstein.
Always very simple, man. I play aces and kings.
Ma che parla italiano, che fai il fenomeno, dai.
Dai, sono stato fortunato, ho preso il river, che c'ho.
Sei il fenomeno, dai, vai avanti.
Parlo. Ok.
Fenomeno.
Si gioca a 5 carte.
109 players remaining with 8 minutes on the clock until we roll into the next level. A reminder, we'll play through level 24 before we take the first break of the day. So still the better part of 90 minutes of poker before we take our first hiatus. I assume we will change our featured table during the first break of the day.
Graphics have been reset.
Have they?
Oh.
Yes! Huzzah! We can
Huzzah.
see cards. So we haven't seen Nikitin's cards, but we do know that Schupa has ace-king. He is all in from the small blind over the top of this button open.
Yeah, Excelsior.
And I'm guessing the all-in has been called. Yeah. Oh, man.
Oh, wow.
How does the button wake up with aces here, Nick? How does this happen?
Yeah, this is not cool, bro. A cooler for the ages, and it's one of those coolers where you got very little equity as well. This is about as good as it gets in terms of equity. Only 9% for the ace-king. Needs to make straights, etc. Or find a bunch of kings.
For deuce, and Schupa already trying to do the fist bump. He knows he's drawing super, super thin. 1% chance of survival.
Super Schupa thin.
And now he is drawing dead. Shoot, shoot.
Told you.
Chop pot.
Move.
Yeah.
Unlucky mates. Hits the rails. And we lose another player.
Well, that's going to take us down to 108. We are almost in double digits here in the PokerStars Open Campione main event.
Man, we're going to follow this guy all the way back to his hotel room, huh?
Not with that picture breakup, we're not.
He got lucky. Signal degradation saved him.
Back to the feature. What we got?
Cards.
We're playing cards.
The 28th hand of the day of this session, and we get a raise from Sklenicka with ace-10. Folded round to the big blind. Oh, no. Tambola still had cards. I apologize. Guida folds 5-3 in the big.
Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. I can. Thank you. Thank you.
This feature table seems pretty secluded. Off to the side here from the main action. I guess it's no different than a lot of places where we have a stage or whatever. But
the other tables are literally below where this camera is,
yeah.
So it's not too removed from the rest of the tournament.
Kind of looks like there's room for a rail, but I'm not sure how much of a rail we get with those cables left and right.
I mean, if you want to create a health and safety hazard, that's on you, Nick, as long as you're willing to sign a disclaimer that you will be responsible for any legal action brought against PokerStars or the casino in Campione.
I'm pretty sure that's already in our contract.
7 25K. 9 folds.
Obviously, we've referenced the EPT a few times, guys. The first European Poker Tour of 2025. It has been a wait. You had to wait 4 months for it, in fact, by the time it rolls around. But Monte Carlo is coming soon. Runs April 30th to May 10th. And, of course, we'll bring you live coverage of the main event on our Twitch and YouTube channels.
I'm so glad you said that because I thought this was the EPT.
Sign.
It is a European poker tour. It's just not the European poker tour.
Of course, every single EPT stop will have a PokerStars Open, will have a 1K tournament.
So EPTs are also opens, but opens are not also EPTs.
Correct.
Okay.
Welcome back to a poker tour in Europe.
the poker tour in Europe, just not the European poker tour.
Oh no, the graphics system needs another bloomin' reboot.
Oh dear, reboot. Get some Doc Martens down there, boys.
That is probably the best solution, just to kick the hell out of it with heavy boots.
One raises 75k. 2 and 3 folds.
This used to be our life, Joe. We used to always call the action from non-final tables without the hold cards.
Yeah, it was a different time.
Dark times.
Fun times.
It was pretty fun, yeah. We had a lot of leeway as to what we would talk about. Clearly, all-in situations like this, we would have to shut it down, but there was a lot of fun and games happening.
So Duarte is the at-risk player here.
9 folds and 1 goes. Ace Queen is position 6.
What was it like calling the action back then? Just 100% artistic interpretation.
I mean, obviously, when they showed you the flop shot, you could call all in, so it made it easier.
You would also do like a bunch of analysis and then just hope the hand didn't go to showdown.
So 9's ahead right now. Duarte is the at-risk player and is needs going to spike an ace or a queen on the turn or river. Okay. Nice gut shot on the turn and have kings as well as aces and queens working for you. 30% equity, 30% chance Duarte survives here.
Lucky number 13 outs.
Nope. 9's hold. Duarte is KO'd.
Okay, you played well. Obliged.
Good game. Koita takes one. And a player that I'm happy to see winning chips. GG's to Duarte, but he has been taking some artistic liberties himself with the plays, and I love to see that in a commentary situation.
Duarte, du hast no chips.
Here comes Big Nick. Running a tight ship. So here we go. We have rolled into level 24. Blinds are up. They are now 10,000, 15,000 with a 15K big blind ante. And we do have fewer than 100 players remaining. 98 left in this PokerStars Open Campione main event.
Pretty exciting.
Before it was 2-5, now it's 10-15.
Position 7 raises 30k and 9 folds.
Yes, but before.
And we're still playing the guessing game. Nikitin opening here under the gun with 2 cards.
Could be 7.
Belond on the button with 2 cards.
85.
85 from position 2.
Do it.
From position 2. 3 folds.
3-bet happened on the button here. That was Belond. Nikitin does have chips here, guys. And when we're deeper stacked, it means we're allowed to call a little bit more often with a wider range, try and get lucky. There's more implied value when you connect at a deeper stack situation because, of course, there are more chips to win once you've seen a favorable situation arrive over the first 3 cards, etc.
Once again, we look at the room and we can see there's 72 minutes to run until the first break of the day. And now fewer than 100 players remaining. And these are the stacks the players are watching right now on the main stage. We've got tournament chip leader Eugenio Sanchioni with 2.3 million, more than 150 bigs. Andre Nikitin also playing more than 100 bigs. We've got a fair few deep stacks at this table, Nick. And quite interesting that, you know, we're able to still play deep stack poker at this stage of a 1K buy-in.
Yeah, and actually we've done well to find this table as our first feature for that exact reason. It just means there's a lot more scope. But outside of that, I mean, we've seen some of our shorter stacks kind of go into the streets, coloring outside the lines a little bit here with their pre-flop action, which I really enjoy. Let's go to a flop. We don't know what they got, but we can see these. Ace, 8, 6, rainbow.
So I've been advised that we should have the card information back within the next 5 or 6 minutes. The problem is we need a new SCART cable. And they're really hard to find these days because all the kids are now plugging everything in with HDMI. But we still use SCART.
Goodness gracious me, SCART cables. Ugh. Does anyone have a Hutmi cable? Hutmi. I want to watch my Duvda.
Holtan says, why SCART? Because we back up the graphics feed on an old VHS machine, and that's the only ports it has.
James just likes that that old lo-fi quality. So on the river now, just Tombola and Biland. 2 checks. Show it down, boys.
Show me a winner. Ace 5. Ace 5 is going to be good.
Renan Hellfire says, VHS, surely you mean Betamax.
Can't get the tapes anymore. And I can tell you that because my family was a Betamax family.
Oh, really?
And we managed to stay Betamax until 1989. And that was the point where all the video rental shops stopped stocking Betamax. You couldn't get the tapes anymore, like to record stuff off the TV. But I will die on this hill. Better format, much better quality, especially better sound quality. But when it came to the end of the 80s, we had to go over to the dark side and get VHS.
James, you were definitely a mini disc guy for a little bit, weren't you?
I was, but that was primarily because I worked in radio, and mini disc was widely adopted by the radio industry for recording and for rolling in kind of clips and stuff. It never really took off domestically, but professionally it was widely used.
Nice.
Yeah, so I had a portable mini disc recorder / player, and I had a mini disc player on my kind of home stereo system.
I remember when MP3 was becoming a thing, but we didn't really have that many MP3 players yet at a commercial level. We used to have the programs that would burn MP3 to a blank CD, and then the CD could hold like way more than just a conventional CD. I had a Sony Walkman jog-proof CD player portable that could play like, you know, 50 MP3s or something. It was incredible.
So, Ade Viking watching on Twitch says, who remembers HD DVD before Blu-ray kicked it to the dirt? That was an interesting format war because unlike VHS and Betamax, which was about competing technologies, HD DVD versus Blu-ray was with different studios. So some film companies released their product on HD DVD and some released their product on Blu-ray. So as an early adopter of high definition, I had both. I had an HD DVD player and I had a Blu-ray player. And at that time, you could only get Paramount and Universal movies on HD DVD, whereas Disney and Fox, for example, were on Blu-ray. And then eventually the studios relented and realized that Blu-ray was going to win the war, and they just all adopted Blu-ray. It helped that there was that Sony was the company behind Blu-ray, and they put a Blu-ray player in every PlayStation 3. That's what really helped them win that one. Yes, let's poker. And we do love live poker.
Let's poker indeed.
If there is any shot right now that is worth freezing on, it's that one because of that badge.
James, when are you going to let me wear a Poker in the Ears patch? When are we going to get some Poker in the Ears merch?
2 raises 30K.
Like, I know the actual merch exists, but when are we going to get some regular patches?
I'm guessing that's the reboot of the graphics, by the way, based on what I'm seeing on my screen right now.
150. 3 raises 150. 4 folds and 7 folds.
Yeah, I think you're right, Renan. Sony pretty much took a hit on every single PS3 sold just so they could win the format war and ensure that Blu-ray was the dominant format.
And then it was gone.
Blu-ray's still around.
Yeah, but is it?
I know physical media isn't a thing for many people, but for those of us who like collecting movies, it's still nice to have physical copies of films. And now, of course, what? We've got 4K Blu-ray. We've now gone Ultra HD. Oh, we got an all-in. And a call. Tens versus 8, not a flip. This is a domination situation, and it's not looking good for Slanica, who is the at-risk player here. Just to clarify, Biland not all in here. Biland not at risk. It is Slanica who is going to need to hit to survive, and right now he has 2 outs. And he is going to need to see the 8 of hearts or the 8 of diamonds on the river, or we lose another player from the tournament. He's gone.
Yeah, GG's. Not a whole lot to work with there. The Ocho's going, understandably so. Bilen stacks another pot. So a couple empty seats there on our feature. We will resolve that shortly, I'm sure.
Of course, we've got to keep the tables balanced, so new players will take those seats as tables break, as players are reassigned across the room. Who remembers Love Film in the UK? Mail order DVD rental. I was a Love Film subscriber. I guess it was the UK equivalent of Netflix's business model back in the day, the fact that you could have DVDs mailed to you.
Yeah.
It was good for getting a lot of like foreign and independent films that you couldn't find at your local Blockbuster.
I definitely was, well, my mom was definitely subscribed to that in my youth. We definitely watched a little Love Film.
Ace-2 suited for Nikitin, and now you're short-handed. What's not to like about a suited ace? Raises to 30,000. We are now at the 10-15 blind level. We've got Guida folding Queen-9 suited in the small blind. Bilan with Jack-10 in the big blind. This is a defend, right, Nick?
Absolutely. Can't be missing the opportunity to enter the pot here. No player stack behind. We know we're going to take it heads up. Jack-10's a nice hand. Let's make a call. Let's take it to the flop, which is...
Ace-10-7, top pair versus second pair.
Nah, see, this is why you fold Jack-10 pre, James. Otherwise, you get yourself in trouble in spots like this.
Do you want to go back in time? You want to fix it and raise what you said? Fold no, Jack-10 here. You're going to be dominated on the flop.
I jest. No, it's still fine. Ace-Deuce from the cutoff versus the big blind. I think we're doing plenty of value betting here. We would certainly want to c-bet bluff this board at a high frequency. So the bet of 55,000. Jack-10 needs to call, though. Against the cutoff range, we're going to be winning too often to want to fold this one. We can see here the Ace-Deuce is ahead. But against range, we need to be continuing here, I think.
Sit up. 4. 3, sorry.
Looks like a call.
2 bets 55 and get call.
So far, so standard. Queen on the turn does give Bieland a little bit of hope. It's the Queen of Diamonds, so he's got a flush draw and a straight draw now to go with his pair of tens.
Yeah, and I think it's quite natural to find a check here again. I don't think we want to lead too often with this kind of a combo. I don't think we get better hands to fold. The only value in perhaps leading here is to slow the action down against a hand like ace-deuce of spades, where we, can see a river, potentially realize more equity with our sort of combo draw, as it were. I think probably almost always check, though. And you can see here the diamond is enough of a scare card to convince ace-deuce to slow it down, which I think is good as well. And then on the river, really, it's can we get to showdown, I think. We have seen Bieland in situations like this before, James, though, finding these sort of blocker bets in scenarios where there's a little bit of insecurity. I think having the 10 of diamonds, it means we're losing to slightly fewer flushes. We're blocking.
No, he's checked. So now the question is, can you or should you find a value bet here with ace-deuce?
Yeah, I think this is a tricky one now, because we will get trapped by some diamonds here on some occasions, but we can still get called by a 10. We can still get called by a queen. This is a tricky one for sure. I think it's player dependent, James. Some players will never trap check, diamonds or a straight here. Some players will have that in their range. Decides to play it safe. And ace-deuce will take it down.
Jack 10 is no good against ace-deuce. The pot goes to Nikitin, who is among the tournament chip leaders right now. We do have the biggest stack at the feature table right now, and that player is Eugenio Sanchioni, who's playing around 2.5 million chips.
It's 5? 5, okay. 6, 5. 5 is the empty one in between you. And we have also a new player on position 8.
Okay, so those seats are being filled, Nick.
Yep.
We've got 2 new players coming to the table. Seat 6 being taken by Stefan Aurelian Gorge from Romania. Yeah, Romania. He is bringing 649,000 chips to the main stage, and on his way to seat 8. Oh, he's in seat 8 already. I'm sorry. Daniele Grasso from Italy, 195,000.
Nice one.
7 raises 30K.
Keaton opening for the second hand in a row. Queen 8. Queen 8 from under the gun +1.
Wow. Yeah, I'm liking it, James. Nikitin starts the hand over 100 big blinds effective. As we mentioned earlier, very deep stack, especially considering we've made it to later stages of this tournament. And now in the big blind, defendable hand.
Absolutely.
And also got the chips to defend him too, James. Obviously, the deepest stack at the feature table, and very probably the deepest at all the tables. I think he is chip leading.
Wow. A queen and an 8. This is why you should always play queen 8 offsuit.
Yeah, and I think we do continue here almost 100% with all of our range. We just go really small.
And with Sanchioni not catching any piece of that board, he will fold to the c-bet.
Yeah. Interesting conversation there, just generally, guys, whenever I'm saying, we bet here very often, obviously talking about range rather than just combination. And many players being versed in sort of more modern poker theory will know that that's exactly how you want to go about doing it. That's how we remain balanced. We find flop textures. We understand what we want to do with our range rather than with specific combinations. On occasion, there will be split sizings, but for the most part, in those spots, we just want to have one continuation bet size. And on those ultra sort of dry, high card, low card boards, it's just going to be 25% pot, 1/3 pot, that kind of thing. Maybe even just the one big blind.
On your right, not mine.
So, Nick, we were talking earlier on about the Sunday Million anniversary, and Joe was saying he's going to try and make it to the UK so he can play this year. I'm assuming you're going to be playing it.
I should be playing it. Yeah, I haven't missed one yet. Since I've been sort of a PokerStars ambassador. Obviously had that deep run 2 years ago, I think it was now.
Yes.
16th when we were 16 spots away from the $1 million score, which would have been really fun. But that was still a nice one for me. 27,500, something like that, was the 16th place money. And obviously, let's not forget, it's It's not that big of a bind, really, in the grand scheme of things, so still a pretty significant pickup. But there's so many ways to get in, James. That's the thing. Even if it's outside your bankroll, you can be responsible. You can still play within your bankroll. Allocate some money to play satellites. And there's one ubiquitous truth on PokerStars, James. In fact, anywhere in the world, people don't know how to play satellites well. So if you get your satellite game up, you can qualify for events where you can play for big money with small investments, which I'm a big fan of. Love a bankroll challenge. You know what I mean? I love when people come into my community and they say, hey, Nick, I've been watching your channel. I've played poker before, but I started to really take bankroll seriously. I started to really look into some of the concepts that you've been showing me, and now I've managed to turn $200 into $1,000 or something like that. And I think that's so much fun, because for me, poker is not about gambling. It's about making a hobby something that can be profitable, and finding something interesting in the process of learning.
So Nick played the Sunday Million Anniversary 2 years ago. Nick and I played the Sunday Million Anniversary last year. This year it could be Nick, myself, and Joe. All three of us could be playing it this year, which could lead to some fun for the live stream of the final day on Tuesday. But yeah, we call it the must-play tournament of the year. It's 3 weeks away, and if you can't play, if you don't manage to satellite in, if you're in a part of the world where we don't have the $6 million guaranteed Sunday Million Anniversary, you can watch that live stream. Our Cards Up coverage of the final day on Tuesday, April 8th. Nines versus Ace-3 going to the flop. Nines still ahead.
I think probably would like to see a continuation bet from the nines. Queen to 7-6 with 2 diamonds. We've got no diamond in hand. This seems like a prime candidate to try and go for some value. That big blind range will contain lots of suited combinations like diamonds, for example, some straight draws like 4-5, for example, some 6s, some 7s. In this case, I think it just might be a c-bet, take it down, but I think a mistake that people make here, James, is they go, it's a queen on the flop. What if they have a queen? I'm concerned that they might have a queen. I'm going to miss a flop bet, but you're missing probably too much value. Nines is actually a little bit too strong range there.
Welcome to the table, Daniela Grasso.
Speaking of Irish Open, though, James, I know we've mentioned it a few times. I need to start looking at a couple of those satellites myself. I'd like to play a couple events before we get into our live coverage, which is going to be awesome, as per usual, from the RDS in London.
So I don't think Joe and I are going to be playing anything this year at the Irish Open.
Okay.
They're primarily for the stream, which, as we highlighted earlier, will be across the Easter weekend, the final 4 days of the Irish Open. This is a very long festival this year.
Yeah.
Kicking off on April 10th and running till the 21st. That's longer than it's been in the last 2 years, I'm pretty sure.
100%. They've added additional days. I mean, there was already demand for it to be a longer festival. I think after the cancellation of Paris, there might have been an additional incentive to kind of, let's put on some more poker, because everyone is desperate to get back on the tours. And obviously the work that Paddy Power and PokerStars do at that event, just absolutely awesome, and smash hit for all of the years that I've been involved with the process. And I know, our first broadcast, was it 2 years ago, was the first time we went live from RDS as PokerStars X Paddy Power.
Yep.
But yeah.
Okay. We've got Guida here with King Queen. I mean, this is a legitimate open. I say legitimate. There is no such thing as an illegitimate open, but I guess there are some hands which are a bit more questionable to be raising an early position with. King Queen, perfectly fine.
Yeah, exactly. I think you just mean to say in range, out of range, in theoretical. Theoretical range, doesn't matter. Domination rotation.
Absolutely. Grasso pairing his 10, now with the advantage, almost a 3-1 favorite.
And Guida is not one to slow down, but I do like the continuation bet on this flop. I think that's
the gut shot.
5. Yep.
Gets called, and we go to the turn. Which is the jack. That is Broadway for Guida. Neither player has a diamond, so the flush draw irrelevant.
This is an interesting spot now, James. I don't mind a king-queen check on the turn. Obviously, the bet is probably never going to be bad. We're going to be up against flush draws on the flop. We are also going to be up against some 10x and some deuce x, and both of those combinations probably end up folding to this turn barrel often. So the check on the turn perhaps protects us against the made flushes, but also allows us to get value from some deuce x, 10x. Maybe some jack 10 will give us some more on the river when they make two pair. There's really not much of a difference between a queen 10 offsuit defend in the big blind and the jack 10 offsuit defend in the big blind. As we can see here, even a hand as strong as queen 10 needs to give up. So I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with the turn barrel, but sometimes we might want to just check there, mostly for deceptive purposes.
Yeah.
As played, though, two barrels, never going to be a mistake. When you turn straights, you're usually winning the hand.
Down to 93 players now. There is no objective, by the way. There is no hard target in terms of player number we're trying to hit today. I think we will just play as many levels as we can within the boundaries of what is reasonable. Bear in mind the players are going to have to come back at like around 12:30, 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So you want to make sure they get at least an 11-hour break between the end of today and the start of play tomorrow. But yeah, we need to get those levels in. We need to churn through some more players to ensure that we can get this tournament concluded tomorrow. We are never going to get anywhere near the final table today. It might be a fair few levels tomorrow, Nick, before we get to the final table.
Yeah, and as we know, at that point, the ICM starts to really close in, and we do see a slowdown, considerable slowdown, in fact, at FTs. So we just need every minute of today to work for us, and actually having the shot clock in play, as you mentioned, James, possibly for the first time in a 1K. I think that's going to go a long way towards keeping things on pace. We're down to 91. We're actually making progress here.
We are making progress for sure.
I think the game has come to the point now where I don't think a shot clock in a 1K is particularly impactful against the average player that's buying it for a 1K these days. I think having shot clocks in smaller events with shorter clocks probably a little bit intimidating, and if we're trying to invite more people to play cards, probably not necessary in a format that's already inherently faster. But as we can see here, 91 players left, and we need to get down to a reasonable number today so we can have a chance of getting to a conclusion tomorrow.
So one thing I noticed from the PokerStars Live app, which by the way is a great guide to all of our live events, whether you're actually attending them or spectating them, you've got the structures in there, the player list, the payouts, etc. Oh, one word of warning, by the way, if you're watching the stream and you've also trying to kind of double screen the app, all the information in the PokerStars Live app is live, whereas we're on a 30-minute delay, so just be aware you could see spoilers. But this is not a spoiler. There is something on the front page about adjustments, and we see this on the EPT as well, that when we do get to that final table tomorrow, we will see the level length reduced with every single elimination. So the levels reduce with every single player knocked out. We get to a point when we're down to 3, for example, that we're at 30-minute levels.
Yeah, and I think it's fair. It's something that is required from time to time. I think that PokerStars is particularly good at managing these kinds of adjustments and being reasonable.
Yeah,
and finding ways to get something logistically done without taking too much away from the sort of spirit of the event. And this is the inaugural event, James. It's such a blockbuster. 2.5 million, or thereabouts in the prize pool.
So of course this was not meant to be the inaugural PokerStars Open. I referenced earlier on that there is a 1K Open at every EPT stop. So actually the first 1K Open should have been in Paris as part of that EPT festival, but as well documented, that event has been cancelled. So here we are in Campione with this huge field, and I do think that, and you referenced it earlier on, Nick, with people unable to go to Paris, people yearning for some live poker in Europe, it has absolutely boosted the numbers here.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Yeah, Paris last year was so much fun. One of my favorite EPT moments, Barney Bowman lifting the trophy. It's a shame that it didn't work out, but it was outside of our control, and now we see the floodgates opened. 2 checks on the flop there, by the way.
Okay, we could see a straight flush on the board.
It's a potential. I'm interested to see how Beland plays this. I'm assuming we need to check here. I would say it's unusual for Tambola not to fire the ace-deuce-5 just as a bluff, you know, for like one big is usually very successful. The delayed c-bet, I think, is something that works often, but we do see the straight now for Beland.
And he's facing a bet of 32,000.
I think he
and he folds the best hand.
Yep. Nice work.
Oh, I want to see the 4 of clubs on the river. Don't muck. Oh.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the delayed c-bet there either. It's not a criticism. I think it's fine, but I think probably just a 1 big blind c-bet on most 3 club boards, most monotone boards we call those, is fine as well.
Just to put final thought on the EPT conversation. No Paris this year, but we are going to have Monte Carlo in the spring. That'll be the first event of EPT 2025. We, of course, have Barcelona in the summer. And in case you missed it, about a month ago, 2 more stops announced for this year. The EPT is returning to Malta for the first time since 2016. EPT Malta will take place in October, and we are going back to Prague. There was a lot of speculation last year that it will be the last ever Prague. Not true. Prague is back on the list for 2025, as ever, just before Christmas.
Yeah, I'm very pleased to hear that as well. I've never been to an EPT Malta before, so that'll be fun being involved. But EPT Prague is so near and dear to all of our hearts. It's just such a nice venue, such a nice location. It's such a nice time of year to be there in winter. So, yeah, really happy to see that we're extending our schedule to compensate.
Tambola and Sancioni going to the flop. Sancioni flops best, pairing is 7 and leads. And Tambola folds. GP watching on YouTube asks, when is EPT Barcelona? The dates for EPT Barcelona this year, 18th to the 31st of August. So the last couple of weeks of August. If you go to PokerStarsLive.com, or even better, if you download the PokerStars Live app, all of the dates are in there, all of the schedules for not just the EPT, but all PokerStars Live events. Grasso, 9-8 of clubs. Folds it. Round to Beland. Samuel Beland from Switzerland. And with 10-9 off on the button, he's going to race.
This is good. Definitely keeping up that aggression. I appreciate people coming a little bit outside the prescribed ranges in these scenarios. In fact, probably if you look at it from an ICM perspective with the distributed chips, 10-9 is still in range, but you get my meaning, guys. It's nice to see that everyone is still willing to ramp up aggression, especially when they are stacked in this fashion.
The chip leader, Eugenio Sancioni, I believe has 3-bet from the small, but no, he's just called. He's called with ace-jack. And that means that Jorge is going to come in as well from the big with ace-3 off, and we are going 3-way to the flop. And it is a jack-high flop. Wheel draw for the Romanian. Not much for Beland to be excited about. And here we go. Sancioni leading once again.
Yep, Sancioni's doing a really good job so far, but definitely some more unusual lines. The flat pre-flop I think is okay. Probably a spot where we could consider doing some 3-betting, James, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
As a lead here, it feels like we're kind of inflating a pot from out of position where our opponents could just like have sets and stuff. I mean, we're not worried about that particularly much right now, but I think probably just checking and allowing our opponents to find some c-bets and, kind of trying to glean some information from their play from out of position. It probably makes more sense to me. But as played, that works too.
And we're down to 89 players now. Seen a fair few eliminations from the feature table, and of course, many more eliminations from the outer tables on this, the third day of this tournament. It kind of feels pointless to refer to it as the €1 million guaranteed main event. I mean, that's a fact, but it kind of feels irrelevant now, because with nearly 2,500 entries, we've got a prize pool of nearly €2.5 million, and we have got a first prize in this tournament of €363,000. And I'm not very good at mathematics, but even I can tell you that is 363x the buy-in.
Yeah, that is a lot. Pretty behemoth event, and no wonder they had to try and find ways to get more players on tables, James, because that is nuts. Oh, hello, this is a flop.
Absolutely. What a good big blind defend from Nikitin, flopping trips. Bilan hasn't really flopped anything, though, and chooses to check this back.
Now, James, little callback here. It was Bilan who was very happy to float with the ace high earlier. So these kinds of boards actually become even more interesting to continue with high cards like ace deuce. As played, though, however, Nikitin was out of position, so therefore the check is much more natural, right? We want our opponent to continue betting on the 6-6, 8 boards, very commonly c-bet sort of texture. So does find a lead now, goes 40K. Sorry, 60K, excuse me. I don't think Bilan folds here. Like I said, he's a player who, never mind, very good fold. I was just going to say, I feel like he's the kind of player that, you know, will be aware that a lot of those leads will end up being flush draws / straight draws, maybe a combination of both once in a while, so the ace deuce doesn't continue. But on this occasion, instincts were absolutely spot on.
Well, a short while ago, Nick and I were talking about the Irish Open. Here is a hashtag fun fact for you. This year marks the 45th anniversary of the Irish Open. It is the longest running Hold'em tournament in Europe. Once again, PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker have teamed up to sponsor the event. We said it's a long one, running April 10th through 21st. Of course, the highlight is always the main event, which seems to smash its guarantee every single year. We'll stream the last 3 days of the main event. We're going to kick off our live coverage from this year's Irish Open on Friday, April 18th, with the final table of the Ladies' Championship. That's a new thing for us. And then we'll pick up the action in the main on day 2. That's the Saturday, following it through to its conclusion on Easter Monday. So 4 days of live coverage from Dublin on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels over that Easter weekend.
Yeah, not one to be missed, guys. So much fun. So many characters. So much action. And if you are thinking about coming down, even if tournaments aren't your flavor, let's not forget pretty much 24-hour cash game action next door.
Oh, that dedicated cash game area last year was a big improvement. Yeah. And really, for everything I heard from players who were there, is like the games were, what's the polite way of putting it? Lively.
Lively. I mean, it's always lively. I think, oh, wait, one sec, James. We got action here. Aces for Grasso.
Yeah, it's a blind v blind situation. Nikitin raising with the suited connectors, but Grasso, I think, is going to make it bigger and 3-bet from the big with the aces.
Yep, I think just, 3 times the initial open there seems very reasonable. Open was to 55, 3-bet is to 165. Yep, story checks out. 6-7 suited actually might be a call, though, James, pre-flop.
Yeah, I mean, Grasso's got, what, like 630 behind, so...
Yeah, these guys are deep stacked. The effective stack depth after the 3-bet is about 54, 55 bigs. I think 6-7 suited becomes a call. I wonder if he's going to think something more aggressive. Okay, just decides to fold it. Fair enough. Keeping it snug. Yeah, you can see he's thinking, he doesn't know if that's in range or not. I actually don't know if it's in range either, but there you are. No, James, the cash games in Ireland are always great. Anyway, I think just playing with the Irish, they're such a poker-loving folk, and they are just so much fun to be around in the first place. However, from what I heard, there were like 1-2, as in €1, €2 cash games playing like 5-10.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you enjoy playing cards. You don't need to just play the tournaments. There's other stuff going on. And also, if there is another Cracked In, of course, we have games. We had shuffleboard tables. Was there a pool table? I can't remember, James. You know, all kinds of these sort of side games going on. Paddy Power tends to put on these sort of carnival games as well, where you can win Paddy Power merch as well, which is cool.
PokerStars merch is better.
But we don't have any PokerStars pants, do we? That's something that Paddy Power likes to do. They like to give away the green pants, the lucky pants.
Lucky pants. I can't remember whether I've told this story before, but one of my friends at college, I won't name him, had what he called his pulling pants. He had one decent pair of underwear.
Yeah.
And he would basically take them with him to the club in his pocket. And if he thought he was going to get lucky, if he met a girl and thought he might be in with a shot, he would go into the bathrooms and change into his pulling pants.
Wow. Well, he didn't. I mean, I feel like that's not backing yourself. If you're not going out wearing them, I don't think you're in the right mindset. Oh, my days. Look at this flop. Queen 10 of clubs, loving life. They don't even need to have the hand. Straight draw with the flush draw, 2 overcards to the second pair, which is a 9 of spades, of course.
So just to be clear, fives are actually still in front right now, but have 35% equity.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those spots. I'd rather have Queen 10 of clubs here than actually have like Ace 5 of hearts. So many more potentials. Yeah, it's going to be pretty no action there with against the fives, though. Pretty lazy hand. Yeah, I don't know, James. I think it's fine to have pulling pants, but you got to rock them. You got to go, I'm putting them on tonight. You know why? Because.
But no, because then you put them on, and then you want to go out. Then you don't get lucky, and then they're dirty for the next night.
That's lazy.
I mean, we're students. Students don't do laundry. This is well documented.
The mindset is wrong, and I'm telling you it's laziness.
Okay, well, you can go back to 1995 and discuss this with him. Well, this is a raise from the hijack, and we haven't seen his cards, but we do see that Nikitin has ace-queen of strawberries.
I think he might just 3-bet here. Maybe 90K. Goes bigger here. 125, in fact.
Folds to the re-raise, and Nikitin chipping up nicely. Came to the table with just shy of 1.5 million. Is closing in on the 2 million mark now. Lines will remain 10,000 at 15,000 for another 30 minutes or so. Well, that was Karim Radani, who, according to our Italian commentators, is one of the best cash game players in Italy, top 5, according to Jada Fang. She also would like to highlight that Eugenio, who is the tournament chip leader and is at our feature table right now, Eugenio Sancioni is also one of the top 2 cash game players in Italy.
I want to know how they're ranked. How's this happening? What's going on here? Are they tracking cash game results in Italy now? So ace-10 of spades was opened under the gun. Jorge here does flat +1. Nikitin does flat hijack. The button is flatting with Jack-4 of hearts. Tambola, what's going on here, my friend?
So under the gun raise with ace-10, flattered by ace-jack, flattered by queen-10, flattered by Jack-4, doing it for the memes. And, I mean, you can't not call now, right?
Yeah, I think Bilan needs to at least call here. I wonder if he's considering doing something more, though. This seems like a really good hand to squeeze as a bluff.
That'd be funky.
That would be very good, and honestly, I think it would work a lot of the time here, too. Why don't we just make this 150?
I'll get chip counts and nationality shortly.
What was that?
180!
Oh, I thought the prediction came true. He decided to go bigger.
It's going to work.
It's going to work,
I mean,
mates.
hilarious. By the way, it would be absolutely hilarious, because it hasn't quite worked yet, but it would be hilarious if the only hand that called him was the hand he's dominating.
Exactly.
Look at this. He's like, I don't want to fold the Jack-4. It's my lucky hand, and it's suited in hearts. I love hearts.
Oh, Tambola, no, surely not.
Okay.
Box 3, Italian. Box 3, Italian.
Box 3 Italian.
Box. Yeah, nice move there. I like Bilan's style, though. This is nice. He actually wakes up with a really good candidate to do it as well. James blocking some really strong King-X combos, including kings. Having a suited hand is helpful. If you get post-flop, you can make draws and kind of use them as semi-bluffs. And, yeah, there you go. That's how you assert dominance right there. 180K, no problem.
So the new player in seat 3 is indeed Italian, Giorgio Sosano, bringing 1.2 million chips to the table. Is Tambola bored?
I don't know what's going on here, James. I don't know what's going on, but
Queen 6 gets called by ace 10, and he's going to get called by ace 7 as well.
Yeah, I'm just going to put it out there now. Like, look, no hate to Tambola. Do what you want, man. Definitely playing a very unusual style here. However, is the shortest stack at the table, so not exactly the most equipped to handle the swings associated with a queen 6 off open from the cutoff. Let's see what happens on the flop, though, James. Never mind.
Genius open from Tambola.
And this is why you got to color outside the box here, James. You got to use all the crayons. Oh, man, this is lovely stuff. Guida, careful.
No, excuse me.
Fizzy K watching on Twitch says, I am never folding queen 6 again. So 54,000 is the C-bet. Action's on Guida, right? Or has Guida already folded the ace-10?
I think it's on Guida. He's not folding ace-10, by the way. No chance.
Right. Well, can we see Guida? I mean, I'm enjoying this guy's look.
If I understand what happened here, James, I think Sosianu here, I think he might have misclick called out of position. Or, like, you know, it wasn't his turn to act. So now I think Tambola's Guida's deciding what to do with that information. There you go. That's Guida. That's Guida.
145.
He's going to raise. This is
not going to work out for him.
This is a really interesting way to play the hand, especially now that we saw Sociano basically reaching to flat. Sociano could just be sitting here with, a set of sixes, no problem.
Sure, but in reality, Sociano has suited Spraggy, and against a bet and a raise, this is probably a fold.
Yeah, I think
Good
that's
fold.
Yeah, exactly. But he decides that he's going to pump it up, and now Tombola has an absolutely stunning opportunity. But I think maybe we'll play it fast, James, given the fact that there are sort of a lot of combination draws there. King 10 of hearts makes sense. Jack 10 of hearts makes sense.
Just calls.
Just calls. Okay, fine. Under these circumstances, this is actually maybe the best way to go about playing the hand to convince the ace 10 to keep firing. Six of diamonds on the turn. Never mind. Queen 6 off is the way.
Wow. Wow. No, he said all in. Tombola snap checks the flop. Guida snap shoves and gets called and is drawing dead.
Wow. No, wait. Ace on the river, James.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, no. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Poker gods?
No ace on the river.
Jack of hearts.
I'm guessing, by the way, that the reason why Tombola got the check mark there, Nick, is because all the other aces were folded.
I'm assuming
we
that's
know
exactly
at least
what
one
happened. Yeah, yeah. The graphics package. Nice hand there. Queen 6 off. I take it all back. World class.
So that is going to be a double up for Tombola through Luigi Guida.
Lupin MP4 in the chat says, time to add Queen 6 off to the range. From now on, when I'm building ranges, James, I'm just always going to sneak Queen 6 off in there regardless. Find a way to make it work. Nice hand, buddy.
So this is David Marcos Lomba, who is also among the big stacks at this point in the tournament with 83 players remaining. We still think we have the overall chip leader on the main stage right now. Obviously, we'll get updated chip counts from every player during the first break of the day, but we suspect that Eugenio Sancioni, who's still playing around 2.5 million, is tournament boss right now. That break. Coming in around 20 minutes. And confirmation that we are going to be changing feature table during the break. Sadly, some of the players we're quite keen to see. Players like TJ Reid are at tables that are likely to break soon, so we can't go with their tables. So the table that's not going to break is table 1. It's the lowest table of all. So table 1 is going to come to the main stage. And among the players we'll see is World Series of Poker Europe bracelet winner Darius Valentiniago and Fabio Peluso, who won the Estrellas / UKIPT High Roller in Malaga last year.
9 c'hai, trovi? Quindi ho dato 4,50.
Sociano giving me Papo MC vibes, James. I know we're not supposed to do bad lookalikes as other players.
Now, that one's borderline, because I would argue that Papo is probably more famous as a rapper in Argentina than he is poker player.
True. It is his alter ego as well. He does have another name.
Yes.
Senor Lococo.
Well, this will be a chop a huge percentage of the time if it gets to showdown.
Just a bet and to take it. Sancioni. Rakes another pot.
Yeah, so he's around 2.3 million right now. Be interested to see the update on stacks on the other side of the break. 2 more 75-minute levels to come off the back of that break, by the way. Another 2.5-hour block of live poker as we continue to play through day 3 of this tournament, probably playing until the early hours of the morning. Going to play the first 30 minutes, I believe, of level 30, I think. That's what we're playing to today.
Yeah, I mean, if you're watching this and you enjoy poker content, I would highly recommend not changing the channel. Open a new window. This is where you're going to live for the next 2 days, guys.
If you are watching and you have low energy levels, I would suggest coffee, a lot of it.
I would suggest a banana. Get that potassium levels up.
Not too many bananas. We all remember what happened to Peter Andre.
You can't have too much of a good thing. Pocket jacks for Sancioni.
And it's Billand who's raised from the cutoff. And it's going to be a 3-bet from the small blind.
Yep. Previously, Sancioni did find some sort of trappy traps with jacks before. That actually was the jacks versus king 9 flopped a boat against trips earlier, which was a significant chip up for the Italian. As played, though, I think Billand really kind of knows what he's trying to accomplish here, James. He has been very willing to play a wider range. He has been willing to take it to the streets where necessary. We can see here does continue with the 10-9.
Queen 6-3 on the flop. Just the one overcard to Sancioni's jacks. And he is now a 97% favorite in this hand.
Yeah, and now we've arrived here, James. Do we want a continuation bet? Feels like the C-bet is completely reasonable. However, also an opportunity to check. Does decide to C-bet. Flop is 80K. Just shy of 1/3. Yeah,
it's a fold from Billand.
The Culver's 3-bet there with the 10-9 is a little bit on the wide side, James, but like we've seen so far, Billand does kind of seem to have his own game plan in mind, and it has been very effective thus far.
So a question from the Lonely Has on Twitch. What the hell happened to Peter Andre? It may just be urban legend, but Peter Andre, Australian singer, had that huge hit with Mysterious Girl in the mid-90s. The rumor is that he collapsed on stage because he'd eaten so many bananas, because he heard that bananas are good for energy, that he actually had potassium poisoning. Again, could be complete BS, but I like it as a story.
I mean, James, it's a well-known fact. Bananas are one of the most radioactive fruits.
There you go. That's a hashtag fun fact, ladies and gentlemen.
That is. Look it up, guys. For reals.
Billand with ace-king in the hijack. Opens. Raises to 30,000. Round 2, the blinds. King 10 of hearts for Jorge in the small. Nikitin calls with deuces. And we have a Jack 7-4 flop. So deuces still ahead somehow.
Yeah, James, this is an interesting opportunity now whether or not to C-bet with the ace-king. Off of that initial open and then multi-way pot. I mean, the small blind and the big blind defend range are going to contain Jack X. They're going to have pairs, you know, like 7s and 4s that will become sets. Maybe 8s and 9s are in there as well that will want to continue passively pre-flop. Does start barreling, however, 28K into 105.
I'm folding in a three-way pot here with this hand. I've just not hit the board hard enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think deuces might be in the same boat as well. The only thing is, James, the continuation bet was very small in relation to the pot. I think probably just want to stay out of trouble, fold the deuces. Ace-king worked out great there as a continuation bet we can see.
More chips for Biland, and 82 players now remaining in the PokerStars Open Campione main event. Okay, I'm going to need a Harry Potter nerd to translate this one for me. MCC Fish Food says Voldemort's hand actually wins.
Voldemort's hand, huh? Oh, Avada Kedavra, AK.
30.
The killing curse. There you go.
There we go. Thank you, resident Harry Potter nerd, Nick Walsh.
Oh, man. If only you knew. If only you knew the truth. All right, Guida's going to take that one down. Jack-8 suited, I like it.
Worth highlighting it that we are coming to the end of this session, and we're now 4 levels into their day, and energy levels are going to start to drop now, so it'll be interesting to see if that affects the play as we check in on Yossi Maimon. He was the day 2 chip leader, but looking at that stack there, chip leader no more.
I was chip leading the Sky Poker Tour event last weekend, James.
Sick brag.
I know. Going into day 2, felt really good about it. Didn't cash, but I did see TK, and he did ask after you.
Tony TK Kendall. It was great to see him at Nottingham last year towards the tail end of 2024, the UK IPT event. Great comp, lots of runners. Nice to see Willie Tan.
That's a really good impression. No, he's on good form. The downstairs room at the Rendezvous, absolutely frigid as usual, though. It's like endurance poker. Who can survive the longest? Not even in the tournament, just in real life. All right, got some situations happening here. Open, 3-bet option, Nicotine. Sociano finds a very interesting 3-bet candidate here. Queen 10 offsuit I don't think is part of this range. Nicotine is going to be aggro with the ace-queen, though. 200K to go. Wait, what?
He's called with Queen 10.
Wait, what?
He's called the 4-bet with Queen 10.
Wait, what?
Let him do him. And he has flopped. I guess we have to focus on the straight draw, right?
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
Then Keaton also has a straight draw.
Okay, this is a really, really Interesting spot now. Nikitin obviously huge equity, but on that texture, got to be concerned about jacks, maybe even queens, maybe even kings, maybe even king-queen. Checks it over. Let's not forget, James, there's already 470K dead in the middle. I think Nikitin probably c-bets really small. $35,000. Yep, teeny tiny. 135. It's about a quarter pot continue.
So just want to quickly address a question from Flannel Man, Nick, as we see this hand play out. As far as the graphics are concerned, for example, the period instead of a comma to separate thousands, this is a local stream. So basically, we are piggybacking off the local production being done in Campione. This is not our usual production team. It's not our usual graphics setup. So we're just very grateful that they're producing this stream in Italy that we can then bring to you guys on the global PokerStars channels. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
That didn't look good, did it?
I think we check turn. There's the check. River. Oh, of course. Broadway.
I can't believe Queen 10 just got there.
I am also shocked.
I'm so angry. Kill the stream. Kill the stream. Pull the SCART lead out.
Somebody unplug that SCART lead immediately.
Yeah, I'm so angry about this hand. I do not want to watch any more poker. I'm done.
Exit. We're out, guys.
You're not going to get any more video signal, people, because I'm so angry about that Queen 10 getting there.
There are beats and then there's beats. We're not standing for it. Oh, we're back. Yeah, you have to bet here, I think.
Oh, poor Nikitin.
Yeah, he's actually managed to river 2 pair as well. The intensity, the professional intensity. Intensity Pro. The bet was 200K on the river, James. It was 200 into a pot of 740K. Intensity Pro 4K.
Kosh Kinetic, you're not wrong. The SCART lead is being jiggled. I think, unfortunately, during the break, we are going to have to replace that cable. The good news is we have discovered the last ever branch of Tandy is only about 2 miles away. So we are sending someone to run down there now and get us a replacement SCART lead.
Can somebody just go blow on the cable like it's a Nintendo cartridge really quick? That usually works. This is a nightmare spot, James. He's got a really good price to call here. He's beating Queen Jack. He's beating King Queen. He's beating Ace Jack. This is such a bummer. Does call.
Has to call.
I want to see the reaction when he sees Queen 10. I want to see the reaction.
So frustrated. You called my 4-bet out of position with Queen 10 and got there on the river. You beep.
You Intensity Pro.
Very, very frustrating. So 10 minutes until the first break of the day. By the way, we had someone asking about Luca Pagano earlier on. During the break, we're going to bring you some EPT retro action. Some old EPT hands with relatively new commentary featuring the man, the myth, the legend, Luca Pagano.
Huge bunks. Huge bunks. Huge bucks. Broncos. See, I can never get it right, James.
Talking of bucking Broncos, Nick, did you see my video of the mechanical bull from Gillies in Las Vegas?
I did, mate. I don't know if you guys have followed him yet, but James Hartigan has landed on Instagram. He needed some tuition at the start just to get the hang of it, but Nick, he has landed like a cannonball into the Instagram ecosystem. If you guys don't follow him, check out at Mr. Hartigan, at James Hartigan.
Mr. James Hartigan on Instagram, and I landed off that mechanical ball like a cannonball. I managed to stay on for a fair few seconds, but it is hilarious watching that video because it looks like it's AI. I look so awkward and look like I'm moving in slow motion.
So James, I actually realize our mistake right now as you say that. The music that you should have selected to go with that post should have been, I came in like a...
Yeah, yeah.
9-9.
I kind of feel the natural atmosphere, the natural sound of Gillies in Vegas was a...
No, it was great.
Gave more of a vibe.
It was great. It was great. I've really been enjoying the content, James. You're taking to it like a duck to water.
I got to dance the Cotton Eye Joe.
Beautiful. Where did you come from? Where did you go?
Double check.
Can't speak for Cotton Eye Joe, but our Joe will be back on the other side of the break.
Lovely stuff. Are they trying to organize for a chip race, it looks like, perhaps?
Possibly.
Yeah, he's buying up all the ones or whatever. Yeah, there's a link in the chat if you guys want to follow James. Instagram.com/Mr. James Hartigan.
I'll do it on the tube as well for everyone watching there.
Do it on the tube. I don't know, James. If I was you coming off of X effectively going into Instagram, I'd be overjoyed. I mean, I feel like it's a departure to happiness by comparison.
Yeah, I have not deserted X because I still have a significant following there, and I feel it's my duty to still engage and promote. But good God, do I hate that platform.
What's up, Frankie B NYC in the chat? VIP, hello. I'm glad you're enjoying the coverage.
10, 8, 9. That's a pair of 8s and a gut shot against an open-ended straight draw and a pair of 7s. Okay, fair fight.
Fair fight indeed. How does Guida want to proceed now? Facing a bet here.
Calls the 35K. That's going to take us to the turn, which is, oh, hello, 3 of spades. Neither player has a spade. Yeah, I mean, it came in fast and furious. Queen on the river changes nothing. Pair of 8s are good here.
Yeah, might just want to try and get to showdown. Does check. And the 7s check as well. The Ocho will win this hand. So we should be able to squeeze in 1 or 2 more hands before the end of this level. On the other side of the break, blinds will be going to 10,000 to 20,000 with a 20K big blind ante. It'll be level 25 of the main event. Down to 79 players now. Yeah, we are getting through them. I know there is a big slowdown.
There will come the inevitable slowdown.
Yeah.
Right now, we're probably still around a 50 big blind average. There will come a point where that average slips to 40, then 30.
Yeah.
And you highlighted already, Nick, we know, because we see it in every single tournament we cover. Once you get to the last 2 tables, once you start looking at, A, more significant prize money,
yeah.
B, pay jumps with every single or every other elimination, that's when things really, really tighten up.
Absolutely.
Well, it's 7s for Grasso this time, who calls Sanchione's raise in the cutoff. Biland with Queen 3 of clubs in the big might come along as well.
I think that's reasonable. Suited hand. Pretty good flush draw with the Queen as well. And
very quickly, Rudek, there is no 5K high roller broadcast from Campione. We decided to cover the main event as well. So I know it was advertised that we would do the 5K high roller, but it's actually the 1K main event penultimate day that's streaming today on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. Apologies for the late change.
Pausa di quanto tempo è la pausa? Non lo so, bisogna vedere lì, da qua non riesco a vedere. 20, 20, sei lì.
7 is always coming, and Grasso is happy to bet his set, 25,000. Biland has paired his 3, bottom pair, and is going to call.
Now, this is interesting, James. I would argue in a multi-way pot, this is very dicey. I mean, obviously, we're facing a continuation bet. The 3 certainly could be the best hand, but it's not exactly a secure hand. You're not feeling good about the tray. There's a lot of turns where you get barreled off when you still have the best hand. You don't want to feel like you're getting bullied too often, but with Casinò behind, I think there's a lot of additional chaos to be concerned about. We can see here he probably just gets away from his hand, and that's fine. We go heads up. But regardless, you know, we're going to have to fade overcards at least if they're not already winning. Sometimes it's overcards with hearts. Sometimes it's with straight draws.
Oh, that is a bad card for Biland. Improves, in inverted commas, to 2 pair on the turn. Still a huge dog to Grasso's set.
This is a nightmare turn, James. We've seen a lot of nightmare setups at the moment. Grasso needs to find a big continuation bet now on the turn. If they have a king, you're going to get chunks. If they have a queen, you might get some. If they have, for example, a queen high flush draw, that's a hand that will definitely not be folding. If they have a 7 with the flush draw, that's impossible because we have 7s. Ignore that one. But I think we need to size here to stack river, James. We want to have a size that allows us to shove for approximately pot or less. So with 165K in the middle, 7s continue. 130K, I love it. This is exactly what we want to try and accomplish.
This could well be the last hand before the break, and it'll be the last hand we see of these guys because we are going to switch to a new feature table during the break. There is the call from Biland with his no good 2 pair as this hand goes to the river. That river card is a 10. It does not help Biland. Grasso has a lock on this.
It's also not a scare card, James. That's really important, right? If we want to get the full stack in, no heart is really good. That's definitely a way that Biland can still fold. But now Grasso just within reach of a full pot all in effectively for the stack. Biland there, 435K, 425K left in the stack. He sized it that way intentionally. I think we go for all of it, James. This is GTO. We want to be going for all of it here.
Raksha says she has loved the car crash hands during this first session.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, if anything, James, I think maybe Grasso should have sized up maybe an extra 5K on the turn just so we had less than pot technically, but it doesn't really matter. What's the size?
225.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going for all of it. Fair enough. He wants to make sure he gets paid.
225,000 is the bet. Big decision for Biland.
Oh, he said it out loud. That's what he said.
He's nailed it. You've nailed it. Now fold. You've made the read. Now fold.
The thing is, James, sometimes the shove here actually gets paid more often because it looks more like a missed flush draw or something. I don't think you can fold queen 3, though, James. Oh, this is such a brutal spot. Yeah.
Makes the call, pays it off. You put him on the exact hand he had, Biland, but you still lost most of your chips there and will be left with 210K. Around 10 big blinds at the new blind level because we are going to 1020 on the other side of the break. A reminder, new feature table coming up. New SCART cable will be plugged in. Let's check on the stacks of the players we have been watching over the course of this session. Eugenio Sancioni, we believe, is the current tournament chip leader with around 2.5 million. Look at that, Billond will drop down to 210K. And remember, blinds go up after the break. It's a 20K big blind, not a 15K big blind. But we'll see our new lineup when we come back in 20 minutes time. And of course, during the break, you will get the chance to see some EPT retro action featuring Luca Pagano. More action coming up from the penultimate day of the main event here at the first ever PokerStars Open in Campione. Join us on the other side of the break.
Jonathan pass. Thomas pass. Freddy pass. Michael pass. Vincent pass.
Well, this guy's a name. This is Anders Berg, who played online as Donald and had an avatar of Donald Duck.
Oh, yeah. I did tons of coverage of this dude during those old Scoop and W Coop shows I used to do.
Up comes Ace of Spades, Queen of Hearts.
So this is top pair versus second pair.
Let's check.
10. 10. Well, I said 10 on this. It's 10, right?
Yeah, I understand it, sorry. Luca bets 10,000 on the score.
Very reasonable defend from Berg in the big blind. Seems good to this point.
7 of
I was
hearts.
just about to say seems reasonable, and look at that, a very reasonable two pair on the turn.
This is probably a hand that could go either way for Pagano. It is a turn he's going to want to bluff somewhat frequently with all those gut shots around Jack 10 and King 10 and King Jack. I'm not sure if he can get through streets with the Ace 5 given his kicker problem. And of course, you risk this with what is kind of a mediocre hand. I like Berg's jam.
31,500 more.
Yeah.
He's out of position, so he doesn't want the river to go check, check, and potentially lose value against a strong ace or a strong draw. Maybe something like, you know, ace X of hearts with the top pair and the nut flush draw.
Leave it there.
So plenty worse to be called by.
Luca call.
And there it is.
Luca calls. So Berg here better than a 4-1 favorite, but he is the at-risk player.
Luca shows Ace 5. We got one pair aces.
3 or 5.
Let's see the river cards. It's a
3 on the river. Berg's 2-pair counterfeited, and he's eliminated by Pagano.
Just had to ask for the card, right?
Cash is out for 38,000 euros, and that's going to take us down to 36 players.
Stanley Tucci.
He looks nothing like Stanley Tucci.
He looks enough for me to have said that.
Luca calls.
I think you were just thinking about Stanley Tucci.
I was actually. He's been putting out some great stuff on social media.
Lives down the road from me. So it's Pablo Ubiana who's called here.
Big blind check, and here's the flop.
Jack 9 against 7 deuce, and Luca's flopped pretty good.
I'm beginning to see why Luca is climbing the leaderboard. The worthless means nothing EPT leaderboard.
Pablo bets 15,000.
Well, it's a long way back for Ubiana. With the 7 deuce, he's going to start bluffing on the flop. Pagano, delighted at the prospect.
And Luca's going to raise.
And check raising. Which I like. I think there might be an tendency to slow play with the trips here, but there's so many worse hands that can call you, so many draws. Obviously, with a 2-tone flop, you've got clubs. And then a myriad of straight draws as well.
All in. Call.
Excuse me?
Don't forget, chance that someone's going to have absolutely nothing and try to bluff you with it.
Oh, no. Pablo blasts off with 7 deuce.
Pab blows it.
Let's see a turn and river. You're 0% to win. Let's see what comes down.
There's a tree. And we have
give him a 6th street.
Look at him shaking his head. Oh, that doesn't help.
A deuce and
it never will.
So Pablo Abierna out in 28th place, cashes for 42,100 euros. What an unnecessary situation he found himself in there.
You know?
What a star-studded final table.
Ooh, Akari on the rail.
I think with maybe Felipe right next to him.
Raise.
Oh, Dennis pass, Michael pass.
Luca Pagano, King Jack of Diamonds.
75,000. Valerio pass, Antonio pass, Maxime pass.
My last name is Spencer.
How much are you playing? Sorry, about 500?
Well, it's 550.
550 to start the hand?
550 including this.
550 to start the hand?
Isaac is in the big blind.
How much is it?
70. 75.
I don't know. Since I've known it was Fendi.
We've seen Isaac Barron kind of stressed out in some situations where he's got pretty good starting hands.
Yeah, obviously huge here. Premium first hand or early goings at least of the final table.
And Isaac re-raise.
We do see him re-raise. I think that's the correct choice, the good choice.
Is that Pagano's entire stack, or he's just counting out the call? Let's see the rest of the stack, please.
Well, it's one of those, King Jack. Obviously, the old classic call, never overplay King Jack. It is a hand easily dominated. Pagano opening in early here. He is going to make the call. We're off to a flop.
Yeah, that seems like a lot.
It's 2 players, Isaac
of your stack to put in.
Isaac will be first to act on the flop.
There is Pagano Senior railing his son.
And here's the flop. Check of clubs, 3 of spades.
Out-flopped. Domination, rotation.
And call.
Yeah, I take it back. Sorry, apparently you are supposed
Luca
to.
shows King, Jack, you got top pair of jacks, kicker king. And Ace, King of clubs is the hand for Isaac. Ace, King of clubs is ace high at the moment. Luca in the lead with the top pair of jacks and kicker king. Let's see the turn. It's a queen. Now Luca also has the flush draw. He has 4 diamonds. Does not want to see a 10 or an ace, unless it's the ace of diamonds. Let's see the last card. It's a tray of diamonds. And Luca
Pagano doubles up.
Wow. That's just a terrible advertisement for King Jack.
It is
I love the needle from the rail as well. Someone there. Great pre-flop call, dude. I guarantee it's the same guy who called for the spade earlier on.
It seems unlikely that there are 2 gigantic turds on the rail.
Maxime pass. Glenn pass, Isaac pass.
Todd in our chat says, how much better is ace-king suited pre-flop than ace-king offsuit mathematically? Ace-king offsuit is a small favorite since it has 2 flush draws.
Pass, pass.
Hey, we're in 2008. I'm not allowed to make that joke.
Thank you for your question. There's a little kid on the rail. That's cool.
80.
Hey, buddy.
Raise to 80,000.
Yeah, but
I said 80.
we're gonna change it.
Thank you. Small blind pass.
80?
Yep. About 450 more.
Antonio re-raise
Wow.
all in.
How much more counts?
The magician shoving with ace-8.
What's the big blind? 24,000?
480,000.
Go.
Yeah, I think we're at the 12-24 level, and that is a call from Luca, and Antonio is at risk and dominated.
It is still a lot of chips for ace-8 offsuit.
So let's
Yeah,
see
that's
the flop. Antonio in,
what I was
ace-8,
getting at.
Luca ace check.
I agree with you, Stapes.
Top comes. First cut king.
Yes!
10, queen. Luca.
Okie dokie.
So Antonio drawing dead to a chop.
Needs a check to split the pot. Let's see the turn. It's a 5.
Good luck, boys.
And last card.
Obligatory sweat for Antonio. Doesn't seem too interested in it. Not going to find in that chop.
Antonio.
First man out from the final table, Antonio Esfandiari secures an 8th place finish in the EPT Season 4 Grand Final, and that is worth 168,000 euros.
Pleasure.
Michael pass. Luca raise.
Man, this really feels like it could be the one for Luca Pagano, huh? Like not the hand, but the tournament.
Well, he's running pure so far. That king-jack versus the ace-king, obviously flopping massively. Picks up the king-queen of diamonds here now. Keen poker tourist on the rail there with 2.1 megapixel digital camera.
Small blind call. Big blind pass. 3 players. Flop comes 9, 4 deuce. Isaac checks.
How about that flop, Stapes? Is it his time?
I mean, you gotta be pretty hopeful about this. Your 2 overs, your flush draw. And although he can't know this, 2 hands that probably can't take a ton of heat.
Luca bets 210,000.
It's tough to fold the 6s to 1 bet, but with no diamond, I would imagine it's tough to
9, 4 deuce is the flop.
see a lot of turns you like.
It's a 4.
Well, actually, that's not such a bad one.
Right in the shot, mate. He's right in there.
Sorry, I know this is a tense moment at this final table, but what on earth is going on in Casa del Spraghi?
Oh, could we hear that?
Yes.
Have you been hearing that all day?
Well, there's been the
No,
occasional kind of like moment, yes.
My housemate's playing Call of Duty Warzone. Welcome
He
to
said something about their
lockdown.
shopping.
He better not have my shopping. Hang on.
It's 5. On 1 minute.
No, it's Warzone. The shopping's safe.
Do you want the exact count? Nope. Yeah, please do. Yeah, maybe a bit more.
A different experience every day. I like to mix it up. You're very welcome.
I like Luca Pagano's dad being on the rail. It's like if my dad were there, only his shirt's still on.
Well, also, you talk about the era of sponsorships. Even his dad has a patch.
Family affair.
There it is.
Chorney is sticking around.
Six of diamonds.
River card is a queen of hearts.
Well, it's not the 6 of diamonds. Pagano does take the lead, however. Misses his flush draw, but pairs to the top.
Got to be pretty happy about that. And also, Chorney can't really expect Pagano to have like just a bunch of random queens, so maybe he can still get a value bet out here.
Yeah.
Value bet paid, I should say.
In terms of queens that Pagano's going to have, it's going to be Queen Jack of Diamonds, Queen 10 of Diamonds, King Queen of Diamonds, 3 combinations. He probably won't value bet a 9 like this for this sizing at this point. So occasionally Pagano pairs the queen. Occasionally he has kings, maybe aces. But if he missed his flush draw, Chorney's hand could well still be good.
All right. And call.
Calls quickly.
Luca shows queen, king, shows 2 pairs, queens and 4s.
Oh, Chorney disgusted.
Hell yeah, Luca. I know it's only season 4, but feels like he is due.
King of diamonds, queen of diamonds, was in a flush draw, made better 2 pairs.
No, don't like it.
Chorney upset.
No.
As reactions to losing hands go, that's a good one, Glenn Chorney. 20,000, 40,000 blinds, 4K ante.
Isaac pass.
That doesn't surprise me.
Dennis pass.
He's known for
Michael
that kind
pass.
of thing. Yeah.
That was like, guys.
He lives here, you know that? Gus. In Monaco. He lives in Monaco.
I know.
Luca raise to 130,000.
Just to check, guys, that I'm not going completely mad. My instructions on the free roll password were pretty clear, right?
Very clear. Yeah,
Okay.
very clear. I mean, I forgot who came second, and I'm commentating, but very clear, yes.
To 400,000 and Luca re-raise all in.
We're off to the races.
Involved in every hand.
And I'm guessing this is Villemure a risk here with the ace-king. Should he call? Yeah, he's got 1.3 behind. Luca all in for 3.2.
And we are up to a 40K big blind now. So this is, what, 32 bigs, ace-king. There are, of course, pay jump considerations. You're never too happy calling off your chips on a final table. I definitely think at this stage, you know, these guys seem to be playing pretty competently now. I think they will be considering ICM, if not directly in a mathematical sense, but definitely ladders and pay jumps.
And call.
Got to go with the ace-king, though.
Got Maxime in with ace-king.
Flip that coin.
Luca shows pair of checks.
Like the Spiderwick Chronicles versus Rachel getting married.
Queen, ace, 4.
And we have an ace-high flop.
Turn card.
No, Luca.
Is a 5. Also
no
has the
club.
flush draw, Maxime.
Just
Down
1-8 for Pagano.
To the jack of spades.
It's a 4. Maxime double.
And that's going to be a double up for Maxime Villemure.
Maxime and Glenn are in the blinds. Isaac faults.
Dennis Carlo. And again, let's emphasize, this guy's made 2 final tables in a single season. And a runner-up spot to Julian Thu in Baden, looking for the win here in Monte Carlo.
Excuse me, 175. 175,000.
Opens to 175K.
Boy, Luca just
Not sure got more.
can't take a hand off.
It was around 1 million.
In a somewhat delicate situation now. He is 6th of 6 in chips at last update. I think around 1.1 million, which equates to close to 30 bigs, maybe just underneath it.
There's more than 9.
Or 7.
Yeah, it's 9.
8.
Yeah, I see. I'm all in.
All in?
Lucas says he's all in.
Luca shoves with ace-jack.
Falls in the small blind. Glenn passes on the big blind. It's back to Dennis.
I call.
Carlo calls with queens. This is not a race. Luca at a significant disadvantage, and he's at risk of elimination in 6th place.
Jack of spades.
And this is just how fast the fall can happen in tournament poker sometimes. From all the chips, you lose a flip, then you get it in bad.
Or something else, or he will be our 6th place finisher. Flop is King 7-7. That doesn't change anything.
Queen's holding.
Turn card, please. The turn is a 10. Unfortunately, a queen will not help Luca because that would give Dennis queens full.
One time, give me this ace. One time, every time. Just one time. One time.
The jack is not enough, and Luca, I'm pretty sure you're out of 1 times, buddy.
For the most successful cash player in EPT history, Mr. Luca Pagano.
Still can't win a tournament, though. Hello, my babies, and welcome back to Casinò di Campione in Italy for the inaugural PokerStars Open. Live coverage of day 3 of the main event continues right now. I am Joe Stapleton. He is Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me, Joe.
And we are back in the room. The new featured table. Don't recognize anyone from this angle. Maybe some of the names will seem familiar. Oh yeah, who doesn't recognize Zoran Stojanovic with 2.1 million in chips, 105 big blinds. Quick scan here. Looks like mostly new names to me. We got Darius Valentin Niago in the year of Romania. Lots of Italian flags, as you would suspect. And we've got Alexandra Costa bringing up the rear here, 27 big blinds. Not exactly a short stack, but the shortest stack relative to the others at this table. Blinds at 10,000, 20,000 with a 20,000 big blind ante.
All right.
79 players remaining in this record-breaking 2,423 player field. Entry field, to be more specific. Some of those players were going to be the same player. Fabio on YouTube says, Antonio Bernardo, what a great player. All right, we'll keep an eye out on Antonio.
Again, the same level.
Current payouts, by the way.
10-15 again.
4,160 euro on this 1K buy-in. And we don't get a pay jump until we get to 71st place, which should happen relatively quickly.
Yeah, Joe, at this point, definitely still short stacks out in the field. Still a lot of players need to find some doubles to remain in. We are getting to the business end, however.
This is always the part of the tournament where you're like, oh, 79 players, like this should be over pretty quick. But it ain't going to be over quick. Our day today ain't going to be over quick, and tomorrow ain't going to be over quick. We've got some lily white luxury levels here at the first ever PokerStars Open. 75-minute levels, to be exact.
That's right. And if I remember correctly, the callback was Seat 2, Giada Fang informs us, is a well-known Italian cash reg.
Okay, thank you.
Apparently top 5 in Italy. Again, I don't know how they're doing this math, but if Giada says it, it must be true.
Giada very knowledgeable about what goes on in her neck of the woods. That's right, Custine on YouTube. It's the year of Romania. We all know this. Action is folded around to Bernardo. Bernardo. Unfortunately, my immature brain can only see Bruneteau. Pocket tens. You'd have to be a 10 to walk around Bruneteau all the time. Bruneteau's made it 40,000.
Send Bruneteau's.
And what big blind defend do we have? 10 deuce suited. It's suited. Gotta defend.
And 6 calls.
Costin says calling the Romanian player Ray on stream would be the easiest way to do things. King 8-6 is the flop.
6 picks.
Mazurowicz checks. Bruneteau is going to continue.
He's going to bet Bruneteau.
And a quick ABC hand there. Big blind misses. Opening razor continues. Big blind folds.
I was just double checking my statement here. Karim Radani is the individual in C2, apparently top 5 cash gamer in Italy. So we'll keep an eye out for Karim. I always like seeing cash game players taking on tournament poker, James. I mean, I like, people like to make the distinction. You can be a cash game player and a tournament player for sure, but I do feel like players tend to lean into one style or the other more often, right? Like cash game.
Yeah.
In our experience, I don't know if you agree with me. When cash game players go into tournaments and run deep, they tend to make more sort of like traditional ICM mistakes, but that style often means they're like more of a weapon, right? They're like, I don't even know if this is wrong or not. I just know I'm going to win chips doing this. So I'm just
they're
going
more
for
of an
it.
unknown quantity. Like, you know, it's a slightly riskier style.
Yeah.
You know, when they're in those ICM spots, but you know, we were just watching EPT Retro. That's sort of the way everybody used to play. Everyone used to play for the win. And I will say that the age of everyone playing ICM nearly perfectly does sort of stunt the action a little bit. It does make things a little more predictable.
Right.
So you're right, Nick, when we do get those cash game players. Also, I just think that some of it, too, is just like not only do they know the right play for chips, but they're impatient.
Yeah.
Sorry, I shouldn't say impatient. Less patient than tournament pros.
Yeah, 100%. And I think also, unless people know that they're a top, unless they got Giada in there, you're saying this guy's a top 5 cash game player. They just assume he's another reg. They've seen a lot of good play from that person, you know, and they go, wow, he's making this move on the river. I mean, he would never do this with, you know, just top pair. That would be ICM suicide. And therefore, we find ourselves in situations where perhaps the style, it goes a little bit, plays a little bit left of center, and people sort of don't know how to respond to it.
Plus, I just like how sometimes visibly uncomfortable cash game players are playing tournaments. They're just like, oh, like, how long is this? How many days is this to make how much money?
I identify with that so deeply, so I totally get it. Yeah.
I've got an open here with Queen suited, Dark Queen Duck, Queen King of Spades from Perone. Makes it 45,000? 46,000. There's still 1K chips in play?
I thought they chipped up something just now.
Oh, no, it's 45,000. I just need to fix my resolution on my screen.
Yeah, I mean, do you know how many spinning goes they could have played by now, Joe, after all this? And guess what? That's not played 10-handed.
Even when it's real crowded, they're still only 3-handed. Isn't that right, Nick?
Exactly. Even when there's a lot of players in the lobby, we still keep it 3-handed for spins.
So we've got Perone considering what to do about this ace-jack 3-bet from Radani. This is a little maybe player dependent, maybe some history here, but The 3-bet with ace-jack off after UTG +1 open isn't exactly standard. I guess you don't want to call and get squeezed later is maybe part of the rationale.
I think a lot of players lean towards that, Joe. And also, you know, as we said, look, we know Kareem is a cash game player. I think often cash game players have a style where they, if there has been action ahead of them, it's a 3-bet or fold sort of style. That's quite a common cash game thing. And honestly, like I feel like just 3-betting there just cleans up a lot of the action on late, you know, from behind, as you said, right? Rather than going, this guy's going to squeeze me now, I don't know what to do, or like, you know, I don't want the big blind to come along with his 5-6 of clubs or whatever. Let's just 3-bet. Let's get the action started. King Queen suited, as you said, that is probably a hand we can consider calling with, maybe even being more aggressive with, but without the player knowledge. Some players have no 3-bet bluffs from that position, Joe, in which case King Queen of Spades suddenly looks bad.
I'm one of those people that has no 3-bet bluffs from that position.
Yeah, exactly. And therefore, look, err on the side of caution. I think it's better to be more conservative in those spots until you know who you're up against and proceed from there.
Action folds around to Evanici on the button. With 4 tray, 4 high is not going to play. Stojanovic in the small blind. I'm liking the this entire ensemble here, this outfit, the hat, the glasses, the watch, the hoodie, the bracelets.
Joe, you beat me to it. I was literally about to say the drip here is it's serious.
Yeah. Seems well put together. There's some drip. There's some riz.
Yeah, definitely got some riz. He's got some Campione riz.
Blind on blind, ace, jack 10. Queen high, which is the best hand, is going to continue.
Yep. Nice and easy.
There was a raise pre-flop, right? I got that right.
No, it was call check.
Oh, sorry. So no continue, just a bet then.
Yeah. Pretty straightforward stuff. I like it. I think there's an opportunity for 5-4 offsuit to put in some raises there versus limp. It's probably going to happen at some split frequency, but definitely no sweat. Just taking a check once in a while. That blind v blind spot, Joe, is just such a fascinating topic, as many of you will identify with. Just playing around the blinds is such a complex set of ranges, and knowing how often we're supposed to be raising versus limp there and trying to find a way to balance it, and how do we exploit against players that are not expecting a lot of raises versus limp. And it's such a convoluted topic that I think is something that will elude most players for many years.
I was going to say, it's to be studied for years to come.
It's something that it's almost impossible to play absolutely perfect. It's more just, you know, getting most of the spots right more often than your opponents, really. But really
I think it's odd that because it's impossible to play perfect, that it's not more acceptable just to not play them.
I mean, look, there's a whole book in there on its own, Joe, right? So, like, when you're looking at ranges, right, you go, okay, so, like, we got strong stuff we're going to raise there, right? Because we have strong hands. And you go, technically, we should balance it with this. There are player types there where we don't need to balance at all. Like, you simply don't have to be weak in this situation whatsoever against the right opponent type, and that's not discussed often enough, you know. So there are situations where it's okay just to avoid. Meanwhile,
we got Stojanovic burning a time bank card with the pre-flop nuts, pocket aces. The time bank raise feels like the modern day equivalent of the limp re-raise.
Yeah, there was a very classic Psy raise there, wasn't there, Joe?
Yeah. Stojanovic has made it 175,000. Perone with king queen again, this time not suited.
Snap fold. Snap fold.
And nines did not fall for it.
Snap fold. I think there was a distinct and noticeable body language shift there, Joe, right? He came straight off the table, leaned all the way back, took a deep breath. Okay, I guess I'll raise. I don't know what to do. I guess I'll raise. And I think perhaps that might end up being a tell.
Yeah, all you got to do is pay attention to like the last 5 seconds of his action.
Oh man, I would.
What price do you have to be getting there that if you're certain your opponent has aces that you can still call with nines and try to flop a set?
Well, that's the thing is, if we're deep enough, we can afford to call really, any pair just to purely set mine. It was Mazovic, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. He had 37.75 big blinds, a little bit more to start the last hand, almost 40. There's an argument that we should be calling with nines there just purely because we have a hand that might, get there often enough. How big was the raise but from Stojanovic? So that's the question. I missed the size. It was so quick.
It was 175,000.
Okay, so yeah, pretty chunky.
More than 4x, I believe.
Yeah, I think actually at that price it's too expensive, Joe. And I think perhaps with the tell as well, it's just going to be an easy fold from nines too often. If you made it more like 3x, then I think we probably have to call 100% just purely because we're going to have the best hand too often, and we can improve to a very easy call with a 9.
Well, we've got king queen suited in play again. It doesn't belong to Perone this time. It actually belongs to Stojanovic. But Perone has 3-bet Stojanovic again.
Oh, big boy poker.
And Stojanovic is not messing around with king queen suited. Gets the pre-flop fold from jamming. Well, wasn't exactly a jam, but pretty committing.
I'm liking Stojanovic's style, though. I know we were somewhat critical there of the side raise, but not messing around here. You're playing big stack poker, big move poker, and I think that can be very effective at the tables IRL.
Anche questo 3-3 lo vedrò dopo. Ho capito, che me lo guarderò dopo io il gioco.
Chat saying that aesthetically the blue and gray chips look too alike and yellow just doesn't match them at all. Who picked them? You know what? I am of the opinion that all chips should clash horrifically because my colorblind eyes can't see the difference between the blue and the gray. So I agree with you, but I don't mind the extreme yellow for the big chips. I like that.
Miss Bum Bum, living up to her name, was just finding things to complain about. I'm talking about the bum bum part, not the miss part, okay? This is coming from someone who, myself, is very terrible at aesthetics. I could have very easily chosen this color scheme.
I think it should be white, it should be black, it should be yellow, and it should be like all polar extremes. Get somebody who knows what a color wheel means. I want you to find the polar opposites and make them all those colors.
Miss Bum Bum says, consider me no longer a fan. Guess what? I'll save you the trouble. You banned. The first ever banning from a PokerStars Open, Miss Bum Bum. Congratulations as we go heads up to the flop. Costa versus Majewicz. 7-5-4. This is what we call a hold'em board. You got to play poker on a board like this. Both players whiffing hard.
But I moved. I was living in Romania for a project.
Never mind. Both players can check, Joe.
Now I'm in Italy. Later, I don't know.
And still nothing for nobody.
No, I'm from Italy.
Come on, big blind. This is your board.
I think Costa's got too much of a hand here. Yeah, just decides to check again. Jack 10 can start bluffing with the gut shot and the overcards. 2 checks, though.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, you gotta sit. You gotta bluff now, Costa. Don't do it to yourself. You had the perfect opportunity to get him off the chop.
Check, check. Both players have a straight. This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say, Nick?
Everyone loves the chop
Everyone
putt.
loves the chop putt.
No, that was miles away. Uh-oh, Tom's reaction says it all.
I don't know, someone said beautiful. 5 out of 10, I'll take that. We've got our field shot here. This is David Castellani. He's the chip leader with over 2.5 million in chips. A big old stack of those. Very hard to miss black and yellow chips. Doesn't look like a chip leader stack, but remember, those are some pretty big denominations on the table.
I dig it. Those yellow ones just look dangerous. They look like danger chips. They're kind of like
bees.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say they're kind of like poisonous snake territory. You know, they're like poison dart frog territory.
Yellow jackets, that's what I'd call them.
Yeah, like, oh, that's really, really good. I like that.
And if you've ever encountered a yellow jacket in the wild, they are nasty.
Terrifying.
Actions folded around to Bruneteau. Nope. Ditches the Spraggy. Perone, king 6 suited in the cutoff. Doesn't get tempted.
Wow. I thought we would have gone with that one, Joe. I feel like that's fine.
Okay, good. I thought I was a little crazy. I was like, I'm pretty tight, but I think I'd have to open this.
No, I think that's fine there. Just to have a little open. Want to try and get some V-pips in.
I'm walking here. We got to walk. With a big blind. Pretty rare sight these days.
Shout out to Smart Spin there. Little spin and go reference on the shirt. Like it. Love to see spin players showing these MTT guys who's boss.
Has there ever been a spin and go MTT? Oh, hold on a second. We've got Willow and Alex Romero, the Spanish commentary team. What are they doing? They're allowed out of the booth?
Yeah, get back to work.
Must be nice.
Get back to work, Ouijo. Ouijo el Pijo.
Must be nice. What were we just talking about, Nick?
Yeah, Joe, there was a spin and go MTT recently.
Yes.
Spin and go championship, of course.
That was, okay, so, and that was in Prague.
Yep.
And you won your first round but didn't get through the second round? Is that what happened?
I won my first round and then absolutely crushed my second round. Needed one win and then proceeded to lose like 8 consecutive games with the best hand. It was absolutely soul crushing. However, I think there is a good chance we will be seeing more spin and goes arriving in future events and not necessarily just in the format that we played. That's all I'm going to say.
Do you think there's going to be some tweaks to it?
So I have made some suggestions to the existing format, which I actually thought was a huge success, that I think will improve the quality of life and also accommodate for some of the players' feedback. But there may be spin and goes arriving in some variety at future events, maybe.
Okay.
So we'll see.
Well, I'm already excited to know we're going back to Prague.
I know.
As we have got a hand shaping up here. Lost graphics for a second, but you can't fool me. I saw that 3-bet with kings. And Radani lets go the ace-5, the off-brand sourdough. Yeah, man, I was afraid. Prague was my favorite, and when they hadn't announced Prague right away, I was a little bit worried, but I am so happy to hear we're going back there at the end of the year.
As am I.
And this is a pretty solid rail here for 70-something players left.
Yeah, this is cool. Loving to see some excitement arriving at the rail.
That's pretty wild. We don't get final table rails that thick sometimes. Bernardo, king 9 offsuit. Not gonna play. Pocket 3s for Perone. There we go. Who doesn't love a little pocket pair, a little sneaky little set? Huh? Sneaky little set.
Joe, this is funny to me, actually, because the king six suited is such a higher equity open than the threes from under the gun +2 at the stack depth. I think that you're doing fine opening the threes. There's no criticism there, but it's funny that the king six got missed and then the threes are like, yeah, okay, let's get started.
Avancini in the big blind, little does he know, is flipping against the hand held by Peroni.
Yeah. I mean, look, in the big blind with 6-4 hearts, I'm loving life. We do see a call.
Oh, yeah, it's great. See, you get to flop things like this.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, when I say things like this, I mean 2 hearts. So now you have 4 hearts, and it only takes 1 more heart to make a flush.
Nailed it. Yeah, you wanna start turning the trays into bluffs now for sure. Start repping that ace. Just start small. 110 in the middle. What's the C-bet size? 50K is a little bit too big for me, Joe. I don't think we need to use this size necessarily. We can afford to get go a lot smaller and get a lot more folds from hands with tons of equity against our specific holding here. As played, though, still good. Turn is Queen of Spades. Again, I would probably find 2 barrels here, Joe, personally.
With the 3 balls?
With the 3s. I don't care that I got 3s anymore. It's not about the 3s. It's about the representation. We also can still river a set, which will be good a lot of the time, and that is some part of the equation, albeit a very small one.
Yeah, really small part of the equation, but it has gone for the double barrel. This, a very large bet.
100K. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff.
Questi sono I 3-3 di prima, vedi?
And he shows the trays.
Questi sono 3-3. I tuoi no.
You had the best hand, sir.
You're bluffing with the best hand, bro.
Bravo. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think that's cool. I think the line is really solid there.
There's some serious leaks in my game, if that isn't clear to everyone out there, and the ability to double barrel in that spot is one of many. One of many. I think it would help if I actually thought about what cards my opponent could be holding sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it does help to start thinking more in ranges, Joe, rather than just trying to see it kind of like from a one combo perspective. But
I just assume they're going to have whatever hand I can't get the fold. I'm going to be like, well, they clearly peeled with an ace there.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to break that cycle, too, because, you know, it's one of those negative reinforcements that happen so often, right? When they do have it, they don't fold the turn. You go, see, this is why I shouldn't do this. It feels really bad. And then you do it, you know, a good amount, and then it actually works, and you kind of forget that it happened that way. And it is tricky. I think we're going to see a tree bet here.
We are indeed. 3-bet from Avancini with ace-queen to 120,000. Ray folds the ace-8. I can see why they call him Ray, because he's like a ray of sunshine.
I think
got
Ray
the Home
is
Alone
also
pose
Spanish
right
for
here.
king, right?
That's right.
El Rey.
What do you think is going on here with this Home Alone pose?
I think he's sitting there going, I could have played 10,000 spin and goes, and the time it's taken to do this one hand.
What is the spin and go reference that is worn here? What is that?
That is Smart Spin. A well-known
like a team.
A well-known. Yeah, I'm not sure if team is the right word. I actually don't know the ins and outs of the entirety of it, but it will be a school, a spin and go school. So people looking to get coached, probably reaching out to them. They might have a spin and go pool where they play a bunch of volume together and they try and sort of stomach the swings together, kind of like selling action in an MTT or whatever, kind of like a syndicate, I suppose. But not to be confused with collusion, because actually in those circumstances, many of those pools actually have no incentive to work together whatsoever, because the people that perform the best get the biggest cut of the volume, if that makes sense. And we see a raise here to 40K with the Queen 10 suited.
Over to the big blind. 8-2 soft. We can fold this one. Yes.
Yeah. You know what, Joe? Actually, I identify with that too. Like this, especially being a PokerStars ambassador. I think to myself, I can't fold this hand. I can't. I'm not everyone's going to know I don't defend correctly in the big blind. They're going to call me a nit. 8-2 soft. Fine. We can get away from it.
Having a look here at Besnik Lalanovci, who is 5th in chips. I don't know why I'm struggling. It's been so long since I've had to pronounce names. I'm struggling. Lalanovci. Lalanovci. Lalanovci.
Besnik Lalanovki. Sorry, Besnik. I'm not trying to insult. Legitimately trying to get it right.
Pocket 10s here for Costa. Tabla very excited on Twitch to see the binary hand. 1 1 0 1 0 0 1 1. Oh! Got this bum again. And
3 pairs?
Cini, yeah, has pocket 7s, is in. Stojanovic on the button with 5s. Stojanovic, we know, can be a little, all right, just a call. Seems reasonable. Does anybody want to get squeezable? Not Jack 10, and probably not 7 tray.
Yeah, I think that's very reasonable. Never mind. 7 tray comes along.
Let's go. Ace 9-5, 2 hearts. That is a set of 5s from, I wouldn't say worst to first, because 7 tray was doing pretty bad, but pocket 5s spikes the set.
Oh man, Joe, if you're gonna flop a set, getting it done in a 4-way pot, excuse me, is pretty awesome. This feels great. It's ace high, it's flushing, and you have a bottom set. It feels fantastic to get chips in the middle here. Yeah, that's it. Don't miss the bet.
The Yellow Jackets, 190 in the middle.
Goes pretty big, Joe. Goes pretty huge, to be honest. This is 105K into a pot of 190. Okay, it's not that big, but how would I size this? Maybe like 65, something like that. Try and keep some 9X in there once in a while. Don't scare off the 10s. The 10s obviously they actually fold pretty quickly. 10s was the best candidate to get value from there, and you can see that size does even scare away that. I think that probably it's fine regardless, but I wonder if maybe a more balanced sizing would be about a 3rd pot or so.
Right now having a look at Giacomo Beneforti. Giacomo is here on a silver pass. And he is one of 2 silver pass winners that are still in the main event. This feels like maybe the best use of a silver pass to play a record-breaking 1K.
Yeah, you said it, Joe. I mean, not just the silver pass, but obviously a really cool venue, really cool opportunity, experience to go out there and play in Italy. If you're gonna take your free shot, going into a 2.5 mil field sounds about right to me, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm jealous.
Yeah, really jealous, actually. Really quick, Joe, actually, I wanted to give a special shout-out here. This has been mentioned previously. Let me just pull up the actual link so I can share it with you guys if you're on Twitch chat. I wanted to give a special shout-out to the Sunday Million Season Challenge card. If it's available to you in your territory, make sure you're taking advantage. I believe we're on week 3. All you got to do is play a Sunday Million Season $4 spin and go. reply to the following tweet, which I'm going to put in the chat now, and you could win yourself a Sunday Million ticket at 109. There's 10 to be won. Check it out. Obviously only applicable on the big pool, but if it applies to you, I put a link in the chat there, and I'd love for you to check it out.
Perone versus Bernardo. And Bernardo has outflopped Perone with the King 7. And Bernardo was the pre-flop raiser, this time with the suited king. Perone checks, really no pair, no draw. And Bernardo has made it 60,000. And Perone folds the ace high. Fabio on YouTube says, I won a satellite for this tournament. Was a great place. I hope to see an EPT there one time. And speaking of winning satellites, this is the other Silver Pass winner. This is Luca Pietruzella. So Luca and Giacomo are the two Silver Pass winners still alive in this event.
We'll have to keep an eye out for them, Joe. I always love to sweat our qualifiers.
Iago, a.k.a. Ray, under the gun with ace-king. Then raises to 40,000. Wolfman, hello, my son. Who says, Papa Stapes, it's so good to hear your voice. We missed you. I missed you guys, too.
Can you have my handy? My handy?
Excuse me?
I love that. I love that in the German language. Wo ist mein Handy, man? Mein Handy.
What is mine handy? Because, you know, where I'm going with
my cellular telephone.
Oh, my hand phone. I get it. My handy.
Wo ist mein Handy? Dankeschön.
1.1.
Tschüss mit Ö.
With a dominated hand, but it is suited. And Costa also with diamonds in the big blind. So tempting, but this is a bad situation. For 6 tray, we're going 3 ways to the flop. Everybody with a diamond draw of swords. No diamonds on the flop, however. 9-9-7. Ace King way ahead. Donnie checks, Costa checks. Neo Geo checks. Deuce on the turn. Rodani checks. Costa picks up no additional outs. And Costa does eventually check. Niago with a delayed continuation bet after it has become pretty clear that no one's got much of this.
Nice. Well done.
I don't know where this came from, but Fifth Business says Niago voiced by Gilbert Gottfried. I continuation bet late. A delayed C-bet.
Joe, that is so good. That is such a good impression.
Kenneth likes your German accent.
Oh, dankeschön.
I read this amazing Gilbert Gottfried story about how he was at some big event, like a charity event or something, and he's telling like a 9-minute joke. And right as he's getting to the punchline, somebody drops an entire tray of dishes and interrupts the joke. And as soon as the room calms down, he just starts over from the beginning.
That's true comedy right there.
We got another ace-king suited.
It's ace-king off, Joe.
Sorry, offsuit is what I meant to say. That's why I said another.
Well, actually.
Thank you for that. There's two types of getting something wrong, by the way, when you're doing commentary. One's when you just say the wrong thing, and then one's where you're wrong. That one I just said the wrong thing. I knew in my head what it was. I just said the wrong words.
All good. All good. We understood. We
And I
haven't
don't
really
take
seen
it
that many
personally
ace-king suited.
when I do that.
So there's the tree bet.
Oh, baby. And that is a 4-bet.
How much?
This is ill-timed.
Oh.
Man, sometimes I think that there's a little bit of a tell there, too, when there's not a lot of thought being put into the size of the 3-bet. Like, he just sort of grabbed
Romania,
his big chips and flung them out there like, you don't have a hand. This should end things. And there's the 5-bet from Radani. Bernardo forced to fold.
Yeah, you kind of had the right sort of combo to make the move, Joe, but obviously running into ace-king is usually not ideal.
We like those suited 1 big, 1 little cards, don't we, for the bluff?
Yeah.
4-bet.
We do. Yeah, the sort of high card suited blocker. 1 high card, 1 low card. So play continues.
Oh, sure does. And the hand of all hands.
Oh, wait a second now, Joe.
What?
No, never mind. Sorry, I thought it was Stojanovic doing the Hollywood again. He wasn't even in the hand. My apologies.
That's how good he is. That's how he tricked you into thinking he had cards.
Exactly. He pulled his glasses up, looked out to the field. Bruneteau is going to open here with the aces, as you'd expect. Just the min raise. Again, very reasonable, very balanced at this stage in the tournament. No problem at all. Dealer has the 9-7 suited, but not a ton of big blinds. I think it's a very reasonable laydown with the 9-7 suited.
Ugh.
No action.
Isn't it always the way? Designed to win a small pot or lose a big one. Frickin' aces. Players remaining in this record-breaking field. Stojanovic, King 8 suited under the gun. He hasn't played a hand for a while. You bored?
This is a totally reasonable open, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. Lots of suited kings under the gun, sure.
Sometimes I think you guys are just making this up.
we got a little group text on WhatsApp. Just how can we mess with Joe when we go on?
We're gonna say King 8 suited's fine to open today, guys. We're just gonna. That's how you really randomize. You just open up a calendar and you go, okay, these hands are okay today.
Yeah.
Hey, look at this. It's a leap year. We got to say it. You can't open ace-king.
Here's a hand we can play. So Costa here, guys, about 21 bigs. I think it's fine just to go with the min, 40K. Yeah, 40K to go. And folding around now to the big blind. Oh, might just work here. I think technically we can defend pretty wide when we've got the big blind ante in play. There's a lot of additional dead money, but some hands just play so bad out of position you cannot proceed, and Queen 5 is definitely an ugly one.
Quive? Everyone hates Quive. Is that a thing? Is Quive a thing?
You can make it one. You made Queen a thing.
I mean, Queen actually makes sense. Quive's really bad even for me. We've got Fifth Business in chat offering to let people know why Campione is surrounded by the Swiss. Geopolitics don't always go over great on poker streams, so I'm gonna... Hopefully this one isn't one of the bad ones.
All right, Mr. Radani, what you gonna do?
Thank you, Nick. Get this back on track. We've got ace tray on the button. For Mazurowicz, I'm going to do a bad look like for Mazurowicz. I think he could be one of the Skarsgård brothers. He's like a mix between Bill and the other one, the other good-looking one.
Oh, okay.
What's the Northman? What's his name? I can never remember. Is it Reginald? I think it's Reggie Skarsgård.
Yeah, something like that.
Stonovich with 9-4 out of the big blind.
Yeah. Hang on 1 second here. This 9-4 off defend is wild.
Okay, so this is a no-go.
You know what? It's probably actually not that crazy, but it is definitely wide. It is the pure min. There is a lot of additional dead money in the middle.
Buddy.
You're going to struggle to find situations where you feel good about your hand when you start with 9-4 off, but I appreciate the gumption.
Polacchi.
Polacchi.
Los Polacos.
Which city?
Lublin. Southeast.
What is football
For my region, it's Motor Lublin. Motor Lublin.
Okay. But no first division. No first division.
What's that?
First division.
First division. No, it's not.
Little chatter happening between the players. This action folds around to a hand that is going to fold. And there's a hand that shouldn't be folding. Ace tray of spades. And Bruneteau is going to defend out of the big blind with Jack-7 off.
Yep, this one seems more in range versus the button button opening range being quite wide. And okay, honestly, might be a reasonable check raise candidate, depending on if the ace-3 decides to c-bet. And a c-bet of 50K. I could see a check raise working here for Bruneteau. It seems like a good candidate when we've got these sort of ugly gut shots.
When you say, I mean, you don't see it working, but you see it's being viable.
Yeah, it's viable. I think under the if we see the cards here, we can see how Ace-3 probably has to give up pretty quick too. But just the give up, I think, is interesting there, Joe. I don't know if we're allowed to just fold a gut shot. I think that at least we got a call. At least we got a call there against the 50K. Now, not all c-bets are the same. If you're playing against the reg who puts in full pot c-bets there, now all of a sudden we're starting to get into dicey territory. But against the sort of 1/3-ish size, I think we need to at least call. I think there are some frequency check raising there as well.
It's going to be hard for me to find the check raise there, but I can certainly call and miss and fold later. It's one of my patented moves. Ace-Queen versus Ace-King in some early position spots. Can someone wake up with something they can mess around with later? They sure can. Pocket jacks for Bruneteau in the small blind. This should be quite interesting. There's 190K in the middle already. Bruneteau with just 620K left, just 430 for Costa. Remember, this big blind here is 20K. So what is that? 31 bigs to start the hand for Bruneteau. 21 for Costa. Niago's got them both covered. Yep, there goes all 31 of them, all in. Perone admiring the situation.
I think if
Back
there was
to Costa, who has got a pretty sick spot right here, getting insane odds. But is going to be dominated a fair amount of the time by one of these two players. And I don't think you can really go wrong folding Ace-Queen there.
Yeah, exactly right, Joe. And of course you're going to see it as well, so you don't have to wonder.
Every once in a while you're going to be up against like jacks and tens or something and be like, ugh. But Niago does make the call with Ace-King. We are flipping for Bernardo's tournament life.
Pretty sweaty moment, Joe. These are the spots where you make it or break it. Oh.
King hidden in the middle of that flop. That's going to be big, big trouble for Bruneteau. Now needs to hit a jack, and it looks like one of them might have been folded. Heart on the turn inconsequential. One out for Bruneteau. Doesn't hit it. So Bruneteau now just plain auto. Eliminated in 71st place. And a rather large pot will be making its way to the player from the year of Romania.
And your phone in the back?
Yeah, big spot there, and the AK gets the job done. We got, earlier on, Joe, we had AK being the Lord Voldemort hand.
Okay.
Do you get the reference?
As far as this player, or
No. It was because AK is Avada Kedavra.
Oh no, I didn't get that reference.
Yeah. I actually didn't get it at all until I had to work that one out for myself.
It was funny that your spin and go player is the one standing up in that hand, who was not involved at all.
An opportunity to get some stand-up equity outside the hand. Is that a chess piece? Are we using chess pieces now as card protectors? Looks like a queen or a king.
I thought it was a little hookah.
Oh, that'd be kind of cool. Little
miniature hookah at the table. Avancini pocket queens. Those chips came out pretty quick. Was that just a flat?
Nah, raise to 40. There's the tree bet.
Oh, I see. I was looking at the wrong player. There we go. Free bet 220,000.
And we probably just fold.
I don't know. Folding's pretty boring.
Wait a minute. What would we do in a spin and go?
What would we do in a spin and go?
We wouldn't, because there's not that many people at the table.
Certainly doesn't have to stack his chips into stacks of 20s in the spin and go.
You'll notice the spin and go player stacking like this. Don't worry, buddy. I'm the same. Me too. Me too. I feel your pain.
I just never have enough chips to do stacks of 20s.
That's a good fold. Definitely worth some consideration there. I don't think it's a spot where your opponent's going to get a line too often, therefore probably ends up being quite strong. And we continue. Field of 68.
How much I have to put for you to call? What's that? How much I have to put for you to call? It's the second time that I raise you. 115. 115? Okay, nice.
Depends. If you are even bluffing, then you have to, then you don't need to put that much. I'll feel it then. I'll have aces. I'll just call.
Over to Avancini again. Ace-9 suited.
Beautiful hand. Kick it off with the Open 45K.
Did anybody watch my No Gamble, No Future performance on Monday night? Ace-9 suited was a big hand for me.
I gotta go and watch it. Where can people watch it, Joe?
It's definitely on the No Gamble, No Future. I know it was on the Stars YouTube page. It's probably better if you go there, but I'm not sure if the archive of it will stay up. But if you go on YouTube and just search No Gamble, No Future, you can find it was me, Helmuth, Jennifer Tilly, Nick Wright from Fox Sports. It was a really, really fun experience.
Yeah, I was pretty jealous. That looked like a lot of fun.
A lot of money.
Let's go.
I got paraded by Phil Hellmuth. Like, it was just a real bucket list night.
It's a real full circle moment.
Come on, Joe. Tell him about the Phil hand. No, that's right. I don't want to spoil everything.
Don't spoil. Don't spoil. I got to go watch it now.
I mean, I ran pretty pure. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I outplayed anyone.
I mean, either way, I just want to witness it. Here it is. Here it is.
Oh, I forgot Nick's young and he can multitask.
What do you have? Ace. Come on, show us the ace.
Just ace.
Ace. Flash draw.
All right. It's in the to-do list.
Minus point, huh?
Phil kept calling Dr. Dad an amateur. PokerStars ambassador Joe Stapleton, don't get me started.
Phil was forced to wear a T-shirt with my face on it. He wasn't happy about that. It was, you know, because on No Gamble, No Future, they got the Wheel of Pain.
Yeah, I really like that.
Things that trigger a wheel spin.
Yeah. Oh, man, I'm looking forward to that now.
I think it was Helmuth's aces losing that caused him to have to spin the Wheel of Pain. It was either that or folding to a 4-bet.
I was about to say I can watch that this weekend. Oh, wait, it is the weekend.
Nope.
Oh, wait.
We're working, buddy.
We're working. Radani on the button with a really pretty hand here, 8-6 suited.
That's right.
Let's get it started, 40K. Yep, there it is. Okay, wait a second. Costa might consider it, although now looking at his chip stack, definitely not. Just a fold. Is under 20 effective there after putting in the small blind. Queen 10 suited, however, very nice hand. Just a call.
Super fun.
I think there could be some 3-betting too, but I think calling is fine.
I see a 10, and I see another 10, and a dangerous 8 for Radani. That 8's going to be the best hand here. Mucho percentage of the time.
I anticipate a C-bet here, Joe. 50K, something like that. Goes for 25, nice and small.
Nick, how do you feel about a raise here sometimes?
I would say technically we're supposed to raise almost all the time here, Joe. When I say that, obviously what we're anticipating is our opponents are C-betting at the correct frequency, that they are going to float often enough when we check raise. Are they going to be calling with some ace highs? Are they going to call with some king highs? All that kind of stuff. So again, when we look things up here, Joe, and we go, I looked it up. It's 100% check raise. It's fine to not check raise against the right opponents, right? Against the guy who's just going to give up his ace king, he's going to give up his ace queen. He's just going to assume you always have a 10. We can play it slower. We can try and extract additional value. But against studied opponents, I think you always check raise here, and that also means you're allowed to check raise bluff at a high frequency as well.
But I like pastime pizzas. Pastime pizza.
On the turn.
So I'm Italian.
Luckily, just resembles an 8 on one side and isn't an 8. That would have been really bad for Radani.
So there was a check raise, by the way, guys. 85K on the flop.
And as it stands, the very fact that it's not a bad card for Radani's 8 might be a bad card for Radani's 8. Iago firing again. And this board is about as dry as it gets, though, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. But the thing is, if the Queen 10 wants to check raise this flop with a hand like 6-7, or maybe a hand like 7-9 with a straight draw, like, as you say, Joe, the 3 is a real safe card. Like, are we just going to get blown off every time this guy has a semi-bluff check raise and he wants to barrel 2 streets? I think, again, this is going to come down to experience, Joe. It's not enough just to go, I looked it up, this is what you're supposed to do, because some players will never they will never check raise and continue bluffing without a made hand, right? They will never check raise. Some players will never check raise there unless they always have a 10, you know what I mean? On the turn, it gets so murky, and it really comes down to experience.
Having a look here at Gaspar Sposato, who's done pretty well in some of the events that led to the evolution of the PokerStars Open. Won UKIPT London in 2024 and finished 4th in the France Poker Series Paris in 2023. Both very impressive results for Gaspar Sposato. And now he is here at the next phase of the 1K main event, PokerStars Open.
Love to see
Here
it.
at Campione.
Campione.
Can't find a raise on the button with 10-5 offsuit. Onto the blinds. 10-7. 10-7 with the clubs.
Yep, that's another spot there, Joey. We can consider raising versus limp with a very wide range, including some of our trashy hands like Queen 4. And yeah, we would have got action, and we probably would have won a lot of money in this pot too, depending on how the run out happens. I would start with
some more money could go in.
One big blind on the flop, I think.
20K.
Oh, prediction, nailed it.
20,000 is the bet. And pair of tens, very strong on this board typically, going nowhere. Turn is king, so in this case, not a great card for the 10-7.
Yeah, but I think technically, Joe, what we're supposed to do is actually have a larger size on the turn. Now we want to punish diamonds. There will be some King X that has to check call on the flop, which is really useful because that means we're almost always going to get action from those. So if he has a hand like, you know, let's say King 9 or something like that, he can check call the flop for sure. Maybe King Jack might be playing slow. Sometimes they prefer just to barrel anyway as a lead. But I would go close to full pot here. Oh, perhaps missed a bet there with the Queen 4. And it is the Jack of Diamonds. This run out's so nasty. I think it probably just goes check anyway, Joe, but, you know.
Punished for not betting that turn. Not punished enough to lose at showdown, but certainly has made it tough to get value.
You know, I think the cool thing about having that. Wow.
Iago bluffs this 3-flush, 4 straight board. 2 pair, too high up in the range to fold?
Yeah, maybe. Wow. Turns the 10 into a bluff. Magic stuff. I think, look, there's a lot to unpack there, Joe. But like, I think one of the main things and one of the main reasons why he's allowed to do that is if your opponent is going to bet a flush draw on the flop in position, why would they ever miss the opportunity to bet the flush draw on the king turn in position again? Why would they ever not continue semi-bluffing with their straight draws that would have got there on the river? Their hand becomes very capped. I was about to say before he made the bet, part of the reason why I think it's really cool to be able to bet small on the flop and then sort of go full pot on the turn is because it's also the kind of spot where we could be semi-bluffing and get some of those smaller pairs to fold, including some second pairs on the flop. So, yeah, as played, it's an interesting slowdown on the turn and cost him the pot, really, because I think 2 streets would have gotten the job done, or you would have gotten to showdown and just had the best hand more often.
No, I think that's fair. I think that's totally fair as we move on. Pocket queens this time for Radani.
Wait. 2 raises 40K.
Oh, my goodness.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my goodness. Costa with the ace-king, everybody's favorite drawing hand. And an easy ship.
Yeah, I think that we're going to see the sickest and most classicest of all races.
Like gelato versus spumoni, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Che belle vedere queste carte, mai viste queste carte.
He's king, the player at risk. Joe, I hate these spots.
It beats getting it in bad, I guess. The
It does.
ace-king we've got as the slight favorite here. And it's way more the favorite now. Ace-high flop. Costa poised for a double up. The good news for Radani is that no matter what happens here, it won't hurt too bad. 9 on the turn, and that 1 queen being folded explains, I guess, why queens had less equity than we would expect before the flop. Here comes the river. It's 8 of hearts. That's the double up for Costa.
Radani, the cash player, like, can we run this twice, dealer?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice spot there for the AK. Avada Kedavra indeed.
Now, I can't believe how good we're running. Because we got a new player headed to the table shortly. And I've received word that this player is one of my favorite people in all of poker.
Thank you.
You may have heard me mention him as he saunters onto the screen.
Hello, sir.
From the United States of America, Mr. Terrence Reed, TJ as he goes by, does fine work for Poker.org. And he and I forged a friendship in the trenches, Nick.
Oh, yeah?
And that legendary Joe Stapleton sat at a slot machine for 27 hours story from Thunder Valley from last summer.
Yeah.
TJ was with me at that slot machine for probably 20 of them.
Wow. What's up, TJ? Welcome. I thought you meant Nick O'Hara there for a second. As you were doing the setup, he kind of wandered forward.
You love Nick.
We do love Nick, too. Shout out Nick O'Hara.
But I just grabbed TJ by the hand and I said, please don't leave me. And he looked at me and he said, Stapes, I got you. And we Thelma and Louise right over the edge of that cliff. We got sunk into the slot machine for about $7 grand. And we cashed out for $7,900.
Stunning.
Stunning and brave.
Beautiful and brave and stunning.
Rodani. By the way, I do want to tell people to practice responsible gaming. The $7,000 we got stuck was a group of 4 of us, and it was over a 27-hour period, so it's not a lot hourly between 4 people. But what can you do? Jack 8 versus Ace 7 of spades. 1 spade on the flop, 1 diamond on the flop. Stojanovic has checked to Rodani, who is betting a continuation bet, if you will. Ooh, Stojanovic getting sticky. Woo. No help on the turn for Stojanovic. No diamond, no straight card.
I probably check turn here. But let's see how Rodani feels. If it's a flushing board, I'd probably feel a lot better about the 2-barrel, but in this situation, just a check. Looks like Rodani agrees. And the run out is such that we are beating some straight draws. We are beating some Jack 10 kind of thing. We are beating some 9-10 kind of thing. We are beating some Ace 10 kind of thing.
Doesn't want to show down the Jack high.
I say we're beating it some kind of Ace 10. We're chopping with Ace 10, aren't we?
You just slightly changed the wording to "we're not losing to."
Thank you. And there's a bet here, 55K. Just giving it up. Fair play. I think I play very similarly in that spot.
Stojanovic been an interesting, creative player. Fun to watch thus far.
Was it TJ we said earlier won that that event? Was it the Run Good series something?
That's right. Run Good at Thunder Valley in August of 2024 for $192,755.
That just sounds like such a nice amount of money to win, Joe.
Yeah, it really does.
Remember that time I almost won $1 million?
When you finished 16th in the Sunday Million anniversary?
Was that the position? I don't recall. And now Queen 6 on the button.
And we're going to get to see TJ play from the big blind.
$55. 45? 55. 55. 9 raises 55, 8 folds.
And TJ puts on a little show. Little fancy big blind play, gets it done with Queen 8. Back out into the field. Yep, that's the same face I'm making. Since I don't have a name listed here, sorry about that. I don't know why we're looking at you either, sir. Apologies. It's almost as if he could see me looking at him, and I'm like, I don't know either.
Joe, what? What is it? Joe,
I'm just
what?
going to make stuff up from now on. I was like, this is our first ever purple pass winner. One of 9 purple pass winners still in the field. You get your purple pass from slamming your thumb at a door. That was Manel Montalbal, a regular from PokerStars España. I like giving a little love to the regs. That's a good idea. That's the whole point of doing a stop like this.
Credo la prossima pausa. Sarebbe perché io da un'ora e 20. Ah, non ci arrivo mai. No, niente cena. Vabbè, quella la devi far comunque. Però la faccio a casa.
3 folds.
This reminded me of a time that I was having like one of these drunk after parties in your hotel room, and we were talking about racism, and this random girl who had come to hang out was talking about it. She's like, I don't care if you're black or white or yellow or purple. And this guy in the corner of the room is being funny. He goes, yeah, no, F purple people. I'm not a fan, actually. F the purples. And the girl freaked out. She like stood up and started pointing at him. She was like, you're a racist. You're a racist. Yeah, I'm and then she and all her friends laughed. That's up to the flop. King Jack suited versus pocket nines. I spy a jack in the window.
One check.
I think the nines probably do bet flop here. 120K in the middle. I think we can just go like 50 or something like that.
You don't tell Niago how to bet, all right?
No.
It's the year of Romania. 35,000, I think is what you meant to say.
I love it.
Oh, Perone slides out a 100K stack, indicating. Oh, what?
Wow.
Now, I did say earlier, when you kind of just reach for chips like that and slide them out and don't really put a ton of thought into what you're raising, it does look a little bluffy. But I think Perone was just kind of nonchalant because he's like, whatever, like, I have top pair. I don't really need to think about this. I'm just going to get it in. Now, Niago has got the open ender. They're in a real pickle now.
Yeah.
475,000 in the middle. 155 to call. Your opponent's only got 200 left behind. Okay. Not going to throw good money after bad.
Yeah, really tricky one there. I think something to consider there, though, Joe, is maybe some of the hands that want to check raise bluff do contain a 9, so 9s might be a really tricky bluff catcher. But understandable. Like, I think if we just see that give up on that flop too often, we're definitely getting exploited by the right kind of opponent. So, yeah, gets away from the worst of it. Confident from the KJ.
Finally, a good advertisement for King Jack. Another king jack. Raise. 40,000. 1 down. 2 down.
6, 7, 8 folds.
3 down.
Pure scheiße, Bruneteau. Senti, all i mini bluffs.
Reed. Shan't be going down without a fight. Is dominated. But he's going to play Queen Jack.
9 raises 105K.
Not just play it, but play it with some aggression. Queen Jack off, 3-betting from the cutoff. TJ, you rapscallion.
Guarda, chiuso il timer che non lo uso mai.
Barone with 7s with considerable action in front of him. That's a good joke, Ed K. Says, surely purple people are dead beats. Excellent joke. All right, so the 7s do get out of the way. Over to Costa now in the big blind with deuces. Not closing the action, can't go for it. And TJ gets the dominating hand to fold. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? What did I tell you? I just can't tell if TJ plays like this all the time or only when I can see him on stream.
What a rapscallion.
I think it is all the time. By the way, the big wins that James might be thinking that TJ had more recently is that he's had like 4 slot machine grand jackpots in the last 4 months.
What?
He actually had one when we were at Resorts World for NAPT. He hit on a slot machine that was bigger than the grand jackpot.
What?
The grand jackpot was like 22K, and he won like 58,000 or something.
Wow. Was it like a special diamond, like accumulator progressive thing?
No, it wasn't even a progressive. It was just that his bets were so big that the normal hit, I think he was betting 150 a spin or something, and the normal hit was bigger than the grand.
Goodness me.
Stojanovic. Hey, Perot wants to see it. Hey, get at him. Hey, let me see a little something here. Queen for Stojanovic. Over to Costa.
Any action. Any action. Yes, action.
Yeah, King 9 suited. Yes, please. Let it flow, dealer.
I like King 9 here. I'm just going to say it.
10 deuce deuce. I like queens.
Stojanovic sitting back again. How do we proceed? Looks away. 40K. I think this is perfectly fine. I actually think this is quite clever. Can the big blind find a way to represent a deuce with the backdoor spades in hand? Just calls, fair enough. It was a small continuation, but after all, that's what the intention was.
Deuce on the turn, full boat for Stojanovic.
And now you're going, I really hope this guy is a 10.
It's like the 4th nuts or something. Yeah, here we go. That's 125 into 225. And this just feels really like pants.
Doesn't feel great with the King 9. Did have the sort of backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw on the flop, the opportunity to potentially bluff a later street as well. Now suddenly doesn't feel so great. Does go for the fold.
says goodbye to King 9. Well, my babies, we have reached a new level in this event. Blinds now 10,000, 25,000 with a 25,000 big blind ante, which means we're going to say sayonara to Nick for just a little bit and bring back in his stead Mr. James Hartigan.
Joseph, we're going to take this through to the dinner break, which is around 70 minutes away when we are going to feed the remaining players in this tournament. Right now there are 63 of them, but we'll lose a fair few between now and then.
It's been a long time since I've had a dinner break in Italy.
And we will continue to watch this lineup at the feature table. Now, Joe, obviously you and I know, TJ, you've been watching the rest of this table for an entire level. Who are the standout characters? Who's got main character energy of the lineup we've got right now on the main stage?
Stojanovic, you can tell by looking at him, he's got a little riz, he's got a little drip, as Nick would say. He plays slightly off book, nothing too egregious, but a little bit just to make things interesting. Niago here from the year of Romania has been taking it out and chopping it up a little bit.
And action is on Niago with Queen 9 in the small blind. Friendly game, just completes. And Masiewicz in the big blind with ace deuce of hearts. Checks his option. We get a flop, which is ace 10-5. Advantage, Masiewicz.
Beautiful. Wow, checks back.
Yeah, and is looking very strong now. In fact, poor old Niago is drawing dead. He doesn't know that, but he is. Checks a second time. Masiewicz checks again. Well, last chance for value. I don't think you're going to get any, but you can't just check this through all three streets. Maybe hoping to elicit a bet from Niago on the river.
Yeah.
Nope, he checks.
Well, now would be the time.
Boom. And an overbet. Interesting line. So checks flop, checks turn, and now overbets the river.
It's a good way to get a hero call sometimes, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm not sure you're getting a hero call from Queen High, but weird things have happened. Weird things have happened.
US boy. How about you?
Also, I wonder if, just on the off chance you induce a rebluff.
Wow, does get called.
Wow.
Gets the Queen High hero call. And I take it back. I mean, Masiewicz got superb value there.
I love being wrong.
No, I'm living in Syria.
63 players in the field, 65 minutes, 52 seconds on the clock before the dinner break.
I played first day and played. I remember.
Pretty long days in this 1K main event. This is the third of 4. They're going to play till the early hours of the morning, and then they're going to come back, and God knows how long it's going to take tomorrow to get down to a winner. But it does need to conclude tomorrow. And we're going to see TJ in action here with King Jack of Diamonds. He's raised to 50K.
And I was ahead, if you remember.
Yeah, we had that question from Don Pre earlier on YouTube, Joe, asking what number are we trying to get to tonight? And as Ed K accurately responded, as low as possible.
I was going to say 6.
I mean, that would be amazing.
That's what we're normally aiming for on the day before the final day of coverage, is to get down to 6.
I mean, I guess we could say that's still the objective. It's a near impossible objective, but we'll still, you know, if you're going to manifest stuff, if you don't put it out there in the universe, it's not going to happen.
Celtics.
Celtics.
What is MVP? MVP. Where are you from? MVP in basketball.
Where am I? Where's the MVP from?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a little lamp.
Yeah, it's a superbly bejeweled chess piece forming a lamp.
Jokic, baby.
There is a mystery to this lamp, would you say, Joe?
There's a real slots here.
Yeah.
I have wishes. Bring me riches.
I'd sworn off that machine for a long time till my boy Tana hit it a couple of weekends ago.
Oh, that's the thing. When you hit, it's amazing. It's the 9 times out of 10 that you don't.
Doing the blink thing, we had like a $1,500 square that she blinked up to like 6K. We hit for like 9,500.
Wow. Joe, the treasure is yours. Or Tana's.
It's definitely Tana's. I'm just lucky I get in on the action. He had a big piece of my no gamble, no future. And when I sent him the money, he didn't watch to the end.
Yeah.
So he was shocked at how much money I sent him.
I'm too old.
And he even sent me some back.
So Niago opened with 4s, has been 3-bet by Avancini in the small blind. That is a call, and we are going to the flop. 2 sizable stacks going to battle here.
We've had several crashes already. Will we have another? Doesn't look like it.
4 still ahead on this 10-7 deuce flop.
I'm 62.
7 bets, 80K.
Kids, add yours to your life. Kids stress. 0 kids, 62.
And a bet of 80K called. 4s still ahead.
My favorite.
And it'll be interesting to see if we get a second barrel from Avancini. Oh, give him points for effort. Firing a second barrel to try and push Niago off a hand like what he has right now. But it is not going to work. He calls the 180,000. We go to the river with 850K in the middle. Niago, huge favorite, and Avancini does not hit.
It's a phrase I'm used to dealing with quite a bit, not hitting.
So, Avancini continues flop. Barrels the turn. Can he find a bet on the river, and can he size it to the point where Niago folds a marginal hand like 4s?
Didn't Niago just call with queen high?
No, Niago has 4s. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. In the previous hand. Oh, yes, good point. That was a different dynamic. That was a blind v blind unraised pot. This is a 3-bet pot, of course. Avancini has displayed strength on every single betting street, but does give up. And I imagine this is going to get checked to showdown. Now, Joe, I don't want to derail the broadcast with too much movie talk, but Fifth Business on YouTube has raised something which I'd never thought about in all the years that I've been watching Star Wars, which is, why is Han Solo hanging out in the first movie in Mos Eisley on Tatooine? If he's wanted by Jabba the Hutt, why the hell would he be spending time on Jabba's home planet in a den of scum and villainy where all the bounty hunters are?
It's actually a very simple reason.
How much is the small blind?
10.
George Lucas is not a good writer.
That is an excellent answer.
But whatever, you can backstory that however you want, right? You can be like, maybe he was trying to get the drop on him. Maybe He was trying to recruit someone to turn sides. Maybe he was trying to negotiate a settlement.
And if there's one thing we know from the Ron Howard movie, we do not need to know any more about Han Solo's backstory. We can just imagine it ourselves.
That's right.
Where did he get his lucky dice from, Joe? I need to know.
I need to know. I gotta know. Maybe there was going to be a great Sabak game, and he just couldn't stay away because he's a degen.
Yeah. Sabak is his mystery of the lamp.
Maybe it's kind of like the poker world where everyone can just owe each other money and nothing bad ever happens to any of them.
Who is the Greedo of the poker world? Who comes to collect?
There really isn't one, luckily. Though I think Jungle Man's trying.
McClunky. We have an ace, king, jack flop. Advantage, Avancini.
Două. 2 milioane? Am pierdut un pic, am coborât la 1.7 și am dus acum.
55. Yes, 225k. And 9. Calls.
TJ makes the call.
And this is going to be a chop. Have we had one yet?
We have had one. There was a straight on board during your level off.
Darn it, I missed it. First chop pot of 2025, and I'm not here.
Now, Nick is a superstar, right? Nick, he's behind the scenes. You guys don't even know the amount of knowledge and effort and time that Nick puts in. He waited too long on the Everyone Loves a Chop Pot song.
Okay.
Then he started singing that. I was a step behind him because so it was not good. So you still have a chance to be a part of the first good Chop Pot song in 2025.
Check to showdown. It is going to be a chop pot. And Joe, you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot. Waiting for the scores, aren't we?
If that wasn't good, that was not our fault. Because on our end.
Yeah. Okay, we're getting 8. Hey, guys, we're not, when we're not in the same vicinity, I think, all these experts on internet latency here giving us crappy marks.
Choppy.
I think we might just do some banning here, Joe.
Exactly. Ghosting.
I think we can fix it. I think I know what the problem is.
Ghosting me.
Yeah, it's the audience.
I see.
Tom says James needs to read some comments in his Twitch voice. Okay, then.
I have my friends.
Lee Salots. Out of practice, guys. 7 out of 10. Ed says your voice did cut out a little bit, Joe.
Oh, well, that's definitely not my fault.
6 raises, 50k.
So we get some kind of like extra points for the latency issue and some points for like internet buffering that resulted in Joe cutting out.
Paris Ventura says 7 out of 10 is a B+. That's decent. Not where I come from. 70% is not a B+. You need to go back to math school.
We are going 3-way to the flop. Masiewicz opened with a 6, got called by the small blind and the big blind. We have a 9-7-6 flop with 2 clubs. Masiewicz still ahead, I think.
6 checks.
Oh, it was only the big blind who called. Terence Reid did not call out of the small blind. 4, 5, 6, 7. No, but also has the 10 of clubs, so straight draw and a flush draw.
Decent flush draw, at least.
Yeah. Best hand is folded. And we have dropped below 60 players now. 59 remaining in this first ever PokerStars Open being held in Campione in Italy. 59 from a starting field of 2,423. Now that obviously includes re-entries, but even then, that's a lot of 1K bullets being fired. That's a lot of money in the prize pool.
Because City might not be the best direction. I think, you know, this region of...
Yeah, but if you have 3 days, go on the
Bologna. Not Bologna.
Bologna.
Really? Food? Food?
Food. Woman, little city, on the
maybe
food.
the weather is not too great. You say food, woman, little city? Activities than the city center.
I want food.
I might not leave.
What is this conversation?
I don't know. But they've got my attention.
I thought they were trying to reactivate the Winter Soldier. Food, woman, little city.
Yeah, right.
7 and 8 folds.
TJ, ace-4 on the button.
9 raises 55k.
I love the fact that we've reached a point now that when the kind of poker news sites send someone to an event to cover it, they just end up playing it. Gonzo journalism, I believe it's called. Radani defending the big blind. Ace-4 versus Jack-9. We go to the flop. And it is 10-9 tray. That is second pair for Radani.
Good enough. Second pair is feeling pretty good here.
9 checks.
King on the turn doesn't change anything. Radani now better than a 9-1 favorite.
2 checks.
TJ gonna do his absolute best to not let this 9 get to showdown, looks like.
75k.
$75K is the bet on the turn.
It'll be a miracle if you get it. Well, not a miracle. I guess that's a pretty bad turn card for a 9. Although Radani does have a gut shot now, too. Throws in the time bank card, but not his hand.
Ooh, that is not a call.
Position 2 raises 250.
Have some of that, TJ.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is the sort of hand that Nick would have identified before we saw the check raise as a check raise candidate. Seems like gut shots fall into that range pretty often.
And TJ lets it go. So Turkett says that when journalists run out of ideas, they implement themselves into the story. A tale as old as time, James. I'm not going to throw any shade because I did exactly this back in 2005 when, as a journalist, I found myself playing EPT Deauville. All I will say is I was even worse at poker 20 years ago than I am now. So I wasn't on a feature table. I wasn't in the money. I wasn't a contender to win a trophy and 363,000 euros.
Which is also kind of disappointing because that was probably your best shot.
Oh, 100%. I realize now how terrible everyone else was.
Yeah.
To be fair, there were a couple of very talented players at that final table in Deauville. One was the Italian poker legend Luca Pagano. The other was an 18-year-old up-and-comer called Justin Bonomo.
Oh.
No. Lascia.
Pretty good. Pretty good at poker.
Sono veloci.
So this is going to be blind v blind. Radani in the small with 5-4 of clubs.
Wait. Too close.
I'm glad that H.D. Hirani brought up Positively Fifth Street, which of course is about the journalist Jim McManus playing in the 2000 World Series of Poker and making the final table. After reading Positively Fifth Street, where he recommended reading TJ Cloutier's book on tournament strategy, that's the exact book I read before playing EPT Deauville. It hasn't dated well. The advice, not good. Not good.
The Positively Fifth Street to broke pipeline.
I'm saying that like TJ's kind of like, ace queen. It's, not a hand you should be playing from early position. And if you're going to play it, you should call with it, not raise with it. That kind of stuff does not fly. I don't think he was in flying back in 2005.
Now, hold on a second. I actually really like that advice.
2 bets, 25K.
If it's good enough to call, it's good enough to raise. What about that line?
Oh, yeah.
I think that one's all over Positively Fifth Street. Which, to be fair, is not a strategy book.
By the way, I'm not faulting Jim McManus because there's no real strategy advice or analysis. I'm just saying that book recommends that you read the TJ Cloutier book, and that's the book that I have kind of like, is probably the advice is. I think poker's moved on a lot since TJ wrote that book. Maybe this TJ at the feature table could do an update.
He certainly has a slots habit that would make the original TJ proud.
Again, updating for the modern era. Used to be craps, now it's slots.
6 folds, 7 folds.
Six deuce? No.
I told you. I told you. You asked me who is the main character at this table.
So the graphics just needed to catch up a little bit. It's pocket fives for Stojanovic, who's opened here.
Whatever. It's plausible.
TJ calls in position with Queen Jack suited. Radani on the button with 9-7 off. Folds round to the blinds. Costa folds 6-4. Niago with 10-9 in the big. Calls as well, 3-way to the flop.
Three ways.
9-7-4 with 2 clubs. Advantage Niago.
4 chicks.
Checks.
That's right, Coach Ruffy. Always raise to find out where you're at. You got to ask the question by raising, Joe.
I think raising to find out where you're at is actually back, though. I'm pretty sure that it's back.
Do you know what else is coming back? Check and raise is not allowed. It's bad etiquette.
I would play in a tournament that had a check raise ban. You do it and the whole room just gasps.
No call. Sorry?
Call.
Interesting. Stojanovic calls with 5s. TJ gets away from the Queen Jack of spades.
Has a gut shot and a backdoor spade draw.
Instead, the 3 of diamonds pairs the board. Niago still ahead.
Four chicks. 8 chicks. Showdown.
5's no good.
No bluff.
Not a bluff.
Ray, they call him, by the way, James Niago.
Ray?
Ray.
Okay.
That's what the audience said. I tend to believe them. You know, you can tell when they're lying sometimes. This seemed legit.
I prefer calling him Darius, because that reminds me of Darius Dinesh. R.I.P. Darius. He's second in chips at the table with 2.3 million. Stojanovic, the biggest stack, with 2.4 million. No one in the danger zone. Costa officially the shortest stack, but still playing 28 bigs at the 10K, 25K blind level.
You gotta love this structure. Nobody in the danger zone in the entire tournament.
And we still have around 45 minutes before the end of this level and before the players will go on a 65-minute dinner break. And then we have 3 more levels to play today. So play is going to conclude at around 1:30 a.m. local time.
Unless you guys can somehow get down to a winner, which I would allow.
I would allow it.
Who's commentating this? Anybody know?
TJ, who do you think's commentating it? It's a PokerStars event.
A funny guy and a serious guy, I think.
Stapes? Stapleton? Hope not our ex. that would be funny, actually.
Be careful.
Shout out Stapes. Buy Trapped. Trapped, the comic book by Joe Stapleton.
Oh, thank you, TJ.
Is that not sold out already, Joe?
No, there's still some copies left. There's a couple of copies left, yeah.
So TJ opened with ace-8, but Costa has woken up with ace-king on the button. And the Costa now is 175,000. That's how much it's going to cost you to make this call, but Reed folds. Well, that is David Castellani. Hello, David.
David had a really big stack earlier. Was the chip leader at one point with over 2.5 million. Looks like that stack has grown.
Yeah, that looks more like 2.6 million. So chances are that Castellani is still the overall chip leader. We have got 2 players inside the top 5 on our feature table right now.
And I did want to have a quick little peek where we're at payout-wise. We've had a couple of ladders this session. We're up to 4,780 euros now.
Everybody see your cards for 10 hours now?
And the next pay jump is when we get to 54 players. So we're close.
And again, it's a tale as old as time. The fact that you've already cut through near enough 2,400 players, and there's still so long to go before the real significant scores hit, right? You've got to make it to the top 10 to make more than 25K.
Yeah, but I mean, look, that's 25 times your buy-in, which is a lot. Like even this pay jump right now that's coming up is 710 euros. That's pretty close to a full buy-in at this point. So, you know, for the numbers we're used to seeing, yeah, you got to make the final table to make the real money. But I mean, you're winning 5.5 times your buy-in if you can last 3 more places, which is decent.
So Perone's flopped a set here. Nice. But Masiewicz has pretty much missed this flop. I mean, okay, backdoor, straight draw, but he'd like there to be a diamond out there at least. And facing this bet from Perone, he will quickly fold.
I see deuce and 3, so I don't play with it.
Bravo. Perfetto.
James, I'm going to let you answer this question, but I'm going to take it first because you might agree with me.
What a read.
Well, quanti soldi fai con 3-3?
We'll see what these guys are
Vedo
talking
solo i
about
3, che cazzo ti devo dire? Anzi, che cosa ti devo dire?
Che pazzo ti devo... Pazzo.
Alas, I don't speak Italian, Joe, so I can't tell you.
Però prima di solito sono accompagnati da 7, 8, 9.
Just in case.
Quando sono insieme. Almeno si giocano, no?
It seems fun, whatever they're talking about. So the Nutsman says, James, who do you think are the top 5 best poker commentators of all time?
Oh, wow. How do you want to answer that question?
I want to answer that question by saying, like, you can't make a top 5 of something that there's only like 15 total who ever lived.
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
It's just, it's just so silly to do. It's a fun question. Thank you, because it could possibly feed our egos, and it has to do with us. But it's just, you know, it's just a small player pool, and the difference between like number 1 and number 15 like isn't that big of a difference either, in my opinion. It's a flat payout structure, IMO. So
I'm always going to shout out who I consider to be the pioneers of poker commentary, and for me, that's Jesse May on Late Night Poker. It's Mike and Vince on the WPT, and it's Lon and Norm on the World Series shows.
And I would throw Gabe in there as well, just because Gabe is such a talented, entertaining guy, and can do it solo or with a partner.
And no, JCW, I'm not going to do the worst 5 instead. There's a list, but I'm just not going to tell you.
What show was I watching? There was a show called Ultimate Poker Showdown, I believe, shot at the Plaza, and there was like at the time like an actor who was doing poker commentary, and he went on to be in The Shield, and I think he's in Paradise now. He's a very seldom known poker commentator.
That's good knowledge.
I'm trying to remember what his name is.
Do you remember?
He was one of the bad cops, like the real mean cops in The Shield that messed with the gay cop.
What I find interesting is all those people who were so prolific in the mid-2000s and now are nowhere to be seen. There was a time when literally every single poker show had Robert Williamson III as the color commentator. What's he doing now?
Matt Corboy was the fellow who did the poker commentary. And what did I just see him? Oh, he's in Running Point.
Right.
The new Netflix series.
Is Running Point the one with Kate Hudson?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched a couple of episodes of that. Niago versus Reed. Niago with the advantage. Bets the flop, gets a fold. Wow, that is a deep cut, Ed. I used to watch Poker Heaven with Grub Smith and Lucy Porter. The commentary was pretty special. That is a euphemism. When you say very special, that is a euphemism for unwatchable. I had forgotten about Grub Smith doing poker commentary. Wow. Played poker against Grub Smith, a private poker game in London once.
The Professional Poker Tour, Matt Corboy did some commentary on him and Mark Safe.
Wow.
Bruno, questo è il televisivo. No, questo è l'1. È il 2 là.
No, come here. He's in the last chance.
No. Dai. Quello di Monte da Leoni. Dai, è uguale.
Stojanovic has raised the button with ace deuce. TJ in the small blind folds queen 6. Perone, tray deuce of diamonds in the big. Go on. You don't know you're dominated. Go on.
Non scherzo. 2-3.
Lane.
Oh, ecco. I have 2-2. Bravo. Ero dominato, vedi?
Got a bad look like Spike says TJ looks like Conor McGregor.
No one should ever have to face the indignity of being compared to Conor McGregor.
There's worse people to look like. It's his personality that's the problem.
Mr. Bum Bums, Chris Rose was fun in the big game. I thought Chris Rose was a great poker commentator. He used to do all the stuff on Fox. Did a lot of stuff with Michael Koenig back in the day, and did the $1 Million Challenge, which was still one of the biggest poker shows of all time.
What I really appreciated about Chris is that, and a lot of poker commentators of this era didn't have that, which is that he knew what he didn't know.
Yes.
And he was totally fine with saying what he saw and asking the right questions without ever trying to act like an expert or like he knew more was going on. Humble, a very humble fella.
Well, he's just a very, very good broadcaster, as evidenced by the fact that, you know, he was already doing big things back then. I mean, he was, but now does even bigger things, right? Red Zone, baseball coverage. I mean, he's a good sports broadcaster.
There's always someone like this, Kjell, who says Conor McGregor still made millions with his personality. Yeah, so did Pol Pot. Like, it's not a good defense. Checks around. King of Hearts on the turn. That's top pair for Stojanovic.
And Stojanovic has a lock on the hand.
I kind of feel like this.
My favorite.
These players are ready for their dinner break. It feels like we've hit like a coast.
I kind of feel that we hit that low energy vibe towards the end of the last session as well, Joe. When it got to the last 20 minutes before the first break of the day, you could just feel that everyone was just kind of... 2.5 hours is a decent block, right? Most poker tournaments, you don't play more than 2 hours before taking a break. 2.5 hours is at the longer end, and I think people are starting to kind of feel like they just need a break from the table. And yeah, people are going to be hungry now, because what? It's like 8:15.
It's almost dinner time in Europe.
Yeah, the deuce on this table is scary, huh?
Now, I do want to read another comment from Kjell, one I do agree with, who says, I love Slick Rick from the Lodge as a live stream commentator, and not only do I like Slick Rick, but there are so many streams now that it's impossible for us to all stay across, and there's lots of talented commentators on many of these streams.
Yes, I would say that both Skull Mike and Slick Rick do a great job on the Lodge live stream, as evidenced by the fact that you guys, i.e. the poker fans, voted for them as the winner of the Global Poker Award this year for Best Live Stream. And I would say that when I went to the Lodge last November to play poker, both Mike and Rick were incredibly welcoming, incredibly hospitable. I got the guided tour from Mike of their live stream setup. Big fan of both those guys.
Non è l'arghilè, non è arghilè.
Early position raise here from Mazowicz.
But it's interesting you bring that up, Joe. Just the proliferation of live poker now means there's probably people who are poker commentators who, no disrespect to any of them, you and I may not necessarily be aware of.
Correct.
And it's a it is, and I say this as someone who does the job, it's a different skill set. Doing poker on TV, doing poker on the internet, not the same thing.
Give me aces, I can...
I'm not saying one is easier than the other. They're just different.
Whichever one we do is harder.
We do both.
And exactly, but whichever one I'm doing at any given moment is much more harder.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's harder to do, more skillful.
Well, hey, we've got to do both this week because we talked about this on the podcast. The big game on Tour Season 2. It's coming soon, and we have now started voicing the shows. We started doing the commentary for the first table of 3 tables that were filmed at NAPT Las Vegas last year. So those TV shows are going to be coming soon.
I think I did the poker decathlon this week where I played on a TV show.
Right.
I hosted on a TV show.
Yes.
I did the podcast.
Yes.
I did TV commentary with you.
Yes.
And then we're doing this live stream commentary.
And
that's 5.
Also, you did poker commentary for a cash game show and poker commentary for a tournament show because we did a Barcelona show as well.
We'll call that, I don't know, 6 and 7. This week was full. This was a full week. Look at TJ. Your boy TJ Reed getting out of line. So listen, James, when he does something good, he's going to be my boy. But when he does something bad, he's going to be yours.
Fine, I'll take the hit for the team.
But we don't know if this is good or bad yet.
How about when he does something bad? He's like, Poker Org. What are you doing?
Poker Org. We can't believe Poker Org's guy right now.
Yeah.
Getting out of line here with 10-7.
I'm gonna blame Eric. I'm gonna blame Brad. I'm gonna blame Sarah. Well, this has not worked out for him yet. He has paired his 7. However, Avancini does have top pair, top kicker, and is a 70% favorite.
Don't forget about that little diamond there, though. Don't forget about that little diamond.
Oh, yeah. Pair and backdoor possibilities for flushes and straights. He's betting this for sure. And I guess there's no real reason for Avancini to do anything else other than just call.
Avancini, yeah, might be contemplating a raise. Looks like just a call this time.
Yeah. Got to keep those bluffs in. Avancini now a 94% favorite. No backdoor possibilities for Mr. Reed.
Oh, TJ.
315,000.
Oh, baby. Poker Org's TJ Reed fires 315,000. Oh, buddy.
Remember, if he gets a fold from ace queen here, he's our boy.
He's our boy.
Yeah.
He's going to be my best friend if he gets a fold here. TJ Reed, who is the best man at my wedding, gets a fold out of Avancini.
He's playing time bank cards. What material is that jacket?
I think in Italy it's pulled mozzarella. It's made from finest goat cheese.
That was another time bank card, right?
I sure hope my best friend TJ Reed pulls this off.
Kind of want a call here from Avancini so that TJ can rip the river and then put Avancini in the blender.
He is quite capable.
I know, right?
Wow, we're still tanking.
Well, that's what those cards are for. Each one buys you 30 seconds of thinking time.
So do you think, put yourself in TJ's shoes for a second, do you think when you see this many time banks going in, you're like, this guy's got ace queen? Like, are you just able to put him on this hand?
I think I would be putting him on a hand like, maybe not as strong as ace queen, maybe queen jack, queen 10. Certainly a hand where I think if he calls, I can get him to fold river.
Oh, boy, here we go.
That's the thing. If he's thinking that long about the call on the turn, you know that there is a strong possibility you can push him off this on the river.
I don't know. Once he calls turn, he might be committed to calling river if the board doesn't get any worse. Like, you need a little help here from this river, and I don't mean just a 7. I don't think 5 is it. Oh, he doesn't give him the chance.
Wow. Avancini So, here's my question.
Yeah.
Does Avancini call the turn thinking he's ahead? And if so, why is he not giving Reed the chance to bluff this river?
I know. That's a good question. I guess from like a emotional standpoint, I can see like you want to give him the opportunity. You want to take away the opportunity, right? Like he doesn't put you in a bad decision, you put him to a bad decision. But I guess maybe if TJ has a hand like King Queen, he doesn't bet the river.
Once. Yes.
Yeah, I don't see TJ heroing with a 7, and sure enough, makes the fold. And slightly strange the way that hand played through the last 2 streets, but net result, Avancini chipping up.
In the end,
I don't really understand the timing as well. The long tank on the turn to call and then snap shoves the river. It just, I don't know if it certainly confused TJ, and if the objective was to confuse his opponent, it worked.
nothing against you.
It's all poker, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
Fichar em frente, veio. You bluff, you show. We're gonna see it in half an hour.
Yeah.
No bluff, no bluff.
It wasn't bluff.
Squats.
It wasn't strong, but it wasn't bluff.
The nuts man, your bad lookalike is not allowed for 2 reasons. Number 1, because it's an atrocious lookalike. Number 2, you cannot compare poker players to other poker players. You have to compare them to real people.
Coach Ruffy says he was shoving to find out where he's at.
Good callback. I like it.
I think that's fair. Donnie with ace-10 in the cutoff. Makes it 50K.
I like the postscript. He found out he was winning. The bet worked.
Raise 180. Sorry, one more. Sorry, excuse me.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
You're driving me crazy.
A lot of ace-king offsuit showing up here.
And a good laydown from Radani. Let's poker. Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
Arancini's got a horoscope ring. Joe calls my aura ring my horoscope ring.
It's horoscopes for rich people, yeah. Like instead of checking your star sign, you check what your sleep score was.
Okay, do you want to know what it said today?
Yeah, what's in store for you today?
Okay, so actually, I mean, all things considered, my sleep score was not that bad. 74 out of 100. Today's baseline, today's activity goal is at baseline, as my redness is good. Not getting a lot of activity today, though.
Yeah, what about someone's, what's the read on that urine stream we just heard?
Yeah, guys, I really think we should mute the players when they go to the bathroom. Looks like your heart rate lowered late last night. Could it be that your digestive system was in overdrive?
Oh, what did you eat?
Some chicken. Occasional late night dinners and snacks are part of life. I'll tell you why my heart rate lowered late last night was the 2 glasses of rosé. Alcohol is terrible for sleep.
It wasn't because you were at Club Aqua?
Last no. Did we hear him wash his hands?
Hair drying with paper towels.
Okay, that's well. I hope there was the washing of hands first, and you didn't just go straight for the paper towels. Here he comes.
Oh, he got a little round of applause too.
Because he washed his hands, and everyone knows because it went out on the internet.
And if peeing's your thing, allow me to be the first to say you're welcome for that. That's right, fading the edges. I actually want to go to Haunted House more than I want to go to Aqua. Jack 10 suited from rarely positioned.
How much is this? 55? Yes.
Cosa c'era? Andiamo al buffet.
Stojanovic eyeing Perone's stack.
Facciamo così, dai.
And he does defend with 9 deuce of diamonds. There's a deuce. And that's enough to give Stojanovic the advantage. And Perone is gonna continue with the action check to him. He bets into a pot of 145,000.
This may work, but that bet came out a little fast, I think.
Yeah, 60K. It's almost like, you know when people check in the dark? It's like Perone almost c-bet in the dark.
Yeah. And I haven't really been paying that much attention. Maybe he would act that quickly if he had, you know, raised with an ace and flop top pair, but it just seemed like an automatic c-bet, personally. Of course, I can see the hold cards, so. As a guy who acts too fast himself.
Yeah.
Super nuts.
10.
How much is the
That was one of the things when I started playing online again last year, Joe, and I did a stream with Nick playing the Sunday Million for the first time.
Yeah.
And the greatest feedback that both he and Felix Schneiders gave to me was stop acting so fast. And try and be balanced, whether you're folding, whether you're checking, whether you're calling, whether you're raising. Just try and find a point on that time bar, on that slider, that is consistent.
I used to get that note from just about anyone that's ever looked over my shoulder playing online poker or looked over my shoulder playing live poker, has been like, the things you're doing are okay, but do them a little bit slower, please.
Yeah.
In realtà non è detto. Non è ancora detto.
So action has been folded to Costa, who has ace-10 off.
Quindi alla fine non andrà a mangiare a casa. No.
Luckily, they also tell me to make sure I minimize my solvers before I take a screenshot. That's also a note.
Yeah,
I'm lucky enough to receive.
That's very important.
Over time.
Still sticking to my theory, by the way.
Get out of here with that.
Did you see Moneymaker?
Yes, I did. That was kind of shocking.
I know, right? So TJ defends his big blind with 6-5. Okay. Flop to piece this board. He's got a gut shot. 36%.
Not the best gut shot. TJ. And yet he persisted. And Costa persists as well. Pot's getting pretty big for no pair, barely a draw. All right, well, everyone's got a pair now. Sue me. Jakob, thanks for joining us. Happy to have you. Yes, there are, in fact, some Czech poker players in the world.
Jakob watching the stream, learning some poker basics, figuring out what's going on. Love it when we have people who stumble across poker and start getting into the game. Oh, thank you, wee, for the gift subscription. I appreciate it. And Costa folds this turn bet. Another pot for TJ Reid.
TJ muscled his way into that one.
Yes, he did. Is a below average stack right now. Hovering around 900K. The average stack being around 1.3, 1.4 million, with 52 players remaining. And about 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes until we go on break.
I think it's close. I think I'm gonna call. Really? Yeah.
Joe, would you like to know what we're going to be entertaining the people with while the players are consuming dinner?
I thought you were going to ask me what I want to know is what's in the dinner buffet, and the answer to that is a resounding yes.
Alas, I do not have the buffet menu. I imagine it's the usual fare with an Italian flair. During the dinner break, there is a chance to relive the first ever Italian victory on the European Poker Tour. Salvatore Bonavena at the final table of EPT Prague 2008.
I'm into it.
3 folds, 4 folds, 6 folds, 7 raises, 45K.
Okay, Avancini back in action, opening with Queen Jack. We've got Stojanovic on the button with 7s.
8 raises 155. 1 fold. And 7
Deuces.
Sevens.
Sevens.
It's good. No?
Yeah, but for now, yes.
Thank you, Wee, for my subscription to the PokerStars Twitch channel.
Well, I couldn't get one without the other, I guess. Okay, out into the floor, out into the room again.
This table is a little bit dirty.
This is Salvatore Russo, the current chip leader, who's playing 4.1 million. And suffice to say, this will be our next feature table. So Salvatore Russo is at table 4. That'll be coming to the main stage off the back of the dinner break. This guy, our purple sweated friend, has 4.1 million chips right now and is #1 on the leaderboard with around 50 players remaining.
Told you those purple people are not to be trusted.
3, 4, and 6 folds. 7 folds.
Dai, fammi rubare, su, 55.
Come on, Pablo, get your seat in the 2-5 game. You know you want it.
7 tray, one of those hands is too bad to even limp in with, so you're going to raise a lot of the time.
No,
Prossima volta.
Ci tieni troppo.
By the way, Joe, if the buffet doesn't grab you, there is a guide in the PokerStars Live app to local restaurants.
Oh, well, would you look at this?
55.
Flop the 6 high, maybe gets run down by the 7 high.
Ooh. Again, a very quick bet from Perrone, who does actually have equity here with that 7 of spades in his hand, but Radani, I kind of feel you have to play this aggressively, right? But Radani decides just to call.
I mean, if his read is the same as ours, that the quick bets are bluffs, are not super strong, then, you know, a flat does make sense. But I do think that quick bet, in addition to not being super strong, is also going to be like a mid-level spade a lot of the time, too.
$100,000 apiece.
That's how you take your time with a call right there.
Yeah.
Double check real quick. You didn't notice? Oh, no.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Ah, you just got rivered, pal.
Oh, God. Puke.
Se tu me ne fai rubare prima, ne spendi meno. Te l'avevo chiesto se potevo rubare, tu non mi hai fatto rubare, è giusto che io rubo e non mi beccano. Anzi, giusto che rubo, mi beccano e mi fanno uscire di galera. So che mi stai odiando in questo momento, ma
the most hesitant fist bump I've ever seen. The most hesitant fist bump I've ever seen. You did not want to do that.
No, he was thinking, I'm gonna slow play him. You know?
You were right, James. Way back on the flop. Fast play it.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're going to get action probably from a big spade, but you're not going to get action from the 7 of spades. So on this particular occasion, it would have worked. So possibly influenced by knowing the opponent's hold cards in that analysis.
6 folds, 7 raises 55k, 8 folds, 9 folds, 1 post.
Ace tray off.
2 folds.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to say that's optimistic. I would argue the call on the button's a little bit optimistic as well.
Absolute position. If it's a table where like people aren't really like 3 and 4 betting out of the blinds, maybe.
Yeah, I
justified a little bit more.
I like the squeeze spot though.
Yeah.
See, this is a situation where traditionally I would have been kind of like, oh, it's only a little bit more to call. I'll come in with ace 4, but this is how you should play it. Good work, Costa.
Mama's got a squeeze box. Squeeze spot. That's what I was trying to say. I blew it. I'll use it next time.
Ho fatto una stronzata al tato. Ci stava, Avessi
I must be jet lagged.
I think you have every excuse to be exhausted considering when you listed out all the things you've actually done. I mean, you don't even have a proper job, and you actually did a full week's work.
Oh.
Also, I don't know what I was thinking. Like, I know Gamble in the Future, I was like, they're like, do you want to come in and spin the wheel? I'm like, yeah, how hard could that be? And then call times at 12:30, wraps at 9 p.m. Like, you know, it's not. I forgot that television's never like an easy day.
No, it's not a goodness couple of to film 2 hours of TV is a full working day. At least you had an easy weekend last week, right? At least you kind of like with us, you know, not.
Look, when James Hartigan is going out on the town, and I know that I won't get any judgment for going out on the town. I have a chance to ride his coattails. You got to take that chance.
1 calls and 2 folds. Yes. 2 folds. Now 2 players.
Avancini has opened with ace king of diamonds.
3 folds and 6 folds.
Good luck. Good luck. Thank you.
And that is going to be a call from Perone in the cutoff with 8-7. Perone kind of feels like a guy who just wants to play hands now, and I'm not sure this is going to work out for him.
But James, here's the thing: is you don't know what the flop is going to be. 7-8 of spades, 10-8 of spades. These are fun hands. Unfortunately, the flops are like this a lot, where your opponent hits top pair, you hit 1 straight card and 1 flush card. Arguably 2 straight cards, but
I mean, you know, you see players and you say the break can't come along quickly enough for them, and I do feel that Perone could do with just a reset.
a little carbo loading.
Yeah, exactly, and just a chance as well to speak to some friends who can just say, having watched the stream, maybe slow down a little bit, pick your spots a little bit better.
Good company.
I thank you, Profi. So, really, I'm playing Profi.
No. What is it all about? It's an independent poker media company. Poker, all sorts of anything with poker news, and more engaging. A lot of social media, video, player interview. Motto is by the players for the players. Okay.
I will allow this blatant self-promotion.
In the world. Shout out.
You are the ambassador.
Unofficial. Unofficial. If I make a feature table, I'm the ambassador for the day.
Nice.
Do you know what
this logo is all about?
What is Smart Spin, I see.
Smart Spin.
Exactly. Well, give your pitch.
Yeah. It's the largest
school. Greener Lab, you know Greener Lab?
School?
Yeah, it's a spin and go school.
Spin and go. Oh, poker. See, you got to get your promos in, baby.
Spin and go school.
Look, if it gets people playing spin and go, I think we have to allow it.
Spin and go?
That reference truly is for one person, I believe.
I know it's made at least one person laugh, and that's all that matters. So Costa's raised the button with ace-3, Avancini with 10-6 of clubs in the big blind. We are coming towards the end of this level. We are heading into the dinner break. Chromos asking about the Romanian player who was balanced off the table. He's going to take a seat at a different table. The tournament staff try and keep the same number of players at each table, so if there's been a few eliminations out in the field and we're still like 9-handed on the main stage, they'll move a player. He's still in. He's just got a different seat assignment now.
Now, Irish Poker Open next month?
I'm win, yes.
If you win, yes?
Yes.
Second place, no?
Wow, this just gets better for Avancini. In fact, he's got Costa drawing dead.
You're on the leaderboard now. You know, they put the leaderboard in for this.
How much is this hand going to cost him?
Stop it.
You could be PokerStars ambassador.
You are in no position. No position.
I know, but you're taking away opportunities from me also. Is the problem.
You had 6 big blinds. Now look at you. PokerStars ambassador.
Like, we only get so many of those.
Piano. Piano is like...
And Avancini trying to get a bit of value on the river. 130,000. The question is whether Costa decides to make the ace-high hero call, which we can see is going to cost him 130K.
Nobody has ever made an ace-high hero call and been correct.
You're good. There's 10 seconds. They're not going to do it.
Good fold.
And I believe that hand is going to bring us to the end of this session. The players about to take a 65-minute, that's 1 hour, 5-minute dinner break, and then come back for the start of the 15K, 30K blind level.
Number one. Will they move all our stuff for us? Okay. Number one.
We still have 3 levels to play today. And we are going to have a new lineup on the main stage off the back of that dinner break. Going to have the chip leader, the biggest stack at this table, Zoran Stojanovic, who will have 2.6 million. Not quite 100 big blinds at the next blind level because they are going up. But no one at this table is short. So yes, that new lineup coming up in 65 minutes time. As the players go on break, we will do the same. A reminder, a chance for you to relive the moment that we saw the first ever Italian winner on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. And then we'll be back in just over an hour's time with more action from the first ever PokerStars Open in Campione.
We're getting back to the action. Blinds 50,000, 100,000 with a 100K big blind ante.
Peg was a little sus. He flew too close to the sun. Come on!
Golf applause. Bendinelli under the gun with pocket eights. Raises to 200,000.
Snowman, snum-num.
Folded to Jimmy Guerrero on the button. He passes. Costa's out from the small. Kyan Mokri in the big with King 10.
Oh, super easy to defend. Pretty much the only place you can play King 10 offsuit.
The flop. It's Queen, Queen 10. Mokri with the advantage. Checks the action to the pre-flop aggressor.
That 10's going to be quite strong on this board. And 8s are pretty strong also.
Continuation bet of 150,000. Mokri calls, taking us to the turn. Which is an 8, a full house for Bendinelli.
Man, I was about to say those 8s are shrinking in value, but now they are ginormous.
Mokri checks a second time. Bendinelli bets big, 500K into 850K.
Ah, such a great feeling knowing you can just bet whatever you want and you're never going to be behind here.
Mokri calls. 1.85 million in the pot. The river card is a 3. Bendinelli has a lock on this. Mokri checks for a third time. And Bendinelli shoves on him. Mokri the effective stack, it's all into call.
Here we are. This TV table is not going well, I must say.
Well, we're enjoying it.
Mokri deploying all of his time bank cards.
Really is not going well. I don't know, man. It feels like I'm getting bluffed for some reason.
You're not.
Not that easy to bluff here, though.
It isn't.
I just fold.
Good fold.
Oh no, no show for the TV. We don't care. We will see. Watch.
The snowman's coming through.
You can see us.
Giuliano Bendinelli now playing 43 bigs, while Kyan Mokri is on a fast descent.
Thank you. De Chico.
Not yet.
Not yet. Gonna vote in Franco?
Oh, I'm actively rooting against him. He looks so much like my grandpa. I'm so sorry.
Now Frederick on the button.
No pass as well, just the blinds.
Bonavena. Italian for the good Vena.
60,000 total, 40,000 more.
I'm liking the scarf he's chosen for this final table.
He's going to make the call. The blinds, you're going to see the flop heads up here. Let's see.
If you ask me, men show too much of their necks in the first place.
3 of clubs, 7 of spades. Salvatore first.
Bonavena's ace high, still the best hand. Alexiu's got 2 live cards and a gut shot.
By the way, don't think that it is Bonavena's intention to hide any neck tails here. This is absolutely a fashion statement. Nothing more, nothing less.
Constantinos is going to make the...
Yeah, no, I just think showing your neck is uncouth.
Okay.
See the turn. Turn is the 6 of clubs. We got 10.
Like, what is this, a brothel? Cover that neck up.
So Bonavena's still ahead here with ace high. Alexiu still with the straight draw.
That is the king.
River is a king. Ace high still good. Alexiu's going to bluff river. Bets 230 into 334.
He's going to bet 230,000.
Constantinos, my lines make no sense, Alexiu. Do you think he's waiting for a 6th street? Because if so, I like this bet. He's got a gut shot, he's got a flush draw, he's still got a live jack and a live 9. No, wait, the 9's not live anymore, is it?
Bonavena folds the best hand. Show the bluff. Show the bluff. Disappointing.
I don't think a good name for a poker player is one that ends in IOU.
Franco under the gun.
A fair observation. Okay, there's a seat open somewhere. Good luck working out who it was for.
Andrew's going to raise to 48,000.
Andrew Chen raising here with pocket tens. Makes it 48,000.
Frederick and Salvatore will pass. Solo Constantinos.
Round to the blinds. Nazar El Nazar in the small blind. King Jack of diamonds.
How much do you have? 200?
Nazar trying to figure out if he wants to call and maybe let in the big blind or just put in the rest of it.
Yeah,
there
he
it goes.
Decides to move all in.
Call.
Andrew Chen calls, and we are off to the races once again.
Andrew shows the 10 of spades and the 10 of hearts.
Good luck.
Nasser shows King Jack of diamonds.
This is a flip that Nazar Al Nazar has to win. His tourney life is on the line here.
Nasser has King Jack of diamonds. Let's see the flop, please. Flop is...
Ooh, we have got top set against a flush draw.
Andrew has flop top set. Nasser has a flush draw. 10-4 deuce, 2 diamonds.
Poor Nazar, remember, had those aces cracked by Bonavena's kings.
Yeah.
Let's see the turn card, please. Turn card is the 7 of spades.
Has to be a diamond on the river that doesn't pair the board.
Not the 7 or deuce to double through.
He knows.
Let's see the river card, please. It's the 8 of hearts.
That is not enough. And Nazar Al Nazar exits in 7th place, cashing for 99,500 euros, almost 100 grand. We're down to 6 players at this final table from Prague, 2008.
Guy took it on the chin. Gracious exit here. Sorry we haven't seen more of him.
And so 6 players remain, and it is Konstantinos Alexiou who has the chip lead right now with nearly 2 million ahead of Bonavena and Chen. 12-24 blinds.
Big, behind, Matu, people 5, 100.
Race.
$72,000 is the raise. And we'll pass over to Frederick on the button.
Sirianni has opened here with ace queen.
How come I always have good hands against you, but not good enough?
Frederick's gonna pass.
Chip leader with jacks.
Alexiou has been creative, let's call him. Can't wait to see how he handles the most dreaded pocket pair in all of poker.
And Franco to the flop for $72,000 apiece. That flop is the 6 of clubs, the deuce of hearts, and the 7 of hearts.
Yep, go ahead. Rock back in your chair. Pretty sweet. He's just all in, okay. For $1.9 million, that's one way to deny equity.
What is going on here?
So there's a little bit of Alexiou in all of us, right, James? Oh, look at that. Did you see that?
All-in glasses.
Oh, look, Alexiou has all-in glasses for the occasion.
Better. I saw my cards.
If there was a contest to see who has worse glasses here, it's definitely a flip.
No. Who got this set? Set 3 cards.
Look at these two goobers.
What's the flop? Near.
What I wanted to say before the middle finger glasses situation came about is there's a little bit of this in all of us.
Yeah. You want to
You're
protect,
in a huge
right?
moment. The flop comes clean, and you're like, you know what? I'm all in. Please don't call. I mean, Sirianni's right that he probably would have needed to see all 5 cards in this situation, but now you can't call.
If you look me, I look you.
Franco is going to pass.
Do you want to look me?
Voy a vederla.
What?
Ice queen.
You lose.
Sure.
Franco has ace queen. Constantino's going to show 2 jacks.
He showed the jacks.
That's nice enough.
Constantino takes the flop.
And James and I have noted before that, you know, a lot of poker has evolved since these shows, especially since the first bunch. But the way people feel about jacks has just remained quite consistent.
Yeah. I'm guessing that this final table is populated by a lot of guys who aren't necessarily full-time / professional poker players as well.
Yeah.
Please.
So Frederick Salvatore is going to raise.
Here comes Salvatore Bonavena with ace queen of clubs.
Quite a happy sight at a final table.
62.
Bonavena doesn't appear to be super deep.
68,000 to raise. That's going to get it folded all the way around to Franco in the big blind.
All right, Peely.
I am all in.
And he announces re-raise.
What?
Did Sirianni just shove with jack 8?
He sure did.
The re-raise is 240.
The victim becomes the perpetrator.
This is a snap call, right?
I mean, it's a call. I don't know if it's a snap call. You just got to take a second to think about this. Sirianni should not be this light when he makes this move.
1,000 more Salvatore has made the call.
Here we go. Bonavena has called with ace queen. Sirianni at risk and behind.
This is so sick when you lose this
Salvatore has ace queen of clubs.
to jack 8.
Franco is the all-in player. Salvatore has him covered. Let's see the flop, please. Flop is 5-8.
Oh, man.
We've got to have the club on the turn for the sweat, though.
Let's see the turn card, please. The turn is the 10 of diamonds.
So only an ace or a queen on the river eliminates Sirianni.
It's a king of diamonds.
Somehow he gets a double up.
No one is clapping, and no one should clap for that. It's just like my grandpa, I mean Sirianni.
Blinds are now 15,000, 30,000 with a 3K ante.
Frederick's under the gun.
This is such a bizarre final table. I can't believe I haven't had the opportunity to ask Andrew Chen what was going through his head at this point.
I wonder if he even really remembers.
Raise. Yeah. Frederick's going to raise. 72.
I imagine he does. And he must have been thinking, I'm clearly the best player at this table.
72,000. Massimo will pass the button back to Franco.
Definitely, but remember, you know, whatever his poker knowledge ended up being, it was in its infancy as well at this point. Maybe he really looked up to Salvatore Bonavena.
He'll pass the small. Andrew in the big now. He'll pass as well. So we're going to go heads up to this flop.
So Newgard and Alexiou go heads up to the flop. King 9 against sixes. And look at this. Quad sixes for Alexiou. Newgard has paired his king. And there go chips into the abyss. 85,000. Don't go all in.
Don't even raise.
Konstantinos is going to make the call of 85,000.
Just calls.
Turn card for these two. It's the jack of clubs.
How does Newgard not go broke here?
Even if you have a bad feeling, you're just like, what am I going to do? Like, you can't not bet top pair. Konstantinos.
Call. The announcement from Konstantinos.
It just never goes down like that when you have a weak hand. You're never like lean back in your chair. Call. It's just not.
130,000 apiece for the river card. Let's see if it was worth it.
It's not realistic.
River's the deuce of diamonds.
I think it goes check, check here sometimes, James.
He's going to check because. Sorry, go ahead.
Can I risk take this?
Konstantinos.
Did he ask permission to bet?
He's going to bet
Yeah.
200,000.
Bless his heart.
Frederick makes a call.
200,000 snap called by Newgard. Alexiou could have gone so much bigger on the river.
He's adorable.
Another pot, and Newgard is left with crumbs. So much so that we rejoin the action with just 4 players because Newgard got schlooged in the ad break.
Oh no, Newgard.
Sorry, 5 players, 5-handed now. Newgard cashing out for 130,000 euros in 6th place.
Freddie.
Bonavena has raised with ace-king. Alexiou is all in with ace-queen. DeChico frustratingly folds 7s. What is going on here?
He'll pass as well, back to Salvatore.
And win the tournament and go out. One of them.
All right, here's one for Salvatore Bonavena. You ready?
Yeah.
A bad lookalike when we get back to him. Robert Davi.
Yes.
Ace king. Ace king.
It's a great bad lookalike.
We kind of shouldn't
You have
say
an ice
that
king?
kind of thing too. I don't care.
Yeah, it's the same.
Special Agent Johnson.
You have ace king.
It's
Cool.
half the
What?
time they do it, half the time they don't.
I have
You know, Constantine turning his hand. Or
Is he trying to tell him that he has one hand worse than ace king?
Face up or something like at this point.
Can't.
He can't.
One round.
It's
EPT doesn't let you show the game.
none of that.
Salvatore's going to pass. He's going to show ace-king suited and diamonds.
Bonavena folds ace-king.
Ace-queen offsuit.
I don't know
Well,
what is going on here.
seems
but
premature.
I am loving this.
Now the drinks have arrived.
So Alexiou, monster chip leader, and increases that chip lead. Notice how Andrew Chen has chipped up as well to more than 2 million. And we've lost Francesco Siriani as well. 5th place finisher for 166,000 euros, eliminated by Andrew Chen. And then some more hands are played. And Andrew Chen is now dominant chip leader with more than 3 million. Alexiou now second in chips.
Cut to major things happening.
Blinds
Had happened.
now 25,000, 50,000. And Bonavena is all in with ace-queen.
Constantinos announces call. Massimo folds the small.
This final table is fantastic.
He really reluctantly folds the big. Salvatore shows ace of spades, queen of diamonds. Constantinos has ace of diamonds, 10 of hearts.
Well, Bonavena finally gets it in, dominating against Alexiou.
Constantinos has him covered. All right, let's see the flop, please.
Finally doesn't fold the best hand to Alexiou.
Yeah.
Six of spade, 5 of hearts. Constantinos is the only player with a heart in his hand. Here's a jack of spades.
Just has to fade the 10.
Let's see the river, please. It's a king.
Double up for Bonavena. So Bonavena back over 1 million. And are we starting to see the descent of Constantinos Alexiou?
All right, Andrew and Salvatore are the blinds. Constantinos is going to be on
I mean, he had enough chips that he could withstand that, but another big hand like that doesn't go his way, and that is pretty much it for him.
Well, he's lost all of his blue chips, and those are the big ones.
Oh. Well then.
Bear in mind that during the montage, he lost the chip lead. Having doubled up Bonavena, I don't think he's particularly comfortable right now.
No, all in.
Andrew's going to raise.
I know più all in. Ah. Scende adesso.
Andrew's going to raise to 130,000.
Just a raise.
Raise is small to big.
I'm all in. Call.
Bonavena all in with ace-5, called by Chen.
Andrew's got 2 black kings.
Andrew snap calls before we even have a chance to animate the cards.
2 million in the middle.
Andrew looks like he's lost his hand already.
Salvatore's all-in is for roughly $1 million in chips.
Why does he have such a defeated look on his face? He's a huge favorite.
He knows the adage, always an ace on the desk.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Turn is an 8 of diamonds. Salvatore now just needs to dodge either of the remaining kings, and he's going to double through. River card, please.
2 big double ups in a row for Salvatore Bonavena, and he's now the chip leader.
So Andrew had 3 million when we started that little bit. Just got doubled through for $1 million.
Bonavena definitely has the advantage over him. It's close, but Bonavena's in front right now. King, queen off.
He announces raise from the button.
Raises to 200,000. Constantinos Alexiou all in with 3s.
Come on, dude.
How much?
$1 million.
Million?
1.15. Okay, sorry.
945 more. 945,000 more is the raise.
This guy is real good at pre-flop poker.
Da aggiungere ancora?
Bonavena has folded so many big hands to Alexiou.
This is one there's a stronger argument for folding than some of the others, but this time he calls, and they are flipping.
Well, this time Bonavena is not calling all in. It's Alexiou who's the player at risk, and he needs to win this flip.
Like 3 doors down versus 3-6 Mafia.
Threes holding. 86% favorite.
One more time, he has to dodge the king or the queen. Let's see the river card, please.
River card is a king. Italian flags in the air. Hugging and kissing left, right, and center, and Konstantinos Alexiou eliminated in 4th. Cashes out for 199K.
These guys just flipping for hundreds of thousands of euros.
Yeah, the letters ICM have no meaning in this joint. 3 players
We're playing
remain.
for the win, James.
2 of the final 3, Joe, are Italian, and the Rail are loving it.
Please.
Salvatore says raise.
Andrew Chen actually has a smile on his face too. Looks like everybody's having some fun.
Massimo says all in. Andrew passes. Yes. That's, I know. We got to know what that race is first. Salvatore makes.
Why not?
Bonavena opens on the button. DeCicco moves all in. Bonavena calls, and we're off to the races one more time.
Like The Happening versus The Day the Earth Stood Still. One of these two terrible things from 2008 has the slight mathematical advantage.
DeCicco pairs his ace.
Un giocato la mano. Doveva passare.
Devo passare perché tu sei davanti a me. Chi sei davanti a te? Sei davanti a te con la sua 10. Che io devo passare.
Massimo needs to dodge the 2 remaining 4s in the deck and running hearts in order to double through. Let's see the turn card, please.
He just disinvited DeCicco from Sunday dinner.
Hasn't changed. The hearts are gone. We have to dodge either 4 and
Che faccio? Non va, passi.
Ho capito, io perché devo passare?
You come to my house, you eat my scalapine. You do this to me.
Guys.
No more scalapine for you.
All in.
Let's see the river card, please. It's 8
Now he's prepared to celebrate.
DeCicco. We'll go see a man. His name is DeCicco.
Give him 6 back. Yeah. Massimo first.
So round to Andrew Chen in the small blind, who's got Queen 7.
He's going to call option over to Salvatore, who's going to check his option. So Andrew and Salvatore in the blinds are going to take a look at flop.
Queen on board?
Flop is king of spades.
Nope.
King of
But a
hearts.
3.
Domination rotation.
He's going to bet 75,000.
A bet of 75,000 from Andrew Chen.
Salvatore's going to call 75,000.
Bonavena calls.
Right, so for 75,000 apiece, let's see the turn. It's the ace of hearts, ace, king, king, 3, 2 hearts, 2 spades. Andrew's first.
3 could be counterfeited at this point. How many more Italians could possibly be in this room?
Andrew's gonna bet out 180,000.
Oh my God. Should we look up who was winning the high roller at the same time?
There wouldn't have been a high roller in Prague.
Oh, it's definitely a 1K then, right?
Maybe a 500.
The 200 euro nightly.
Yeah. So this hand going to the river.
180,000 apiece. Let's
Bonavena, big favorite.
8 of hearts.
Board bricks out for Andrew Chen, but he's not going to stop firing.
Man, oh man.
Andrew's gonna bet 500.
Andrew Chen, he's got the queen high flush blocker.
Bonavena with just a 3.
I mean, really kind of unlucky to run into a 3 here. Bonavena's just not supposed to have any of this. Wow.
Oh, look at that. Called you with a 3, and I'm right.
Just very unlucky to meet such a sticky player who just happens to catch his only out.
Look at this fancy chip stacks graphic. Chips going up, chips going down. A lot of hands, long final table. I remember it was quite boring. Bonavena, big chip leader. Chen now the low man.
All in.
Sounds so defeated as he moves all in for his last 1.2 million.
One moment.
Oh, God. He just, what can you do? Like, everything he does, it doesn't end up working out. I wonder if he's as tilted as he looks.
6 of hearts. Andrew is the replay of Let's see the flop.
People not being very kind to Bonavena in chat.
And the flop comes 3, 7, 5 with 2 hearts. No help for Andrew. Andrew needs a king or a queen.
Will Andrew be drawing dead on the turn with the 4?
He's a 4.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a 4 of hearts at least. Oh no, that's no good. That's Bonavena. He's dead on the turn. Right.
They could chop. They could still chop.
Andrew's like, excuse me, yes, I have 3 outs to a chop, thank you.
Andrew Chen out in 3rd place, 257,000 euros. And this was a huge moment. Bear in mind, there has not been an Italian winner on the EPT so far, Joe, and the final 2 players are both Italian, so we are guaranteed our first Italian champion. Will it be Salvatore Bonavena or Massimo De Chico? Right now it's Bonavena with the massive chip advantage, 4.3 million near enough, playing 1.4 million.
Now, James, I realize you probably didn't think this at the time because everyone's poker knowledge was relatively limited. In retrospect, watching this, do you think that there's still somehow a chance that there won't be an Italian winner?
I tell you who wasn't winning, and that was the audience.
The live stream audience.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this is really cute, actually.
I mean, what a huge moment, though, for the Italian fans, for the Italian audience, and for Italian poker. And Spain is still going to have to wait another 7 years. I actually remember because when we did the live stream commentary back in this era, all of the different commentary teams were on site. I mean, the Italian team were just almost in tears. They were so emotional about the fact they were finally going to have a winner.
That's very sweet.
I just wanted to go to bed.
Lo and behold, the Italian flops best. 2 pair against top pair.
Maximum bet 125.
Raise.
Wowee, great spot for DeChico to chip up. It's a good question from Tag. Now there's only Italian players left. Are they allowed to speak Italian to each other?
No. Not during the hand.
Call. Massimo all in. Yeah.
So yes, this looks like a double up for DeChico.
She got 2 pairs, 10s and deuces, and queen 10 with the hand for Salvador. Massimo in the lead with 2 pairs, 10s and deuces. Let's see the river card. It's a 5 and he doubles up.
DeChico. 2.8 million now. So yeah, it took a lot of hands, Joe, nearly more than 250 hands to get heads up, and then this heads up battle went on for some time as well. This was a very, very long final table. It was, yeah.
Raise.
Massimo's going to raise.
You do a good job of not complaining about these. Like, I don't have to hear a lot of war stories. I've heard about Copenhagen, but this one flies under the radar. This feels long even on TV.
Yeah.
Re-raise.
And Salvador re-raise.
All in.
All in.
Bonavena shoves on DeChico. Can't call it off with King 4. Passes.
Pass.
You wave that flag.
You've earned it.
2.3 million.
Who's going to be covered in that flag? Who's going to be jumping up and down with their rail?
Raise.
8-7 of diamonds for Bonavena. Raises.
Who's going to celebrate tonight with a big bowl of scallopine?
Ace for DeChico, and he calls. Let's have a flop. And it's an 8-high flop with the wheel draw for DeChico.
All hearts maybe an action killer? Nope.
DeChico shoves with his straight draw. Bonavena calls with top pair, and this could decide it. If Bonavena's hand holds, and it will do 72% of the time, we have a winner.
And 7 of diamonds, 8 of diamonds.
Bonavena looking to hold Avena.
Turn card is a 6, no change. Massimo needs
Lots of bricks in this deck.
5 or an ace needed for DeChico. The river card is a jack, and Salvatore Bonavena becomes the first Italian champion on the European Poker Tour. Takes down Prague in season 5 of the tour, December 2008. Massimo DeChico, the runner-up, cashing for 445,000 euros. Bonavena gets 774 grand, plus the title and the trophy, and a place in the EPT history books.
Blind still 125,000, 250,000. Neville Costa first to act.
More like Neville Costa. You're supposed to raise when I say that.
It's been folded around to Jimmy Guerrero, who's got ace-7 in the hijack. And he shoves.
Jimmy's going all in.
On to Fabiano Kowalski, who also has an ace.
750.
Ace what?
Yeah, we haven't caught his other card. Kowalski calls. Round to Pinto.
How much is it?
750. 750.
He's got Jack-8 of spades in the big blind, and he calls as well.
This could get spicy.
2.5, right?
No, it's 3 maybe. Oh no, it's 2.5 now. Yeah.
The flop gives Pinto a pair. Guerrero has a gut shot.
This could get really spicy.
Pinto's all in. And Kowalski folds. Showdown.
Pinto lucky not to have run into it here. And he's going to get a rebate.
Guerrero will see he is a 3-1 dog. 6 immediate outs. Ace on the turn.
Oh, wow.
Il touché l'as.
Now just has to fade a jack or an 8 on the river. Guerrero more than triples up. And Michael Pinto now joins him in the danger zone.
I'm not much one to quote rounders these days, but Guerrero really does have alligator blood. And I, for one, am glad. This dude cracks me up.
I won't bust, guys. I won't bust. Come on, I won't bust. We will play until 2 a.m., guys. I promise you, until 2 a.m. I won't bust. I'm a super professional short stack.
The heads are out. Yeah!
Now you're liking that.
Pace yourselves, everyone. There's still a day to go after this.
They are running on adrenaline.
Ace-8 suited for Jimmy Guerrero under the gun. He is all in again.
Not a lot of big blinds, just rarely going to be good when you get called.
Yeah, he is dominated by Patrick Jarosz, who's got ace-jack of clubs. Jarosz makes the call.
Opted not to isolate, but this is still going to look very strong.
Folded around to Pinto. He's out. Costa folds the small blind. Mockery folds the big blind. Here we go, domination situation. Guerrero at risk and behind.
Jimmy needs some help.
He needs an 8 or a ton of spades. Just the 1 spade on the flop. Turn card is a 6, pairing the board. That creates some opportunities.
It sounds like Temple of Doom in here.
The river card is a deuce. That's a chop.
Papa! Jusqu'à 2h du matin, les gars.
Unbelievable.
Jarosz missed it at first.
2h du matin. 2 a.m. Il fait until 2 a.m. Go! 2 a.m. 2 a.m. Go sleep. Il fait until 5 a.m. 5 a.m. I can't play until 5 a.m.
Weirdest taunt ever.
In case you missed it, that was a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Even Patrick Jarosz. The irony is this really could go until 5 a.m.
Not if no one ever goes broke. This rail is getting thick.
Pinto, how much you play? Like 2.5? 2.5, yeah?
2.8.
2.8?
Guerrero folds. Patrick Jarosz in the cutoff. Pocket 4s. Raises to 500,000. Fabiano Kowalski on the button. Hasn't looked yet. Ace Queen of clubs.
Oh, hello.
Kowalski just calls in position.
Can't risk Jarosz jamming on him and having to fold.
Bendinelli folds the small blind. Pinto in the big blind has Queen Jack of diamonds.
I'd say Pinto shouldn't even be thinking about this, but it's that pesky big blind again. With all that action, though, I think you got to tread lighter than a green basilisk. That's the one that runs across the water. Read a science book.
Pinto is the shortest stack right now. Makes the call. We're going three-way to the flop. And that flop is King 6-3. Pocket four still ahead. Pinto checks.
I don't think anyone can really love this board.
Jarosz checks.
Kowalski's got plenty of showdown value, just no pair.
He checks as well. Turn card for free. King of diamonds pairing the board. Fours still good.
Oh, Michael.
A cheeky lead from Michael Pinto, 350,000.
If this somehow works.
Well, he gets the best hand to fold.
Okay, now if this works.
Kowalski, now a commanding favorite, 93%, makes the call. We go to the river.
Didn't work.
It's the 8 of diamonds. Ace high, still good. And Pinto moves all in.
Oh, man. Not just that, but there's a slight timing tell there.
Huge bluff from the qualifier.
How much is it?
Luckily for Pinto, Kowalski has one of the worst hands he's ever going to turn up with here.
Big decision for Fabiano Kowalski. To hero or not to hero?
The flop flush draw missed. All draws missed. There are plenty of random kings Pinto can have, though. The call here would be incredible, especially because this is the final table bubble.
He's seriously thinking about it. Plays a time bank card.
Pinto giving away nothing now. Wonder what he's feeling on the inside.
Kowalski makes the call.
Got him.
Wow. And Michael Pinto is eliminated in 7th place.
And there is so much heart at this table. I feel like they should do away with the other 3 suits.
What a hero call from Fabiano Kowalski. Michael Pinto cashing out for just over €250,000. And we are down to 6 players. The official final table is set.
They're going to have to come back and do this all again tomorrow.
Jack Salter raising under the gun with ace-4 suited.
I don't want to say Jack Salter looks like the T1000, but I keep expecting him to ooze out of that seat and into a can of soda.
Brett Hauer and Roker have both folded. Magnus Carlsen is out. Walter Mernig mucks. Antonio Buonanno has 8s on the button. He just calls.
Buonanno no.
On top out in the small. Folds. And Kenny Hicks gives up the big.
You start with 2 million, Antonio.
Yes.
Thanks.
Nah, that banter.
Bottom pair for Salter. Buonanno's still ahead.
A lot of folks might not bet this now that they've already got some showdown value. If you do, I'd probably mostly suggest barreling flop and turn.
Jack C-bet is 145,000.
140?
145.
145.
You know what? I'm changing my mind. Powder. He looks like powder.
Buonanno calls. Well, that is an action card. It's a set for Buonanno, and the nut flush draw for Salter. He's slowed down. He's checked.
That actually probably normally would have been a pretty good card to barrel. Buonanno should obviously bet.
He does. 175,000.
Even though Jack's crushed, I don't think either calling or raising here are that bad in general.
Salter requests the all-in triangle. He is shoving on Buonanno.
Classic powder. Now he's going to go heal a bird.
9 Jack.
Probably almost never is it going to be Jack 9. This should be a snappy snapperino.
Okay, call Jack.
Buonanno calls.
I don't think he likes it.
Lead queens.
Buonanno is a huge favorite to double up here. Salter needs a club. It's a heart.
Thank you, Jack.
Welcome.
Ah, fighting words.
Do you remember, Jack? You boosted me, Vienna.
I busted who?
Do you remember? You boosted me, Vienna.
Oh, yeah. I remember.
Blinds are 30-60. Multimernic has folded under the gun. Pocket tens for Antonio Buonanno.
This guy only gets pairs, I guess.
He raises to 125,000. Folded to Kenny Hicks in the cutoff. And he's got ace-king.
Well, Kenneth Q. Hicks did not wear his best shirt to not put in another bet with ace-king, that's for sure.
Here comes the re-raise. 300,000 total. Jack Salter on the button. Folds. Roker in the small. Passes. Magnus Carlsen.
When the first card's a 4 of clubs, do you even really have to look at the other one? I guess you have to make sure it's not another 4 of clubs.
Buonanno shoves.
Shove is dicey. I don't think Kenny's ever super light here.
Call.
Hicks calls, and we are off to the races.
This is a big flip, but one Kenny had to take at this point. It's like Stallone versus Schwarzenegger.
The flop is 9-6-3. Tens are holding.
Sickening start for ace-king. Carmen knows what I'm talking about.
Queen on the turn. No additional outs for Kenny Hicks. He needs an ace or a king on the river to survive. It's a 3. He's out in 7th place.
Wow, 0 American winners on the EPT this season. That is a bummer.
Kenny Hicks scores his 8th EPT main event cash, 188,500 euros.
Good luck, Jack. Everybody.
America, you've been well represented.
Five-handed. Blind still 30-60. Action on Mario Roker. He folds. Magnus Carlsen also passes. Mernig on the button. Mux.
Hey, Jack.
Hey, Antonio.
These two.
Buonanno limps in the small blind with ace-deuce.
I kind of like it.
That's friendly. I accept that.
But Salter has kings in the big blind.
I assume he won't be as friendly.
It's a race.
106.
116 total.
Buonanno's in absolute jail.
Oh, he re-raises. It's a 3-bet to 500,000.
Despite how bad it looks, I think there's an argument for this play. Antonio's blocking an ace from Jack's range, and ace-deuce is really tough to play out of position. If you're Jack, I really don't know how you keep your cool here. I would be a mess.
Salter responds with a 4-bet to just over $1 million.
Hey, it's Angus McWienerschnitzel.
Former EPT finalist Ludovic Geilich on Salter's rail.
There's also an argument for 5-betting here sometimes, but I think when Jack 4-bets, he's almost never light.
It is a 5-bet, and it's for a hefty chunk of Buonanno's stack, 2.1 million.
He is making a stand.
And Salter requests the all-in triangle once again. And Buonanno folds.
Nice try, Antonio.
Don't worry, big hand, big hand.
Monster.
Nice spot. Thank you. I wanted it all, but I'll take that.
I respect you.
The respect's mutual.
Blind still 50, 100,000. Action on Multimernik. He's on the button. And he's got ace-5 of diamonds.
Magnus Carlsen already back, reliving the memories and showing everyone where it all went wrong.
Mernik raises to 205,000. Ace-King for Buonanno. It's a 3-bet to 550,000. Jack Salter in the big blind. Folds. Action back on Mernik.
Okay, now, I'm sorry, but I'm very rarely going to go too crazy here because honestly, I think the old guy's going to have it a lot.
Mernik moves all in.
Cool.
And Buonanno calls, putting Mernik at risk.
What's going on here?
Well, he's happy.
Ace-King, ace-5 suited.
Domination Nation potentially for 3rd place in the grand final.
Yeah.
Jack chilling with fellow pro Simon Debman.
I couldn't look, man. I couldn't look.
The flop. Jack 9 deuce. Ace-King is holding.
Backdoor wheel, no flush, no chop.
Oh, he's good.
Deuce on the turn. A few chop opportunities. Mernik needs a 5, 9 or Jack to survive.
Man's praying.
The river is an 8.
Go, go.
Mernik will go in 3rd.
Foreground misery, background fist pump. Still an awesome result, though.
GG, man. Lucky. Well played, man. Tough player, man.
Yeah, man. Jack.
It was always going to happen, right?
1 million, 1 million.
That's good, that's good, man.
It's heads up between Jack Salter and Antonio Buonanno at the PokerStars and Monte Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final. Blinds are currently 100,000 and 200,000 with a 30,000 ante. Salter's on the button with ace-queen. He raises to 415k. Ace-9 for Buonanno.
I'm going to go ahead and call this 3-bet Kale because I am not a fan.
He's re-raised to $1 million.
They're too deep to want to get it in, and ace-9 is not strong enough to 3-bet for value.
Salter set to respond with a 4-bet by the looks of things. Yep, he makes it 2.225 million.
Just seems like since they're so deep, they'd rather just play huge pots. It's like having a month to do homework assignment and then writing it the night before.
And did you see how quickly Buonanno called?
Absolute grudge match between these two.
It's a low flop. Ace-Queen still ahead. And Buonanno leads the flop for 1.5 million.
All this is très bizarre.
All in from Jack Salter.
3, 2, 1 blast off. Wow, I think if you're going to rip that pre-flop would have been the spot to do it.
What's going on?
The bird is not the word. It's late.
Carmen, I'm with you. Blinds up to 125, 250. Action on Buonanno, who's got ace-king.
Buonanno, no.
He raises to 500k. Jack Salter's got pocket tens. He re-raises. Buonanno shoves. And Salter calls.
That is so ratchet. What a schmohawk. Turn your cards over.
Jack Salter is racing for the title.
Like sweet versus savory, this race is for the ages.
Passo K io, 10-10 lui.
Hold! Deserve this one, mate.
Oh, vince pure questo. Vince pure questo,
Stacks even.
Come on.
The flop.
Gamble.
Okay, damn.
It's king high.
I love the world. I don't mind winning with a row. Speriamo che sciassano perché vince lui. Come vinco io. Però se è sciasso vince lui.
Ace is good as well, right? Ace is good, right?
Con I 9, con gli assi.
A blank on the turn. Salter has 14 outs.
Non devono uscire picche, non devono uscire 9, non devono uscire assi.
They want an ace on the river. It's a 10, it's a straight for Buonanno, and he doubles up through Salter and takes the chip lead.
Go, Jack, go!
Burn. Carmen, your man is a beast.
Blinds are up to 150, 300, and we're going to sweat with Jack Salter. We'll play this hand from his perspective. Buonanno first to speak, and it's a raise to 600,000. Jack's hand is 10-6 of clubs.
Sure, we can defend with this.
He does defend. The flop is 6-4-3, so top pair for Salter.
Top pair, woo! And one club.
He's playing in flow. He's checked to the razor. Buonanno continues for 500,000.
A call here would be pretty standard. Let's reevaluate on the turn.
There's the call. The turn card is the Jack of clubs, a flush draw to go with his pair of sixes.
We are going nowhere, but we don't necessarily want to call a raise or get it in.
Once again, Salter checks. And Buonanno bets again, 800,000.
Buonanno makes some interesting moves, but he doesn't tend to fire with absolute air.
Salter calls. The river card is the 8 of spades. Salter checks for a third time. And Buonanno bets half the pot, 2 million.
Easy fold. Just fold it, Jack. We're not going to win this with hero calls. We're going to win by waiting until we have a hand and then snapping. Let him make the mistakes.
Time. Time.
He's not even had a minute, sir, so he has to have a bit of time here.
True in this case, but over the course of this tournament, Jack spent more time in the tank than David Blaine. And it's almost always over a ridiculous decision like this. What is that, third pair?
It's a big bet. Big bet for big hand or what?
C.
Time.
He's trying again.
3 more minutes, sir. He has not had that much time.
So do I have time called on me or not?
No, you don't.
If only he knew what the hand was. Buonanno now.
2 million is a very large bet.
For a very large hand.
Jack calls, and Buonanno tables top 2.
Oh man, that's just super ox.
Buonanno very much in command now.
Guys, this is Monaco. I don't want to say this set's expensive, but the people who assembled it were union.
Do you think those guys have been drinking?
Sorry, man.
Buonanno has raised with ace-4. Salter has king-7 suited. And he's moving all in.
Cool.
And Buonanno calls. And the Italian is a 56% favorite to become the EPT 10 Grand Final champion.
You said it, buddy. It is intense.
I feel pretty good about this one. This is the first one I feel good. I don't think I can't. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I got this one. Yeah. Ace.
Yes, you are, buddy.
7.
You don't even believe it yourself. He knows I'm flashing it. Flash it up.
I think it's fair to say the relationship between these two has had its highs and lows.
I like this one.
That was a high.
I think Antonio likes his ace.
The flop is Jack 9 deuce. No help for Salter.
Blank, blank, blank.
Little 10 on the turn. Heat things up.
If it's an ace, it's over.
7.
The turn card is a queen.
I can't lose this, man.
Salter has 10 outs.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
77% chance Antonio Buonanno is the Grand Final champion.
Of clubs.
7.
The river is a blank.
Bye-bye.
Buonanno is the Grand Final champion.
Congrats. Grande. Good game, bro. Good game.
Buonanno. The guy really grew on me.
Well, Jack Salter fought long and hard. No doubt disappointed, but second place is still a great achievement. And Antonio Bruneteau becomes the second Italian EPT winner.
Welcome back to Campione and our live coverage of the first ever PokerStars Open. It's day 3 of the main event, the penultimate day of this 1K buy-in. 2,423 started. Just over 40 players are returning from the dinner break for the next session of play. 3 more levels to play tonight and a new lineup on the main stage. A new feature table headlined by the current tournament boss. We have got the chip leader at our new feature table, Salvatore Russo, who has a stack of 5 million, nearly 170 big blinds. Also got another big stack, Alessandro Giordano. No shorties here, the shortest stack being Serge Didesheim. He's still got around 30 big blinds. As we go to the 15K, 30K blind level with a 30K big blind ante, it's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me back.
Not at all, Nicholas. So 48 players remaining, just shy of 50 coming back from the dinner break. And there has been some adjustment. Toby Stone's been looking at the pace of play, been looking at the structure for tomorrow, Nick. So the agreement is we will play out this level, 2 more levels, then the remaining players will bag and tag. They'll come back tomorrow. And I think we might have to see some level reduction during the final table to ensure that this tournament gets to its conclusion before the casino closes at 4 a.m. on Monday.
I think that's reasonable. Slow and controlled.
Smooth and controlled.
I know, that's what we're trying to avoid, slow and controlled, James. We're trying to speed it up.
Fast.
We want to make it smooth, not slow. Yeah, no, here we go, guys. Back to the action. I think that's a good adjustment, obviously. A wealth of experience in our tournament staff. They'll know how to do it and how to make it fair.
Okay.
Yeah, so already we're seeing the chip leader in action, or would expect to see him in action. Demidenko opening with King Queen of Diamonds. Russo Ace 9 of Hearts in the small blind. That looks like a call. And we get a call from Nigore in the big blind as well. So here is a player who was on our previous feature table, got balanced off to this table, and is now back on the feature table by virtue of the table he got moved to being moved to the main stage. I thank you.
Yeah, there it is. And not a terrible flop for the King Queen of Diamonds. 3 checks on the flop, however.
2 diamonds now. So Demidenko, top pair, flush draw. And yeah, that tick mark, slightly misleading. It means that Russo and Nigore can no longer win the pot outright.
And now suddenly wants to fire. Kind of a delayed situation. I actually don't mind this line at all, especially when you consider the small blind, big blind ranges will contain some 7x in particular. Probably the big blind defend more than the small blind, but you know, no issues checking there. I think there's other hands that we will check here that have showdown that could be played similarly, or you know, perhaps just some ace highs, something like that. On the turn, just fires, no action, easy game. Next hand.
Let's just reset what's happening here with this event, Nick, because I appreciate that not everyone is necessarily up to speed with everything that's happening in the poker world. I think there'll be a few people out there who remember the Estrellas Poker Tour, the France Poker Series, the UK IPT. All of those local/regional tours have gone for 2025, replaced by a series of festivals called PokerStars Opens. And the idea here is to replicate that format, having a 1K main event, the €330 or £330 cup. So very much pitched at the same type of player, but bringing players from all over the world, some great destinations, places like Campione, Manchester, Cannes, of course, Malaga for the summer. So the idea here is that this very much plays like an Estrellas or UK IPT main event, but these are standalone events, part of a wider European series, including the EPT, which is feeding into a player of the year leaderboard, or a series of leaderboards called the Live League, covering low, medium, and high buy-in tournaments.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense to me, James. I feel like many of the events that we were trying to put on sort of were taking on more of an international, less nationally based sort of flavor and location and geographical standing, and therefore I just thought I think it is a good idea to do this. And obviously a lot of the old opportunities still exist under a different name, but also a couple new opportunities that we can explore, and I think that's great for the players.
Absolutely, and the first of these opens, I mean, I said it a couple of minutes ago, huge field here, 2,423 total entries as we see an ace-high flop and king-queen still ahead in this domination situation.
Seems like the kind of board that we probably just c-bet a ton. Just the check from the king-jack. I would probably always do exactly the same thing. It's probably 100%, especially with this combo. And just a small continue makes sense to me. Looks like 65. And we'll take it down. It's interesting on those boards, James. Like, having the king-jack there, you will absolutely be ahead of some of the range that's open from the cutoff or whatever, or from any position there nearing the button. But we just don't have visibility. We don't have that. We don't have that Sam Grafton visibility to continue, and so frequently it's hard to realize the equity of our hand, even if indeed we have the best one, because we're just going to get bluffed so often on turns and rivers as well. And we just move on, and you just kind of take the hit. So, James, you mentioned probably not going to get a chance to play much, if at all, in Ireland.
Correct.
Are you aware of any events that you might get a chance to take a shot at this year? Is there anything that you've been looking forward to? You know, because obviously now you're getting the chance to play more as an ambassador. I think, it's cool that you and Joe are getting more opportunities.
Yeah, sadly, the opportunity not arising in Dublin this year. Obviously, the EPT is always work for us, so Monte Carlo, no. I actually think outside of maybe smaller comps and local card rooms, the first big tournament I'll get to play this summer will probably be at the World Series of Poker. As has been well publicized in the last 7 days, I've now turned 50. So for the first time ever, I will play the World Series of Poker Seniors event this year. Michelle and I are going to play the tag team event. And there's a new event at the World Series this year called Battle of the Ages, where everyone over the age of 50 plays Flight A, everyone under the age of 50 plays Flight B, and then the field merges on day 2. That sounds like a fun one. So those might be the 3 tournaments I play this summer.
Oh, James, I might have to join you for those, man. That sounds like a lot of fun. I also just want to be there to take a picture of you in your first ever seniors event and just say that I was there.
Yeah.
Returning to the hand. On the turn, Queen of Diamonds is a very good hand here.
Yes, absolutely. Sposato takes the lead now, and in fact has Demidenko drawing dead, as Jack's no good and cannot improve to win the hand.
Sposato has had a string of very nice scores in the last couple years. Besides that, he's not going to fold the second nuts, surprisingly.
One of those situations where, ironically, he doesn't really need the flush. A pair of queens is good enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And now just the decision on how to get most value from this hand. We can see very likely just a bet and a fold.
Yeah.
However, it's problematic, James, because we kind of go, what are the hands we get paid by? What is the size that they would likely call? I guess we're getting paid by other diamonds once in a while, and so therefore I think bigger is better. Decides to go for...
That's big.
Yeah, 180K into 290. Lovely stuff. I actually think that's spot on.
And a fold from Demidenko. As we see Sposato chipping up at this new feature table, a new lineup of players for us to meet and get to know, including the overall chip leader. Those are the outer tables, 47 players remaining. So the number of tables reducing all the time, tables breaking. As we play down to however many players we can get to tonight, as low a number as possible, please. And confirmation, by the way, that play tomorrow will start at 12:30 local time. We stream with a 30-minute delay, so the stream tomorrow will be live at 1 p.m. CET. That is noon GMT. That is very, very early in the United States of America. As we see an under-the-gun raise from Fabio with queens, Giordano with king, jack of diamonds.
That looks like a 3-bet.
It is. So, I don't know. I know it's a cliche to say that King Jack is a trap hand in the sense that, or you could call it a crap hand, either works. I kind of feel against an under-the-gun open, a 3-bet here is a little bit optimistic.
Yeah, it is difficult, James, and honestly, as a sit-and-go player primarily and a heads-up player more, I think the trick is that we need to have some hands that we 3-bet from this position in order to remain quote-unquote balanced. So some of these start to sneak in there. And you're correct in the sense that this is more of a bluff than anything else, right? It's just a nice combination to do it with, I think.
So here's my question then, Nick. Are we effectively taking a hand that has some value and turning it into a bluff? Are we not better off just flatting with the King-Jack suited, or is it just too risky from early position with 7 players still to act?
So I think what's cool about the King-Jack is that, you know, our opponents will open some sort of ace-deuce of spades, ace-3 of spades, ace-4 of spades. Having the King-Jack, we are blocking some of the ace-kings and the kings and the jacks. And also we have a lot of playability post-flop if our opponents do choose to continue. And therefore, what we can do is take some of these combinations, turn them into what looks like a very strong raise, because it is a bluff of sorts, with a combination with blocker potential, and then also have that playability post if we're forced to do it. But in regards to just flatting, I think what we do is we actually end up getting into lots of multi-way pots, and therefore we lose a lot of the equity that King-Jack suited has. So it's almost like we're giving ourselves more chances to be heads up. We're giving ourselves a chance to have a 3-bet bluffing range that is actually quite a nice playable hand. And then occasionally we're in these situations where, you know, the queens actually feels so concerned about that sort of positional raise that they feel like they have to flatten and potentially giving us more equity to win the hand. And just to give up on the ace-king-4, we actually successfully take it down. Nice hand there for Giordano.
Yeah, and obviously it worked out for him, pairing his king, taking the lead there. And we are all feeling for queens there, right? We've all been there.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have queens, and it's an ace-king-X flop. Lovely.
Yeah, I think, you know, getting heads up with King-Jack suited is usually just a good situation. When we end up having too many calls from that position, James, we become very exploitable because people know that we're not super strong. They know we'll have a medium strength hand like King-Jack or maybe like pocket 5s or 6s.
Yeah.
And suddenly they can squeeze you to death, which really sucks. So we get to VPIP a few more hands in that position as a 3-bet. We get to have some more bluffs, which is lovely. And then when we do actually have aces and kings, people don't go, he would never 3-bet King-Jack suited here, so he has to be at the very top of his range. And that's important when you're playing against players who are paying attention.
The Casinò Campione d'Italia is indeed the host venue for this PokerStars Open. It is also the host venue for a new PokerStars Live card room, where you will find Luca Pagano involved in the operations here. And I know they've got some fun stuff planned over the course of the next 12 months. If you ever find yourself in that part of the world looking to play some poker.
Can I take my telephone? Yes, please.
Sposato in the bin.
A lot of things are making me feel very old at the moment, Nick. The aforementioned 50th birthday, the fact that this is my 20th anniversary as a poker commentator, and the fact that the last time I was in Campione was 13 years ago.
Well, age is just a number, James. Hartigan, the era of the Hartigan has arrived.
We've got blind v blind here. Hidesheim in the small with Queen 10 of diamonds. Giordano in the big with King 6. We've seen the complete from the small. And we are not going to see Giordano check his option. He raises from the big blind.
And now Hidesheim has a really nice hand to continue with. Just how to continue. I think usually just limp call is fine. I mean, Queen 10 suited has such great playability, James. And opponents, if they're paying attention, should be raising with a lot of hands that you might even dominate in this scenario. So it feels good to just call, but the all-in is announced. That also is going to get the job done. And I think Giordano is doing a lot right there. I think that's what we should be doing most of the time.
And how do you feel about the Queen 10 shove?
Not so good. Not so good about that one. It was a lot of big blinds to jam. We have a hand that is very strong. We have a hand that will dominate a lot of the isolation raises versus limp. And also, you know, you have to imagine Queen 10 suited is also a good combination to crack big hands when they do have them, James. So if the big blind raises you there and does actually have aces plus, you know, or, you know, whatever, pocket kings, etc., Queen 10 suited is a hand where you can have a lot of visibility in the sense that you know when you've made a strong enough hand to go broke, you know what I mean? So you flop a flush draw, you make a flush, you're almost always good. You make a straight, you're almost always good. And giving yourselves the opportunity to just play post there, I think, is probably going to be superior. But Hidesheim perhaps recognizing that the raiser there is going to be trying to exploit his image perhaps a little bit and therefore just wanted to kill the hand. I think probably the shove is a little bit overkill, but his instincts are right in the sense that his opponent is going to raise very wide in that position.
Rousseau has opened under the gun with ace-3 suited. Sposato in the cutoff with ace-7 suited. Announces a re-raise with the suited Spraggy. 3-betting to 180,000. Gets rid of the blinds, and now the chip leader.
So James Rousseau has one of those wheel aces that people like to sneak into their sort of 4-bet bluffing range. I'm not sure if this is the setup that we want to do it, but you know, it is a consideration. Obviously, the most famous of all the wheel aces being sourdough suited, ace-5 suited, and yeah, really nice. And just I feel like when we're watching Sposato play, we're seeing a lot of intention, we're seeing a lot of finesse, and nice awareness there, even against the chip leader, to make that move very bold, but also, you know, obviously strong enough to scoop the pot free.
So we've highlighted that this is the first major PokerStars live event of 2025. It's the first live event coverage that we've been able to bring you on Twitch and YouTube since the start of the year, but there's plenty more just around the corner. In fact, there is a lot happening in the month of April. You've got the Sunday Million anniversary, the must-play tournament of the year, and there's going to be a live stream of the final day on Tuesday, April 8th. We've got the Irish Open coming up, and there's going to be a 4-day stream over the Easter weekend of the ladies' championship final table and the last 3 days of the main event. And then right at the end of April, the first EPT of the year kicks off. The PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino starts on the very last day of April, April 30th. But our focus will be probably during the first week of May, our live stream of the main event. Again, on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. Of course, I should also highlight, Nick, that straight after Monte Carlo, I imagine, it's not been confirmed or announced yet, but normally after Monte Carlo, we get Scoop, and I'm sure you'll be putting in the hours during this year's Spring Championship of Online Poker.
You beat me to it, James. I had just taken a breath to say that immediately after Monte Carlo, we often have Scoop, not announced yet, but of course, I believe probably we can expect some scooping. And if you guys recall, during WCoop, we did something interesting. We did some sort of daytime final table recaps, which I thought were very nice complimentary pieces alongside the evening streams from our amazing stream team of ambassadors playing the actual events and streaming their progress pretty much every single day of the entire series. And therefore, you know, you guys can look forward to that. I'll have some special guests along the way, I assume. Again, unconfirmed. You know, we're still making plans on how we're going to handle all that. Possibly some of the league will return, James, as well, possibly, if you guys recall that experience and excitement.
So we did see the James and Joe, Jack of Spades, Jack of Hearts there for Russo, and he 3-bet, took it down pre. On to the next hand. 44 players remaining now.
Plenty to look forward to, though, guys. Very excited about this year. It feels great, James, to be back, you know, broadcasting stuff of this ilk.
Absolutely. There's a lot of stuff, and there's even a couple of things that haven't been announced yet. So I'm kind of teasing here, coming up in April as well. It is going to be an absurdly busy month.
Yeah.
Great for poker fans. If you enjoy poker live streaming, April is a great month for you.
Absolutely.
And May too. Giordano has not had the memo about this hand. 'Tis cursed, sir. And you've run into the ace-queen of Sakura.
So, tricky spot here, James. Sakura, 34-ish bigs. So, I feel like we want to do some 3-betting here. We're not so shallow that just shoving makes any sense. And he's going to go for 175. Just shy of the 3x versus the open. Oh!
However, we do have Neil Gore in the big blind with jacks.
I wonder, James, this is a very specific setup we see here. I think we want to raise, but I don't think we're all in. I mean, and I mean that in the effective sense, you know.
Yeah. Well, I heard the word raise there, Nick, so the 4-bet is coming, and the dealer will verify the size of that 4-bet.
I might like to see just a very small one, like a
that's
just over
relatively
a click.
Small, right? 390.
Yeah. So the 3-bet was to 175. 390 is so cute here, James. I really like this. I think it's not often I sort of agree with the statement. You know, I'm going to try and raise to see where I'm at. I don't really believe in that ethos. It's kind of an old school sort of mindset thinking. But in these circumstances, I actually think it's very cool, but not just for that reason, also potentially to convince your opponent to put some of the hands in that you are dominating here once in a while.
Sakura, too orangey for crows, just for me and my dog.
He's all in. He just announced it. And now it's a tough spot, James. Yeah, there's the call.
So we are off to the races. A flip worth 2.1 million chips, and also, crucially, a pot which could cost Sakura his tournament life if ace-queen does not hit. We know one ace is folded because there was ace-7. Flop. Safe for jacks. Ace and queens are Sakura's outs. He's a 4-1 dog as we go to the turn. Same outs required. One last chance to hit. River is an 8. Jacks hold. Sakura is KO'd. And Neil Gore is going to chip up to nearly 3.5 million, Nick.
Yeah, really nice stuff there, and I really like the way he played the hand. But James, let's not forget the conversation that we had just a moment ago regarding, you know, these sort of wheel aces being used as like tricky 4-bet bluffs. I think in the modern game, the intention there is to have a 4-bet that can inspire folds, which is great for us because we win without any variance, but then also to potentially get hands like ace-queen to go in, ace-king to go in. You know, you're not really happy about flipping it in those situations, but every once in a while, maybe 10 still goes in there, maybe 9 still goes in. We're giving some opportunity for our opponents to make a big mistake, but then also he understands, and he called pretty quickly in the sense that he knows that probably he's going to have to run it in the event that it does go in the middle, and we will have to win some flips once in a while. So that takes Niagore up to over 75 big blinds, and in a really good stead in this tournament as we head down to about 43 players remaining.
Yes, Sakura being our 44th place finisher.
Very nice stuff, and we continue now And I have to say, James, it's been a lot of fun to observe this on our first day of broadcast. I feel like there's been lots of setups. There's been lots of cold decks, which, of course, bad for some players, but exciting to view. And also plenty of good poker here, too. Some really wild poker that wasn't very good, but I actually enjoy that even more sometimes.
It is the perfect recipe. And look, we're watching an event which is, you know, smaller than an EPT in terms of buy-in and prize money. Granted, we're talking about a 336K 363K first prize, which is not insignificant. So it's not like the prize money doesn't matter. But, you know, to see this level of play, to see some strong moves, and also have the car crash hands as well, that's the perfect mix.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. We have not been neglected in that department.
I really feel that more players need to get the memo about A7 offsuit.
Honestly, James, the more we meme about it, the more I think it's absolutely true.
Just fold it. Do you know what? Even if Russo limps the button here, don't raise with the A7. Don't even check your option. Just open fold. Just let him take it. So action checked to the chip leader, playing around 5 million right now. And Russo continues this Queen, Jack, Deuce board. Demidenko calls.
This is pretty optimistic, James.
Well, Russo picks up the nut flush draw to go with the best hand. Nearly a 9-1 favorite, and I'd imagine a second barrel would get it done, Nick.
I think it would too. And you can imagine that the second barrel does get some clubs to fold, some straight draws to fold that still have equity, some deuce X to fold. And as the chip leader, I think we just see a second barrel here. So that's 115K into 255, if I'm not mistaken. And I think we're just going to see a relinquish now, James. I'm honestly not sure about the defend here on the flop. I think A7 off without any backdoor prospects might just be a muck. But there we are. Nice turn barrel. Gets the job done.
Russo increases his chip lead, not just over the rest of the table, but over the rest of the field. He is #1 on the leaderboard with 43 players remaining in this first ever PokerStars Open.
Taurus the Bull in Twitch chat says, is this live? Absolutely, sir. But what we're watching live right now is a recreation of hands played 30 minutes ago. So the stream is delayed, but we are live.
It's always a qualified yes, because poker can never be 100% live for game integrity reasons unless it's cards down. So it's as good as live. It's new content. This tournament is happening now. That's the best way of putting it.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you guys speak to us, we see it in real time, which is, I think, also nice in the poker sphere, because so much of our content that we create at PokerStars for Twitch has to be delayed in terms of the communication as well as the poker.
Yeah, with our cards up coverage of live events, we're always seeing the action at the same time you guys are seeing it, whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube. It has been a wait, I will grant you. I understand why people are asking the question, because it's like, where have you guys been? What's been happening? We did not have an EPT in February. That's well documented. But now it all kicks off. PokerStars Open Campione, Irish Open, EPT Monte Carlo, all happening within the space of a few weeks. And a pair of eights here for Sposato. Bet of 30,000, called by Demidenko, who does not improve on the turn. Checks.
Yeah, do we barrel the turn here, James? That's a question. I feel like we could still be value betting this turn. I think the check is also understandable. If there's king-high floats on this texture, there's probably some ace-high floats. That's a consideration, I suppose, especially with that 1/3 sizing on the flop, 1/3 pot. If Demidenko checks, however, now I think it might be time for value because a lot of 9x combos will recognize their opportunity to value bet.
I have one question, and that question is why am I not seeing flaming Barrys right now? We have an ace on the river. It hasn't hugely changed the outcome of the hand, although I'd argue it means Sposato can probably more comfortably bet this river. But crucially, anytime there's an ace on the river, I want to see you spam those flaming Barrys.
Absolutely. And 65K on the river.
Just going to put my money where my mouth is, so to speak.
Oh.
There we go. That's what I want to see.
Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. That's a check raise on the river, James.
Oh.
And I call.
This is the classic. Why didn't I just check the line?
The best bit about this, James, is I think I would play the hand almost identical to Sposato, potentially bet the turn, but as played, I value bet the river, and then I put myself in the absolute blender. Great move there. Great move from the King 10. I would love, love, love to see Sposato find the call there, but an absolutely awesome move from the KT.
Excuse me.
Ed K, 10 points. Everyone else, 0 points. How am I not seeing more flaming Barrys right now? Very, very disappointing. Just a quick one on the Sunday Million anniversary, by the way, which will bring Sunday Million season to an end on PokerStars. $300,000 in Sunday Million anniversary tickets being given away via ticket machine right now. Nick, you mentioned earlier on plenty of chances to qualify as well. Satellites running left, right, and center. The tournament runs on Sunday, April 6th. $215 buy-in, $6 million guaranteed. But again, if you're not able to play, if you're in a part of the world that doesn't have the Sunday Million anniversary, you can watch the live stream from the final day of this 3-day tournament, Tuesday, the 8th of April. We're streaming it live on the PokerStars Twitch channel.
Forrest he's not there. He was killed.
I think we have a new player coming in, right?
We do, but not this again, James. How many times have we seen the ace, queen, ace, king on this feature table today?
6 raises.
Fair few times. Well, it's the ace-queen that opens. It's the ace-king that 3-bets. Sposato will fold the small. And Diddy Shine will no doubt fold the big. So let's see how Giordano reacts to this re-raise. Meanwhile, the player taking the 1 seat at the table is Jing Chun Yu from Italy.
Looks like ace-queen is called, James.
Okay, then.
Oh.
Ace, king, 5 on the flop.
What an absolutely stellar opportunity to get some chips for the ace-king.
100,000 the bet from Niagore, who has the best of it. Top 2, 98% equity.
Yeah, this is lovely stuff. I like the sizing here too. And going to the turn, 6 of clubs, obviously no change. However, it is kind of clean in the sense that the ace-king probably very confident just to continue barreling. Ace-queen probably very confident to continue once again for fear of getting exploited here. On the turn, however, James, we need to start thinking about stacks. So I'm thinking we can go like 500K.
Woo! Calm down, Nicholas.
1,470,000, right?
Adrian Sorel.
Yeah.
Oh, 4-7-5. I'll take it.
New player on 4. Can you move to your right?
No, non capisco l'italiano.
Yeah, no problem with now. What was the chip answer? 1,400,000.
Getting some action.
Yeah, gets the call from Giordano, and this hand is going to the river. We have 1.1 million in the middle.
7 of hearts.
No worries. No phone on the TV table. I don't have one. You no phone? No phone.
Is that a card that slows him down, James? That's the question. Is the 7 of hearts too much of a scare card? Do we feel like we've gotten enough from it now and we are going to slow it down? I guess a bigger question is, James, is my opponent capable of floating twice with a flush draw and then checking it to me on the river as a trap? Because obviously we can bet 2 streets here with a lot of ace combos and then just check it down on the river, right? I'm so interested to see if we find it. Does check, understandably.
And that does take us to showdown, and we'll see Niagore win a sizable pot and chip up over 4 million. He is among the chip leaders right now, among the biggest stacks, with 42 players remaining, and a new player has come to the feature table. You may have heard some chat in the background there. We've got Adrian Sorrell coming into seat 3 with a stack of 1.47 million.
We meet again.
I feel good vibes when I see you.
Thank you. Likewise.
Because good vibes is his middle name, you know.
2 folds.
Giordano with the Grafton, 10-9 suited. Not going to play it.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, I kind of feel that this is the difference between like a 5K EPT main event and a 1K. We see players who don't understand that they're meant to fold ace-7 offsuit and they have to play 10-9 suited.
Yeah,
they just don't know the memes, Nick. They don't know the memes.
They don't know the memes, and also 10-9 suited just actually is a monster. I don't even understand what's going on here.
7 raises 60K.
Good fold, though. Pocket queens on the cutoff.
Spazzato calling on the button with the 9-8 suited. And we are going to go heads up to the flop. Suffice to say, Demidenko, huge favorite here with queens.
We are not going to get it until the next break because I already asked.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, 7-4-3 with 2 hearts. It's sweaty.
Yeah, this is a pretty nice situation for Spazzato. Obviously, not a ton of equity, but a lot of opportunity, James. If the hand does come in, we might see a big pot. There is a continuation bet here. 105K into a pot of 195,000.
Have to call here with the flush draw, with the backdoor straight draw.
Oh.
And that makes things even more interesting because now you're up and down in addition to having that flush draw.
Panicking with this. I thought I lost it. You know when the panic kicks in? You know the feeling?
When you don't have your phone in your pocket, you know? And you're, oh, where's my phone?
8 bets 180.
Interesting. So Demidenko slows down on the turn, Nick. Checks the action to Spazzato, who is going to semi-bluff.
Yeah, and I think the queens might just flat again. I mean, look, they're going to have the best hand here a lot, as we can see. That is true. However, maybe concerned about sets and straights at this point. I mean, you know, there are pairs that become straights here. Pocket 5s, of course, being the obvious one. And the 8 on the river is so interesting now, James, because Sposato has showdown with an ocho. That is easy to check down. That allows the queens to, you know, just get to showdown without too much hassle. I'm interested if it was a complete brick on the river, if we see the 8-9 go for another bluff. So to the outer tables here, this is Petre Ionescu.
Yeah, who we believe is second in chips right now at one of the outer tables. I have to say, decent representation in this tournament from the country of Romania. No real surprise when you consider that this year is the year of Romania.
Is that this year? Oh my gosh. Really exciting stuff.
And on the subject of Romanians, I just want to pick up on Costin's point on YouTube chat. I think he's right. When we had this guy on the feature table earlier on, he was Niago, and now he's gained an R in his name. So either we had it wrong before or we've got it wrong now. I think Costin's right. I think it's meant to be Niago. Well, he's playing this hand against Jing Chun, who recently joined the table. 10-8 against 8-7, which is officially a domination situation. And 10 high is still good. However, the club draw for Jing Chun, it's a post-flop flip.
James, you'll notice the old check in the dark strategy here as well. We haven't seen that yet today.
You've no idea how much I hate that. It's like, oh, I saw Phil Hellmuth do this on a TV show back in 2007, so I'm going to do it.
Ah, man. Okay.
Okay. 10 high, still the best hand.
It's the kind of turn that I think we don't barrel as often as well here. I think the ace is a bit of a scare card. The 9 is a bit of a scare card. So going to the river, the 3 of spades. I think now with 8-7, we're going to have to bluff. It's just how we go about doing it. I think we're allowed to just go small, James. Like, we're going to target these kinds of exact combinations to fold. We're not trying to get an ace to fold. We're not trying to get kings to fold. We're not trying to get queens to fold. I think you're allowed to just bet, like, you know, 80K here, and I think that gets the job done often enough. But it looks like he's just going to give up, I guess. This is where we've arrived.
I always love it when players feel the need to bluff with the best hand. I understand why he feels the need to bet 10 high here, but ironically, he doesn't need to.
You know what's really funny here, James, is where...
Oh, if Jing Chun check raises?
Well, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. Let's wait and see what he does first, and then I'll give you my spiel. But it's a funny setup here. He's going to fold. So, James, what's awesome here is Jing Chun, the way the hand has played out from out of position, could have actually gotten the bluff through for extremely small. But in order for the player in position to tell a believable story and get some of the hands that want to get to showdown to fold, he has to size up. So cool.
Well, this player on one of the outer tables is Friedrich Reitz, who is third in chips right now. So we have the overall chip leader, Salvatore Russo, on the main stage. We saw Petre Ionescu at one of the outer tables, and now we see Friedrich Reitz, who is third in chips. 42 remaining.
Raises, 60K, 6 fold, 7 fold.
Russo raising with ace-jack. Round
to Didisheim, who has ace-5 suited. We know what players like to do with this hand, but not this guy.
Nah, not this one.
I think you have a slightly better hand.
I don't speak.
You don't speak?
It's like a bit.
I love that. Folds his big blind and literally picks the chips up off the table and puts them in his opponent's stack.
Brescia.
Line 20, please.
Student. Student. Half price.
Let's go, Niago.
Raises 60.
Raises to 60,000. We're still playing 15,000, 30,000 with a 30K big blind ante. Blinds going up in exactly 30 minutes time.
Yeah, you'll notice just the flat here from Sposato as well, guys. I don't mind this at all. We are nearing the later stages of the tournament. Jacks is a strong playable hand from this position. However, we are opening ourselves up to attack, and this might be a good example of that, James. King 10 suited, great hand to squeeze with.
Yeah.
Snap fold from the ace-jack.
I don't think Sposato is going to snap fold jacks, though. In fact, he's asked for a count.
205.
Yeah, and actually there's a bit of a decision here now, James, because we need to figure out if we want to be elevating. We've disguised the strength of our hand. We're aware of the fact that players will squeeze in these situations with hands weaker than jacks. We may have an opportunity to win a lot of chips here at non-showdown if we play our cards right. I do think jacks is strong enough to continue flatting, though, however. I have to say that.
Two deep stacks, kind of makes sense.
Yeah. Jingshun here is about 68 big blinds deep after the squeeze. Sposato 40-ish. Yeah, I like this move, though.
Decides just to rip and gets called?
Snap call?
What? Did someone just snap call a 40 big blind shove with King 10?
What is going on? Oh my gosh. Sposato's going to be loving this, but it's still a massive sweat.
Counter. I like it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, we are all that guy right now. Look at his face.
Sposato can't believe it. When he got snapped, he thought he was absolutely in the bin.
Conosco questi giochini.
Try with the chip. Push the chip.
Ce l'hai di più? Closer? Okay, like this.
I'm on your side. So.
Okay. Cazzo, pure fiori. Pure fiori.
So far, so good. I mean, right now, Jingchun has one out.
Solo deve uscire a capo.
You are coaching him?
Se no perde.
I like him.
Già perso.
And now is drawing dead. So Sposato gets the full double up. I see Cine on Twitch saying must have misread stack size, then ask for a count. How on earth do you just throw a single chip in there within a millisecond of your opponent moving all in?
Poesia.
Little performance there, too. What a spot, James. I mean, obviously we can see the equities are great there pre, but to have minimal sweat on the flop, a tick mark on the turn, what an absolutely massive moment here for Sposato on another tear.
We were debating about
Flatting with the jacks, clicking it, moving all in. Gets maximum value by shoving and getting slapped by King 10.
Absolutely. And yeah, you can't help but be excited there for Pagano. What a great opportunity.
So, here's the other question, and this is something that Ed's put out there. Did he misread his hand? Did he think he had stronger than King 10?
James, I think here's the problem, right? Did he misread the stack size? Ask for a count before you go all in, okay?
Yeah.
Did he misread his hand? Look again. There's solutions to these problems. I think he just wanted to run it, and I don't mind that. That's not a criticism of Jingxun there. I just think he wanted to run it.
Where are these players when I have jacks?
I mean, I'm sure I found myself in that situation before, James. I just can't hold with the jacks. That's my problem.
Position 7 raises.
We got hero value in the chat. Hello, Benny. That would make way too much sense. Exactly. I prefer to think that he just likes King 10 suited. It's his favorite hand. Let's just go.
Especially of spades.
Oh yeah. No. He says if it was diamonds, I would have folded. We'll ask him later.
Yeah. That was the most absurd hand we've seen so far.
You have to balance your punting range. There's always one combination of King 10 suited I never fold regardless of the action. And I think that's fair. You're allowed to have one. Everyone's allowed one.
Okay, so we have seen under the gun open from ace 10. We have seen a 3-bet from ace jack, and now we have ace king on the button.
400 from position.
And it is going to be a 4-bet to 400,000. Chip lead at Salvatore Russo in the small blind. Folds. Neago is gone. Action back on Demidenko, who has proved sticky in these situations.
He has indeed. Demidenko is an individual who does like to see cards. He likes to play the streets. Good fold.
Now Giordano. Sorrel takes it down.
Like you, big heart, but only the nuts.
I'd love to show King 10 like you, but only the nuts.
What did you show?
And of course, Jing Chen has no idea what he's talking about.
King 8. Ah, yeah. Galera, galera.
Don't think Diddy Shime is the kind of player who's going to open with Jack 3 under the gun +1. Giordano folding ace 4. So round to Sorrel. Removes the pyramid, releases his cards.
I wonder if the pyramid is a specific kind of gem, some sort of charged crystal.
We've got the lamp on Neago's cards.
Joe said he thought it might be a miniature hookah. It looks more
that
like
lamp is a mystery. We've already established.
It's more of a chess piece to me.
We will never discover the mystery of the lamp.
Oh, that's right. Your wishes, James. They
have
bring
not
riches.
I've brought riches for a long time. For a long, long time. Oh dear, we've got Demidenko playing a7. He is not going to connect with this flop because it doesn't. And even though ace high is the best hand, I'm going to say advantage Neago.
Yeah, and again, interesting opportunity to check, I think. And do you see the check from the King 9? And ace-7, I think, is a very nice check as well. Showdown with the draw feels good to just take the turn.
When are they going to get the memo about the bloomin' Spraggy? Top pair. I'll have a poke.
Demidenko likes to call in these spots, does make the call.
Does. Very sticky. And so far, all I see it doing is costing him chips.
Yeah, he does seem to really like to stick around with the ace-high combos, and sometimes in more dicey situations than I think is recommended. I do kind of get this one, though. I do think the king is a very reasonable card to represent, and then we do end up having kind of showdown with an ace-high, and we have the gut shot, and we have the heart that we can turn into a bluff as well once in a while if we feel it's appropriate on a heart river, for example. So I actually approve of this one, James. I think this one's pretty cute. I think a lot of the time, it can just go check on the river and ace high just shows down, which is another property, especially if the board pairs or something like that. So river barrel 375 into 480 does fold. But you're right, James. Those spots do add up. I actually think I'm fine with this one. I do like the floor with the a7, but you know, just calling and then having to fold is a costly endeavor.
Just tracking across the outer tables with 40 players remaining now in this PokerStars Open Campione main event. Coming towards the end of level 27. 2 more 75-minute levels to play today. Blinds going up in around 20 minutes time to 20K, 40K with a 40K big blind ante. We see Toby Stone working his magic behind the laptop over there. So, Diddyshime, I've had a suggestion from the Real Oak on Twitch. He looks like Junior Soprano from The Sopranos. That is a hashtag bad lookalike, and I will allow it. A character played by the great Dominic Chianese, who also played Johnny Ola in The Godfather Part 2.
Also, James, the username, The Real Oak, just makes me think of Royal Oak now, ever since we had a discussion about those. I believe it was in Barcelona. James, you know when we do those wide shots, you know, the sort of panning wide shots, I'm a fan of those. Yes. I like a wide shot. Got me thinking, you know what this production needs more of? Time lapses.
Yep.
How did you know?
Because I know you're obsessed with time lapses, and I know you kind of like get a great thrill out of filming time lapses. You know you don't get paid anymore if you film a time lapse, right?
It's made its way into at least one production, and that's enough for me. That's my contribution to poker.
The hours of commentary, nah, just the time lapse.
Just me sitting in a corner for 15 minutes while the computer does its, while the camera does its magic, and I can send it to you guys. It's wonderful.
Jing Chun pairing his jack on the turn. It's Spazzato who's betting with straight draw. Jing Chun in. Demidenko out.
Boom.
10 on the river. That is a chop, right? They've both got a 9.
They do both have a 9. Spazzato's thinking bingo, bango, bongo, though. Spazzato leads. Can't not lead this river.
I kind of feel this shouldn't be a chop because he's got a longer straight.
Yeah. What's the size, though, Spazzato?
8 bets, 210.
I love those Hornet chips.
He's going to sting you with them.
That's right. They usually sting. In this case, Jing Chin just chucks in a call faster than he did with King 10 of spades, and we chop it up.
This time he looks back at his hand. This time he's going to think about it. Is that a call?
I think he might raise, James. I think he might raise.
Oh, I see.
It might be one of those spots. You know, it's funny, though, James. Jing Chun can have ace king, and the big blind can't here. So it's one of those. Yeah, that's it. That's the move. It's going to put 9-7 in such a brutal spot. And, James, I can't help but think he's thinking about the King 10 of spades hands just now as well. That's got to be ringing in Spossato's ears.
Well, it's not just ace king, right? You're losing to king 9 as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. That's also part of the big, the under the gun open range. Under the gun +1, I should say. Does call.
Well, Spozzato calls. And, Nick, this is going to be a chop pot. You know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
That one's better. I think that was a better one this time, guys.
Yeah, but also I think we should let them at the table do it. They handled it for us.
Special shout out to PKR Kez. That's KJ. That's our ambassador, Carrie Jane. I'm glad you're enjoying this stream. Welcome, KJ. By the way, guys, should also mention I'm going to be joining KJ during one of our Hippodrome Live casino streams at the end of this month. I'm going to go to London on the 28th, and we're going to stream in the evening directly from the heart of London, Leicester Square, and the beautiful Hippodrome Casino. The Hippodrome Casino studios that she set up there. If you guys are into that, come and join us. I think it's around 7-ish.
Leicester Square?
Leicester Square. It's going to be around 7-ish, and it's going to be over at Hippodrome Live. Thank you very much, Tom. That's the link. YouTube.com/@Hippodrome Live Poker.
Almost directly opposite the Burger King that Joe Stapleton is banned from.
Posso saltare anche palesi. 2 folds, 3 folds.
Race.
4 race.
Russo, tournament chip leader, raising with aces.
6 folds, 7 folds.
First one. No, second.
Second?
Yeah.
You are banned from the country.
Any action? Oh, Jack 4 off.
I mean, from Switzerland, it's okay. From Italy, I'm going to cry a lot.
9 folds.
Kerry Jane very confused by the Burger King reference. It's Joe's story to tell, Kerry Jane, so when he's back on the stream, I'll let him explain what happened.
Carrie Jane, I believe, is live on site, by the way, so she gets to enjoy the views.
Of Campione d'Italia?
Campione d'Italia.
Yeah. Officer Judy says, I thought Campione was the name of the tourney. Didn't realize it was the name of the place. And we were advised yesterday that Campione is the Italian word for champion. So tomorrow we will find out who will be the Campione Campione.
Three and 4 folds.
Race.
2 and 3 folds and 4 raises. 60.
There's no nation that says it quite the same, James. A raise from the Italian.
So opening with Queen 10 of diamonds, folded around to Spozzato on the button, 8 deuce off. Not happening. He shine with 7 deuce off. Ugh. And the ever unpredictable Jing Chun folds 10 deuce in the bag. That's it, you rub those hands together. Guaranteed to get good cards now.
Mr. Sorrell.
8 suited, under the gun. Okay.
Yeah.
We're getting in there, we're playing pots.
I like it, James, I like it.
6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. Can you move?
Round 2, the blinds. I love the dealer having to use basic kind of physical communication with Jing Chun, who doesn't speak English, to get him to move more to his right.
And you guys will notice this call from the King-Jack offsuit. Big blind calls too, but James, I do think that facing the under the gun open, the King-Jack off is a little bit on the wide side as well. Going to be dominated often. Flops best though.
Does indeed, and considering he's up against Ace-Jack, that is no small achievement. Action check to the pre-flop aggressor.
I reckon Sorrell does bet this small, James. This feels like a spot where we can get a lot of, you know, pocket sevens and stuff to fold in the small blind. A lot of big blinds will have to get out of the way. We have some back doors, which is very useful. And the size here, 48. I think this is just awesome. I really like this line from the Queen-8 suited. It was 40K, excuse me.
One raises 100K and 2 folds.
Okay, so that C-bet has been raised by Jing Chun, who's made it 100,000 total.
It's not a huge raise, James.
No.
I do think we probably see Sorrell fold here a lot of the time, but I think that's okay. I still think that this small bet is going to be so successful in getting a lot of hands to fold from that position. Having those back doors against the check raise, though, I think the continuation here is not ridiculous as we see the call there from Sorrell.
And that takes us to the turn, which is the deuce of hearts. So Sorrell picks up the flush draw. King Chun still favorite, though.
Now, depending on how he sizes here, James, this is going to be crucial because anything that's too small is a mandatory call for the backdoor hearts. Very well hidden hand, very well disguised, I should say.
Okay, so we've got 410,000 in the middle. What should his sizing be?
Well, okay, so I want to try and ignore the fact he bet 140K here. In my experience, players that check raise often, and with hands such as King-Jack in these scenarios, often size their bets down on the turn. Because what they think they're doing is value betting, but they're also not 100% certain they have the best hand. And we see the continuation of 140K here into a pot of 410. I'm not saying that that's a bad size necessarily, James, but I think that we very often will see at least a call. In this case, it's more aggression. And, James, I can't help but think that that sizing thing that I made reference to just now is going to play massively into the way that Sorrell is thinking here.
Well, Jing Chun has the best hand and is near enough a 9-1 favorite. If you're calling with King 10, how are you not calling with King Jack? Especially when there's a king out there.
5.
Time bank card being deployed. It might be his last time bank. All in to call. We can see it will be a good call. It will be the correct call. But clearly not a fan of the situation.
Wow.
He folds. Let it go.
Oh, my goodness, James. This is just brutality. What a move from Sorrell there. And, yeah, a really, really great spot to find a fold. James, honestly, like, you know, these are the moments where you're stealing so much more of the chips than you deserve. You know, that's why the game of poker is so beautiful. Making a move and winning pots that just the cards alone could not succeed in without improvement. And, yeah, really nice stuff there.
We're down to 39 players. We've lost one from one of the outer tables.
Capacecca, posso colare, posso anche fordare. deciso di foldare, basta.
Si può foldare a sto gioco. C'è
perché
pure,
lui
si deve foldare.
Lui è capasso, credo. Ci ha provato.
Yes, it's now. Yes, good. 5.
Race.
Race.
60.
Russo
4 raises 60.
started this session as chip leader, has increased that chip lead, starts the hand with around 5.25 million and raises here with pocket fives, rounds as Spazzato, who's got Jack 9. Did he show him just can't find a hand at this table?
Oh my God.
Yeah,
So nice.
it feels like he's been playing on the snugger side, but I think also, James, we just haven't really seen that many opportunities for him to enter pots either. So no real read there, I don't think yet.
So it's Sorrell's big blind with King Queen offsuit, defends, and these two will go heads up to the flop. Ace 8-8 with 2 diamonds.
I think just a small bet is fine here, James. Just end the pot now. So frequently.
King of diamonds.
Yeah, I think against the 40 sizing here, James, King Queen with the King of diamonds might float.
Yep.
But honestly, you know, sometimes players just go, this is first under the gun. There's too many aces in this range. I'm just going to let this one go now. So far, what we've seen from Sorrell, though, is a very, very considered approach, and I think he will have noticed that the small sizing will allow him to continue here. Even if we're not winning now, we do have some backdoors, and that's always useful when we're facing these smaller bet sizes on the flop.
7 of spades on the turn does not change anything. 5 still ahead. Sorrell checks to Russo. Russo checks behind. River card is the 5 of hearts. That's a full house for Russo.
Which part of Swiss do you come from? Lausanne. Because never been. I have some friends there, but my family has a restaurant in Chamonix. You know Chamonix?
How much do you bet when you river a boat, James?
It's not far, right? It's in France.
Well, you kind of hope your opponent's got something. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, now you go big on the river, I think. If they have an ace or an 8, that's the way you get paid. Otherwise, they're going to fold everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Just smashes in approximately full pot.
Okay.
Slightly over, in fact.
Okay. Is it bigger? Is it bigger? It's bigger, yes. The city or the lake? Okay, both bigger. Okay.
Infer what you want from that.
I live in Malta, but I'm Italian.
Yeah, you really don't want him to have an ace or an 8. Now you really want him to have an ace or an 8.
Yeah. How long? With my wife. I live with my wife there. Yeah. How long have you lived there? 2 years now. No, 1 year and a half. Yeah. It's fun. Yeah, it's good. I don't know. You mostly online. Yeah, exactly. Mostly online. But in the last.
Sorrell says, I don't know what to do. Is he considering a king high hero call here?
I think he might.
Yeah.
He's folding.
I mean, his instincts are kind of good. We can see that in a way the 5's kind of just got there. I mean, winning the whole way from our perspective, but
yeah,
there you are. Why is he suddenly so confident? Surely his small pairs would just check, unless it's the 5's that made the boat.
Consolidation of Russo's chip lead continues. He's going to have nearly 6 million now. Here you go, opening with 9s.
7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds.
Folded around to the blinds.
Just the chip leader left to act. Salvatore Russo in the big blind. King 7 offsuit. Nah. Raise and take it for neargoers. This level draws to a close. And a reminder that we are heading to Dublin for the next PokerStars Live event, or I should say it's an event sponsored by PokerStars. It's the 45th anniversary of the longest running Hold'em tournament in Europe, taking place at the Royal Dublin Society. The main event concludes over the Easter weekend, and that's when we're going to be streaming. Friday the 18th, Good Friday, we're going to bring you the Ladies' Championship final table. And then from Saturday through Monday, we'll bring you the last 3 days of the €2.5 million guaranteed main event. 4 days of live coverage from the 2025 Irish Open on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. Friday 18th through Monday 21st of April. Coming very, very soon. Thrilled to welcome Joe Stapleton back to the broadcast.
I hope I didn't miss every interesting thing that was going to happen, because that was awesome.
Jing Chun has certainly brought a new spirit to the table.
Look, if you think the guy's bluffing, you can call it off with King 10.
That is true.
It could have been a bluff.
He could have been bluffing with King Jack, exactly, and then you have to call with King 10. Oh, wait.
He could have been bluffing with 8-3 offsuit. You're ahead of all of those combinations.
I mean, it's absolutely likely that the guy was flatting there with 8-3 offsuit and then jamming. Yeah, I mean, that's plausible.
Have you ever watched poker on TV before?
I mean, we've seen a few questionable plays, Joe, but nothing that egregious. Confirmation that the blinds are up. We're now playing 20,000, 40,000 with a 40K big blind ante.
No, un po' di più, perché ti prenderà 2-5, però di più, no, non personale come prima, più o meno 5 qualcosa, 5-1.
Just familiarizing myself with some of these names I haven't seen before. 2 year of Romania.
Sì, ha startato già 5, FT ero 5 già, 5 e 100.
FT magari.
Tipo table 500, okay. Start tipo table 500, quindi avrò quello, 5-2, 3. Magari.
Fold. I almost said Q5 for Sorel. The fifth quarter. Quive. It keeps coming up today. Anyway, Queen 5 of hearts is playing.
Yeah, that's good news. He wants the discount.
What are we going to do in the big blind?
Big blind also playing.
Yeah, looks like a call.
220,000 in the middle. This brand spanking new blinds level, and the flop is Jack 5 deuce, pair of fives for Sorel.
And I think this is a good opportunity to c-bet James. Joe, excuse me, what's your name again?
I am Joe.
Ah, nice to meet you, Joe.
Nice to meet you. And that hand ends relatively quickly. King 10 misses and gives up. A man after my own heart. Try once, give up.
Thanks, Joe.
I think it's a good rule for life in general. You know, you try to ask out the pretty lady you work with. Fail once, give up. Don't keep going.
They say you should try everything once, Joe.
You tried. You just got to let it go after that.
That's the lesser known second part of that conversation. Try everything once, then give up.
That's right.
It's like the jack of all trades thing. Nobody ever knows the second half of that.
If you were going to be good at something, you'd be good at it right away. Everyone knows.
Mr. Ace 10. Whoa!
All right, we're shipping it. It seems shippable.
It is shippable.
As much as we want to continue on the Jing Chung entertainment train, this is pretty normal.
Yeah, he's got about 11, 12-ish bigs. He's just going to ship. I think that's very reasonable.
And Jing Chung will be getting this through, unless we've got Sposato just takes some pity and says, you know what? Well, I'll give you a spin. You gave me a spin, I'll give you a spin.
Yeah, fair is fair. Fair is fair.
Betty, sorry to hear about your loss. Hopefully you will get some sort of relief in Dublin. I think it can be a magical place for a lot of people. What's happening? Who's complaining? Oh, somebody's singing. Actions pulled around to Salvatore Russo, who does not want to play ace deuce. I don't blame him. That one, someone's going to wake up with king 7 of spades directly to your left.
I like this hand, Joe.
You've been real into the suited kings today.
I'm always into the suited kings. King 9 of spades, man. Woo, that's a powerhouse right there. King 7, not as nice, but still, you know, it's got potential. And finally, an opportunity for Didi Chien, but decides against it. Didi Chien, excuse me, with an M at the end. Decided against it. I think that might have been an opportunity to defend the big blind there with the suited queen, but understandably decides this isn't a hand I like, therefore I'm out.
Sometimes you gotta go with your gut.
We love the buongiorno. We love it.
Don't listen to me, by the way.
I salute to my wife. Buongiorno.
Oh, la Madia.
Buongiorno, wife.
All right, Mr. Sorrell. Joe, I don't know if you saw the spot with Sorrell shoving the flush draw on the turn, getting the king to fold, but...
I did. Getting the one player to fold who you would think, based on previous hands, would call.
Exactly right, mate. Exactly right. Now this time with a much prettier hand, ace-10 suited. But I think it really sets a tone here. I think we're going to see big things from Sorrell during this tournament.
It is the year of Romania.
Is that this year?
It is. Yeah.
Awesome.
I don't know if you knew that.
Beautiful hand. Beautiful.
Beautiful thing. He just said it himself.
Beautiful hand.
Speaking of beautiful, what a crisp, vibrant image we get to have here in Campione.
Yeah, and also, Joe, you notice the felt we have on this table is that nice kind that's got this sort of nap to it.
What does that mean, nap?
Like it's like, you know, you run your fingers through it and you can see like the lines, like, you know, it's got a little texture to it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, it's I love playing on tables like that. If I ever get a really nice custom poker table made, it's going to have that nice soft felt like that.
gonna have to get my poker table back. I loaned it to a friend a while ago. Uh-oh. Speaking of debts being collected, Spasato with a couple of Lady Kings.
Salvatore, that's a beautiful
I don't know if Demidenko got the memo about ace-7 offsuit, Joe. We keep running into this issue.
I mean, you can lose the minimum here, though, if you get 3-bet at least.
You say that.
Nice to meet you.
I think when we go
Hold on
to...
a second. Now, hold on. Go ahead, Nick. Sorry.
When we go to Dublin, I think as people register, we need to get them to read a statement out loud that says, I understand that ace-7 offsuit is the Spraggy and that it is a cursed hand, and I enter this tournament knowing full well that these are the circumstances. I play ace-7 offsuit at my own peril.
Is there any acceptable circumstance for playing ace-7 offsuit?
Yeah.
Like, what if it folded to you on the button?
If it folded to you on the button and you raised and the blinds folded and you stared directly down the lens and said, see, Spraggy, that's how you play it.
That's the only acceptable.
I think that's the only way you're allowed to get away with it at this point. I mean, honestly, I'm not even joking. Today, I think every time ace-7 has been played, it's been absolutely trashed.
I don't mind it calling ace-7 a bad hand. I don't like associating with Spraggy. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it at this point.
I mean, it's his fault.
He did famously injure himself with it on multiple occasions. All right, let's focus on this particular hand, which is Queen-8 suited. Just a couple of notches off for Nick's favorite hand, which is King-9 suited.
Good guy, very good guy. I want to fold this hand. I really want to fold.
Good fold.
Of course. Ace-6. No.
Bet. No, worse.
Ace-6. Bad hand. Not a good pair, not a good throw, nothing.
No.
Nothing. Fold. I saw you play only jacks, jack up.
Yeah, jacks plus. Safe hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Spasato got enough credit for playing jacks the right way either.
That's twice we've seen him play the right way today, at least.
I know. That's the second time we've seen him actually play jacks correctly, which I thought was an impossibility.
One was getting it in pre, and the other one was just completely slow playing. Two opposite ends of the spectrum, just calling out of the big blind and flopping the nuts.
Oh, hello.
So silly. So silly. Let's see if Demidenko can play aces the right way. So far, so good. Let your opponents have some pretty costly second best hands. Wow, did King-Queen just fold? Point raised, under the gun. Aces are playing it slow. King-Queen's like, not falling for it.
Oh.
In with the Neeners.
Joe.
Is this flat from Demidenko going to get Iago into some trouble? No. Demidenko with the chance to bust a short stack. Not an insignificant stack.
Yeah, Joe, the trap was set, and it was very, very well timed, as we can see here. I think Diddy Shiem's doing the right thing. It's just unfortunate your opponent finds a monstre.
14, 15 big blind pot, something around there, 14 and a half blinds.
Yeah, Chip shoved about 15 bigs as a squeeze, and I think that's going to be really profitable, but sometimes they're going to flat with aces, and this is one of those slim times.
10, 7, 4. No 9. Club's not helpful for Didishim. Turn. Not a 9. Didishim looking for the Heim. Hit him with the 9. No such luck.
Good game, good luck.
Yeah, good game. I really feel for Diddy Shiem here. Joe didn't have a lot of opportunities to play. A couple marginal spots where he probably could have put in some chips, but ultimately found a very nice shove spot. I think I would probably take the exact same line with the 9s. and ran into it, and that's a really bad feeling in Texas Hold'em.
Nine's a pretty good hand.
It is a good hand. This is the Stars Nuts.
Vabbè.
È andato bene lui.
Non so chi è andata bene, secondo me lui è andata bene.
Hey, Joe, you know what we haven't spoken about in a while?
Ancora là se...
Trapped, the world famous comic book. What's going on with that?
Ho lì subito
Nice of you to bring that up. Well, I got some good mentions to the Global Poker Awards. I did not win for Best Written Content, which is fine. There was a poker strategy book written by
Hola.
Dara
Hola.
Talk about my comic book.
Hola.
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 But over when I was on No Gamble, No Future this week, I managed to get a Jennifer Tilly asked me if she could buy a copy. She would even take a free one.
Nice.
And Nick Wright, who is a multi-million follower account on Twitter, said that his wife owns like a boutique store in Brooklyn, and she would be happy to carry it in her store.
Oh, awesome.
So that's cool. It's going to end up in that store. So we've got some good things happening. Top pair for Niago.
Where can people learn more about Trapped the comic, Joe?
Twistedcomics.co.uk. They can grab a copy if they want.
Hola.
Trips on the turn for Niago.
I think the flop was a really quick check as well here. So now Niago trying to figure out how to get max. I think we lead turn.
Sit. Hola.
I think they're testing out our replacement.
I think that's what's happening.
Hola.
And the lead, unfortunately, getting no action.
Hola.
Hey, you know what's would be a fun thing?
Yeah.
Is so a couple of the production companies we're talking to have asked me like who I want to play me.
Yeah.
In the movie or TV version of Trapped.
Okay, fine, Joe. I'll play you. You could have just asked me, buddy.
And I'm wondering of name actors, right? Like who should I go for? Who should I try to get it to? Like if it was like probably even 5 years ago, I would have liked Michael Cera maybe.
Yeah.
To play me.
I
But
mean,
I think he's probably too old now.
Joe, I think you should just go full circle and just get Edward Norton to play you. Just get Worm himself.
Just have a 60-year-old guy play me?
Okay, maybe not.
The whole point is a younger, hotter version of me.
I mean, Chad, I think we can. Matt Damon, there you go. Chat, we're taking suggestions here.
Rice.
So one actor I kind of like for me is Skylar Gisondo.
Okay.
You guys know who that is?
Skylar Zondo.
He kind of plays like a nice
I know the
nerd
guy.
amongst
Yes,
them.
yeah, I know him. I don't know, Joe. I don't know. Okay, actually, you know, I can see that. I don't know if he's got the swagger for it.
Taron Egerton, I like that suggestion a lot. Grable, is he maybe too good looking? Because I think part of the charm of my character, at least in Trapped, is that he gets by at his personality, not really his looks. Nick Pine. Ooh. Nick Pine, what a suggestion, Fifth Business.
I think Charlie Kelly is a really good shot, actually.
Yeah, he's a little too old, too, I think.
Yeah, probably now, but I think actually a younger Charlie Kelly would be spot on.
Of course.
Ethan Klein? No.
Ethan Klein was on No Gamble, No Future with me on Monday.
No, I get that. I get that. I forgot who he was for a minute and gave it a Google, and I was like, nope, not Joe Stapleton.
What's up, Grundon Tour? Thank you for the raid.
Thanks, guys.
Hola, hola.
And we're going heads up to this flop, cutoff versus big blind. Oh, a little clash here. Top pair for Spasato. Second pair for Russo.
Race. No more.
Jake Gyllenhaal, too old. Anthony Starr, too old. Too good looking, both of them.
Race. Hola. Race. Hola. Hola. Hola, hola. Hola, 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 hola.
Ace on the turn. Spasato checks.
Hola.
Russo probably still happy. No, not happy. Unhappy. I like how no one shut down the casting talking about my comic conversation yet.
Hola.
Because how are they going to get mad at me when Hola is happening? When Hola is happening.
Maybe that's a suggestion. There's some guy called Ola that they really wants to play you.
Oh yeah, it's an actor.
Hola, hola, hola.
Zac Efron, too old. Ben Stiller, way too old.
Hola.
Zac Efron's probably the right age-ish, but too good looking, and now he's so ripped.
Hola, hola, hola. Una.
Oh, Jake Johnson? Someone's suggesting he's probably too old.
Dos, tres.
How about Timothy Chalamet?
I mean, Timothy Chalamet is a fantastic actor. I would be lucky. By the way, I'd be lucky to have any of these people. Daniel Radcliffe's not a terrible shout.
Daniel Radcliffe.
Tres.
That would be funny.
From what I understand, he does like poker.
Tres.
Cuatro. Cinco.
Tres.
Cinco.
Tres. ¿Qué pasa?
Mano Jax thinks Adam Sandler would be a funny Joe.
Yeah, it would be funny. Very funny.
How about Adam Sandler? Like
one of Sandler's kids would probably play me at this point.
I think it should be Adam Sandler, but like with lots of prosthetics, so it's like a really bad younger Adam Sandler.
A CGI.
Yes, and I think
really
he should do one of his classic Adam Sandler voices, pretending to be a kid the whole time as well.
For one time, not the most annoying voice on the stream, though, which is cool.
The relief.
All right, so we have an open here on the button from Demidenko. Spasato with the ace-9 suited.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, Jing Chun. All in from the big blind.
What?
With the Quevin. Queen 7.
Joe?
Yes, sir.
This might work.
Hola.
He knew they were bluffing. I told you.
This might work.
This guy's live reads are nearly perfect. Nearly. And he smells a bluff here. Oh, Demidenko did call.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay.
Also a little surprising.
Thank you.
I think Jing Chun kind of assumed that ace-8 off would fold there. Looks a little bit disappointed that it didn't go through pre, but that wasn't a guarantee it was going to get the fold from the ace-9 suited, to be fair.
This was optimistic by everybody, and sort of everyone. I mean, I guess it's not best case scenario for Jing Chun, but at least he's live.
Still very live, Joe. 33% of the time. It works every time.
A lot more trouble now. Just 2 cards to come. 26% of the equity. Another whiff for Jing Chun. Needs to get real lucky on this river. Needs a queen or a 7. And it is a top pair instead for Demidенko. Jing Chun throws his hands to his side to say, hey man, what are you gonna do? Someday you're the bug. Someday you're the windshield.
Ormai corto, allora.
Yeah, GG's. It was valiant. It was brave at times. Occasionally reckless.
But always hot AF.
Okay, just an expression.
Okay. Like.
Everyone sharing a little chuckle at the very recent memory
Exact translation.
of their fallen table mate.
So it's the
36 players remaining.
You beat me to it, Joe. The number is hard to be believed. 36.
Payout currently at 6,330 euro. Pay jump at 31.
Hola.
Should I just say hi back?
Hola.
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 Raise.
Hola.
Oh dear.
¿Cómo estás?
Demidенko wants to play in position here.
Hola.
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 I'm starting to think it's just you on Echo, Joe. Are you sure this isn't coming from you?
It's me in the future, like the plotted frequency. Ace King for Russo, Ace 8 for Demidенko. Those are suited cards, and Queen Jack for Giordano, who flops a gut shot draw. Backdoor diamonds. Demidenko outflops the lot, though, for a pair of 8s is the best hand.
Tres. Hola. Tres. ¿Cómo?
Come on.
Oh, no.
Sí.
Sí.
Hola.
Hola.
Tres.
Where is Mike 9? Here.
Yeah. Oh, they found it.
If you use it, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
You keep.
Yeah. I see.
So Ace 8 is going to fire here, sensing an opportunity to get some value. Queen Jack is a hand that wants to check raise.
¿Cómo?
Nick, are there any personal projects of yours I could tee you up for right now that I don't know about? Since you were kind enough to do it for me.
Kind of, yes. So, I mean, as everyone or many of the regs here will know, I've been streaming on Twitch for a long old time. Originally as OP Poker, and then over the sort of last 3 years or so, strictly on the PokerStars channel. However, this year I actually have started to stream more on my own channel. So that's twitch.tv/Nick Walsh TV. I'm also streaming to my YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/Nick Walsh TV as well. And basically, Joe, it's just an opportunity for me to put in some stream hours on my own sort of platform. I can invite my own guests. I can kind of, get some friends involved, a little bit more loosey-goosey with the sort of structure of it.
Is it still poker?
It's still poker related. I would like to do other kinds of streaming. I would like to do some gaming as well, potentially on occasion. I have sort of started to do some streaming where we're inviting more guests. So I do this concept right now called Spin-Off, where I invited a player to come play Spin and Goes with me. It's side by side, 2 cameras, two tables, and we basically have a game where we play Spin and Goes, and whoever wins the most over the course of the show gets to win the cash. We have a little cash between us, cash prize.
Hola.
Oh.
Hola.
Got aces here for Niago. So when you're playing in this spin and go off, is it about speed or is it the same number of entries?
Yeah, so we basically play 20 spinning goes, and the first 10, if you get a win, you get 1 point, and then the 5 after that, you get 2 points, and then the 5 after that, you get 3 points if you get a win, and then there's a bit of a gamble at the end. If you are the ultimate loser, you can kind of gamble more money to win it back.
Nice.
So yeah, it's fun. It needs some work, but that's an example of some of the new stuff that I'm doing on Nick Walsh TV. But generally speaking, that's the exciting project this year, doing some more on my own channel, as well as, of course, all the stuff you guys know and love on twitch.tv/PokerStars. I was also going to do a heads-up challenge, Joe. I was going to play $250,000 worth of heads-up hypers in 2025. That's still on, but it has taken a bit of a hiatus during our busier times, and I'm still trying to figure out how I want to share that on social media.
All right, well, let's pick up the action here. This hand has gotten a little out of hand. Top set for Niago. Sorrell's flopped a flush. Somehow aces have been insta-cracked. No improvement on the turn for Niago. Sorrell checks. I assume looking to get a raise in here quite a bit of the time.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, we are really deep stacked here. The effective stack being 50 big blinds. I think we fire again if we have aces. But
Yeah,
I wonder,
that's the other thing too. Aces should be looking to get value too.
Yeah, and I just wonder how often we actually find a check raise now with the 6-7 of spades. I mean, what's the thought process here at the stack depth? It's difficult.
It is just a call.
I mean, look, we are going to sometimes be check raising into a bigger flush as well, which is a consideration. King of clubs so dry, though.
Sorrell checks again. Niago looks a little, he looks like he's a little suspect here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
checks it back.
Wow, very, very.
What a check back. Man, oh man.
Wow.
Doesn't bet top set of aces.
I'm kidding.
Now, I was also losing to a straight.
Oh, the special.
What a check back.
Wow.
I should be checking like slowly.
The other Romanian blaming himself.
Setting the trap.
How tight are you, Romanian?
Amazing check there. Wow, perfectly timed.
So sick.
I wish. The more accurate word is how smart.
That's the sort of check back that could get you a trophy.
Yeah, but the previous hand as well, he didn't.
The first ever PokerStars Open trophy.
I checked too hard.
Flop, check call, or check.
Bet.
Another loser at the Global Poker Awards multiple times over. That trophy.
He smells something.
I don't think it was nominated this year, at least.
I smell a rat. Something like this.
Don't talk to me.
You should be happy.
You know, it would be a winner, though, Joe. I took part in the first ever Spin and Go Championships in Prague in 2024, at the very end of the year in December. And we had a nice trophy for that. I thought that was great. And also we have if you guys didn't get a chance to see, we had these cute little three-handed poker tables that we used for that event that were really, really cool. And on the final table, our miniature table got signed by the first player. And I think the idea is moving forward, if we do have more events in the future, that the champions will continue to sign the same table so we get kind of a nice felt that's got all the signatures on it. But my suggestion, Joe, is to have the first ever actual spinning wheel trophy.
Oh, that's cool.
So, I mean, what Spin and Go trophy, what self-respecting Spin and Go trophy doesn't actually have a spinner on it? That's all I've got to say.
Well, you can add your own.
All
right,
a little bit of DIY.
Losing to a friend is very
And
nice.
Grasso so far involved in this hand. Grasso 3-betting.
My friend, I told you it's a friendly table. What's going on? Like this position, professional.
Grasso certainly not being friendly here.
Is your friend? Is your friend? Oh, you need to change the friend.
Everybody's my friend.
Everybody's your friend. That's a very, very good.
You're a nice
good
guy.
Cyril is having a good time, and I like it.
I actually have never agreed with there's no friends at the poker table. I think we're all friends at the poker table. It just so happens that I like to treat my friends terribly and take their money.
That might be one of my biggest leaks, Joe. I just love playing with people too much. Just enjoy the game too much.
Let me tell you, as a guy who now is a semi-pro cash player, winning feels real good too.
I actually queued it up during my break just now to watch some of it, Joe. I didn't realize it was the full-length stream. I needed to actually sit and watch it properly. I didn't want to jump into it and then only get like an hour in and then have to turn it off.
I will say it is a pretty entertaining stream all the way through. If you like watching streamed cash games, you will enjoy it. I don't expect anyone, like, no one in my real life is going to watch it. Like, none of my non-poker friend fans are going to watch it because it's going to be torture for them. But it is a pretty entertaining stream all around.
Action.
And I think the original episodes of No Gamble, No Future I Shot start airing at the end of this month also. The ones I did back in November. The only reason this one's out is because it was live streamed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's cool, though, Joe. I like that kind of stuff. I'm glad you had a good sesh as well. Don't spoil. I actually want to see how much it was. I want to watch the whole experience.
Oh, don't listen to the podcast then before you watch it because I do spoil it on the podcast.
Okay.
I know him. He's a very good guy. I still his. Like, come on. We're friends. Finish the hand. It's finito.
We were friends.
We were friends.
It might be getting to that time in the night, Joe. Everyone's a little bit delirious.
After Cyprus, what do you mean you bluffed me like hard? I should be upset of you. He bluffed me
guys,
with just
guys, what happens in Cyprus, stay in Cyprus.
I remember right now, he bluffed me hard.
That's what she
So
said.
now, you are not a good guy anymore in my eyes.
Wow.
I am going to bluff you big.
Here we go. Spasato, King Jack suited.
I'm kidding. I've never bluffed.
Bluff me, baby, one
Especially
more
with
time.
my friend.
Oh, baby, baby. Not gonna play
Sato's raised.
Abort.
Meets no resistance.
Really? Of course. I'm scared.
Show it.
Show the
Show it.
airline. Oh?
No, that's better than highlights. Much more
Super
fun.
nice.
Sexy hand, yeah?
Yeah.
That's one.
Liking to see a little bit of friendly jabba-jawing going on here at this table. It's a good time to get a little giddy. You're down to the final 36.
I played with your friend. I played a lot with your friend.
You played
Did you
with
play with him?
everybody.
Yeah,
Everybody's bellies are full.
Did he bluff you?
He tried.
Denied.
Actually, Joey, speaking of cool cash sessions, I was in a cash game the other day. Sat down with about 300 pounds or so, having some laughs, chilling out. Game starts. One gentleman said, I won't start until we have at least 4. So we get 4.
Very bluffy.
You would have loved this one. I know you like pots that are easy to play, right?
That's all I want is to have no stress.
Listen to this one. I open pocket 9s. Here, one sec. Let's watch the queens first. You'll like this hand, though.
Let us watch the queens.
This would be a Joe Stapleton dream.
Re-raise 240.
Yep.
I can't wait.
3-bet from the queens for Sorrel.
Bump it up. Bump it up.
Ace tray suited for Niago. Does not play. The Motown. Also not going to play. Back to Giordano. Queen Jack offsuit. Easy laydown. All right, Nick.
All right, so check this out. Under the gun opens. I got 9s. I call in middle position. Button calls. Big blind calls.
What stakes? What's our stack size?
We're playing 1 pound, 2 pound. I've got about 300, so I got 150 big blinds. Everyone else has got me covered. Flop top set.
Oh.
The first player to act leads.
Yeah.
I put in a raise. The guy in the button, guy in the gun folds. The guy in the button then calls. The guy that led is all in. I'm all in. The guy in the button goes, I guess I got to call. They both have flush draws. Triple up.
You faded a double flush draw even though blockers aren't real?
I faded 2 flush draws. And you know the best thing about that? I thought Joe would love this hand. There's absolutely no hard decisions.
I would love that hand. I love getting it in. I love when 4 people go all in front of me and I have the nuts. Yeah, you love that.
14, 15, 17. It's good, it's good, it's good. It's decent. Could be worse.
You play chess?
Yeah, 600.
Iago on the button, ace jack.
Just start.
Yeah, it's getting a lot more chatty out there. I like that. I like a chatty poker table.
Chess? It's a fun game.
You find it boring?
Nobody talks. No, I'm kidding. No.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
It's outrageous to say it's a boring game. Like
A very disinterested 3-bet from Demidенko, attacking what is perceived to be a loose button opening range. And I don't think this is going to work that often.
Demidенko, not a player to give much away here, has been pretty stoic. And now he's like, let me just double check what the suits were. Okay, it is still 4 deuce of diamonds. I do that all the time.
Queen 8 tray, all hearts. So a big old whiff for 4 deuce of diamonds. Ace high is the best hand, and the jack high flush draw the best draw.
Does he bet 150?
155. So yeah, that's 150, Nick.
Oh, okay, cool. Wasn't quite the prediction I was looking for, but I'll take it. This is so annoying, Joe, because actually it's a really good board just to bet like a quarter pot and you get it done so often, but
yeah,
I am a real man.
Not this time.
not this one. He's got the jack of hearts.
And that is a jack high flush for Niago. Is Demidенko going to feel compelled to keep this story going? And it looks like the answer is sí. Hola. Hola. Sí. Raise. Tres. 315,000. I mean, if you could get points for making your opponent not love it but call you anyway, then Demidenko is passing this hand with flying colors.
Yeah, managed to do it on 3 streets now.
If you could just make him feel slightly uncomfortable but call you anyway here on the river, that is an achievement unlocked. Does he ever just rip it? Can he do it? Can he do it?
Oh my gosh.
Do it?
Oh my gosh. Joe.
Can he do it?
He's like, can I get the 10 of hearts to fold? Can I get the jack of hearts to fold? Can I get the king of hearts to fold?
I would not even be able to slide in that time bank card. I would be shaking so hard at the very prospect of bluffing this river.
He's gotten himself pretty buried in this pot, but will he find another opportunity? Oh my goodness. Joseph.
Well, this is not going to be enough. This is going to be exactly what I was talking about.
I don't know. This looks really strong, Joe. I don't know. Actually, I think
Iago's going to go, I don't love it, but I call. Like,
I don't know, Joe. This is not easy. How much was it?
580.
Oh, wow. This looks so milky.
Well, Nick's gone one way. I've gone the other. What say you, chat? Do you think that this is going to elicit a call or a fold? I suppose there's another option I rarely consider, but...
Starting to look a little bit nervous now. I guess the only thing I can think of here, Joe, is that if you did actually have the ace of hearts, you'd probably try and get max from the king or the 10. Sorry, the jack, excuse me. So under those circumstances, I think maybe you go above 50% pot. I don't know if you do a third here. It just feels like an opportunity for you to get way more if you do actually have that cooler. So I don't know if this is the size that you use if you do indeed have the ace of hearts. But it does look very milky, and that probably is going to be messing with Diego here.
How do you sit still? I would need to jump out of my chair, and then they would know. Oh, he gets it done.
Wow. He was sweating. It shows the bluff.
Shows the 4 high, basically playing the board.
He's not talking and he's firing.
Silent assassin.
Wow.
Sniper.
Silent assassin indeed. Hey, Joe, you know what? He succeeded in bluffing the river, but he failed to put in a river bet that made his opponent feel bad and then still call. So he did succeed in all the streets like you suggested.
Well, I mean, look, he played it ultimately the best way possible.
Yeah.
Because he somehow built a pot. Like typically you build a pot when you have a value hand. He built a pot to bluff.
Yeah.
Which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, really, really nice. And I actually think the way that he sized the streets was just believable enough. I mean, clearly it was believable enough if it got the jack of hearts to fold, but really, really interesting poker there. And, yeah, kudos. I know we were making light of it, but he definitely had a plan in mind. And on the river, he found a very cute little size that was highly successful. Chat says, in your face, show of cards. Proto, I think probably it was more just sheer relief that he managed to get it done, because I think internally he was screaming like Joe and I were suggesting, but it was less of a windmill and more of a sigh in relief, I think. But very cool bluff nonetheless. That's fun. Joe, you can clip that and show that to your friends and everything now.
Yeah, that's what I do.
No, I mean that's what he would do, not. I didn't mean Joe's like, guys!
Non capisce bene l'inglese.
No, lo capisco,
Proprio non vuole lasciare.
Non vuole
I
lasciare
should mention, by the way, the Sunday Million anniversary coming up on April 6th. It's going to be huge. $6 million guaranteed. Runs over 3 days. We're going to be broadcasting the final day on Tuesday, April 8th. We're going to stream it live on the PokerStars Twitch channel. And it's back to $215, huh, for this anniversary?
Yeah.
I got to tell you, I love that price point. I love that price point.
Yeah, I do too. And obviously, guys, not just $215 to buy in, but probably infinite ways to qualify. And I mentioned earlier to James, Joe, I just love that on Stars we have so many opportunities to qualify for smaller buy-ins, and I think that's great. If you guys want to be involved in these bigger tournaments and that's way outside your bankroll, you can find other responsible ways of managing your bankroll, giving yourselves a shot to get in those. And I know Stars will be very keen to put on promotions that sort of aligns with that concept as well.
I heard that some of the satellites were overlaying already, so I don't know if I'm supposed to say that or not, but I just did. We do have sourdough here, artisanal sourdough, going toe-to-toe with Queen. And as we know, Nick, this is a 4-betting candidate for a lot of players. I've never seen that before. That's
a fan.
funny.
He's a fan. He's done that a couple times now with his partner to his left there.
That's funny.
I should say opponent, but they've made friends now. It's cool.
Because it looks like he's going to 4-bet. Chips back.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as it's not happening as an angle, which I don't think it is.
No. No, Sorel's been pretty friendly. He's been pretty chirpy and.
You look like one. Handsome, straight. Thank you. Tolgono loro. I usually don't fold that hand, but
so thus far, Russo has managed to maintain a dominant lead here. Still 119 big blinds, 4.7 million. Folds around to Sposato in this one, though.
From my friend, of course.
Pocket 10s here, probably going to get through. Does indeed.
I always have good hands.
Slightly better than mine.
Usually I play jacks plus from this position, but now a bit looser.
You saw that I folded last time, and now
I say, okay, I can attack his blind.
He's good strategy. Monsieur from Czech Republic, please give me something to fight back because my friend is killing me here.
Got no action thus far. So looks like Sposato is going to open things up. Jack 10 suited. Hell yeah, let's go. Jack 10 suited. From the HJ, the hello Jack position. And you even get to have Jack 8 dominated. Who doesn't play? Cool.
Nobody wants to play with me.
You're a tell box. He knew you had Jack 10.
So Joe, without spoiling,
yeah,
can you tell me what the combo was that you won the biggest pot in No Gamble No Future?
Ace 9 of hearts.
And do you feel differently about Ace 9 of hearts after your experience?
I don't think it's going to make me play it more often or not, but yes, like seeing Ace 9 of hearts, I'm like, oh man, I love that hand. I love
There's a slight sway there now.
It's like when you see a buddy that like stuck up for you in public or something, and you see him, you're like, hey, I remember you.
7 folds.
We've had a couple of really good episodes of poker in the years. If you guys haven't listened, by the way, not only do I tell the story of No Gamble No Future, but the night before James's first birthday thing, a guy tried to fight me at a strip club.
No. She's watching.
Oh, okay.
And I told that story.
That's a great story. I enjoyed the Finton hand of the day of the century. What is it? Hand of
the century of the day. Finton and I are no longer at speaking terms. He disagreed with how I played a hand so badly.
I saw the clip from that. I enjoyed that one.
We got a pair for each of these players.
I'm still young.
How old are you?
39. 39? Yeah.
I thought you were like 30.
Thank you, brother. I will not bluff you. No, you don't need to tell me this.
Maybe you're bluffing. You are 29.
No. Like I said, I don't bluff.
39?
39.
Yeah.
So yeah, figure it out. Pressure from home, from here, from you guys.
Ace of clubs on the turn.
The silent assassin bluffed like 2-4 high, not low.
He's bluffing every hand.
He's bluffing every hand. Imagine.
Check raise, 4 bet, 3 bet.
And 6 checks.
And no action on that turn. River's a 6. Pair of 5s is good.
4 checks.
As Niago gonna let Russo show down the deuce. You're winning. You're winning.
Yeah. I think he's probably just going to check it here, Joe.
5's so good here. Yeah, he checks, and the 5 is good.
Yeah. I was going to say, I feel like after your opponent checks the turn quickly there, I feel like maybe on the river you're not going to show down the deuce successfully as often, but when it's an ace on the turn, it's a lot harder to get your opponents to fold because they will check back some ace combos where they improve into a better hand, but they're checking because they're concerned about the flushes and the straights on the turn. Understandable on both streets.
These two off-white shirts next to each other is kind of making my brain fizzle a little bit. Under the gun folds. +1 folds. Hijack out. Cut off. Nuh-uh.
Yes, 1 and 2 fold.
D.
Yes, yes.
As in the position.
Well, 1 is not there.
Raise.
Is going to raise queen 5 suited. That's Nick. That's Nick Walsh approved.
Raise 8 from position.
It is.
8-5 is out. Ace 8. Unlikely to give this up to the button raise.
Demidenko loves an ace. He loves an ace with another card. I'm sure he loves aces too, but let's see how it goes.
King 6 deuce, 1 diamond. This is where things get tricky when you continue with your queen here, and then you got a double barrel, and it's terrifying.
I want Russo to bet 1 big blind. $40,000. A little bit more, 55.
Told you it's going to be the double barrel. Turn is another 6. It actually strengthens ace high quite a bit.
Yeah, it does. And obviously now your opponent can have trip 6s too, which is a concern. This might be one of the turns where we check the queen 5 a lot more often, Joe. You're correct, though. I think there's a lot of really good barrel turns.
I'm actually very happy when the turn's a 6 here, and I don't have to double barrel. And I get to just give up.
It's tough now because we go, okay, probably doesn't have a king if he's not going to lead here. Probably doesn't have a 6. But can we actually get a deuce to fold with that run out? And the answer is very, very, very difficult to ascertain. And it is just check, check.
Can't win them all.
You can't.
I mean, some people can, it seems like, but me specifically can't.
Yeah, nice pot there as well. Demidenko now looking really good. He's going to be up over 3.7 million. And just thinking back now to that bluff with the 4 deuce of diamonds, that's going to be just such a cool hand to remember if you're Demidenko. He kept his composure so well, Joe. I'm the same as you, man. In those spots, I just feel the longer that hand went on, the more nervous I would get under scrutiny. Thank you very much for the sub, Softcore. Good to see you here again. Very frequent Twitch reg. Appreciate your support.
Nine calls. 40. 40 is called.
Siamo T40.
Raise to 40?
Yes. Not this one raise, but call 40. Yeah. 2.
I don't know what to do and fold.
3 fold.
Really
So that Jack-10 suited has
Confusing. Too confusing.
been called under the gun? Okay, wait a second. Just a flat. I was about to say it was an open, as is probably more conventional, but did start with a call, and that has invited the small blind and the big blind along. Is dominating one of those two combinations. Flop is 8, tray 4, 2 spades. Sposato flops it best. Check, check, and now, having limped under the gun, what's the line with the JT? Grasso is the shortest stack here at the feature, by the way, guys. Started the hand with around 30-ish, 32 big blinds, something like that. He is going to have a bet on the flop now. Had he opened, I think probably it would have folded around and Sposato would have just called the big blind with the dominated hand. We can see here it would have been domination rotation. So a bet and a call. Lots of good turn cards to continue barreling for Grasso. Hearts, for example, and 9 is another good one. Now up and down with the 2 over cards to the board. And I think maybe having limped, you know, he's got to be aware that a lot of these limps, I say a lot of these limps, people do get a bit concerned that he has limped with a big hand. Sometimes that will sneak in there. It's a bit more unconventional in the modern game. Limping aces, not so much a thing these days. I think probably with people already commenting on the flop about how unusual it was, I think we need to continue telling the story.
9 bets, 225.
225,000 is the bet on the turn.
Did you hurt? I'm not hurt if you did. 225.
And if I'm Sposato, I am very concerned. It is difficult to put your opponent on a hand when they have a limping range under the gun now.
This was a Gibbons?
It was a Gibbons, mate. Yeah, I almost thought it was a raise, but it was just the call. It's not going to give up yet.
River. 6 of diamonds. So 5, 7. 5, 7. Or 4, 5, 2, 5.
So really now, Joe, it's like, is he going to say, I really did limp with aces under the gun? I mean, he's still going to have, I guess, some players. I mean, we don't know for sure, but perhaps pocket 3s, perhaps pocket 4s, perhaps pocket 9s. Again, it's hard to say in a format where we don't really see much limping at all from a GTO perspective under the gun.
I always feel like that once I think about it this long, I can't bluff. And I know that's not true.
Yeah, it's hard to get that out of your head, though, Joe. I know sometimes those things sneak into our mindset, and then, you know, it does hamper us. But I do think in this situation, like I said, you are trying to tell a very specific story and not one that everyone is going to believe. I mean, really what you are trying to say is that you have a strong limping range under the gun, and many players simply do not. There is also the chance that Grasso just misclick called there, perhaps thought he was putting in a min, but accidentally put in a call. That's another consideration. Nice hand there for the 8-10, though.
Well, I hear some shouting, and I see that we're down to 33 players. I think there's going to be a redraw at 32 players.
He's very upset.
And we are approaching a break, at which point we are going to pick a new feature table.
This is new type of winning. Winning and be very
And I have a
upset.
feeling those two things may be colliding.
Yeah, can you...
Sorrell's got queens again.
Yeah.
3 raises, 80K.
King 3 is out. Iago can't play the Spraggy.
7 folds. 8 folds.
Grasso with Jack 9, or as I like to call it, Janina.
Probably just a call.
Yeah. It's a call. Everyone knows it's a call. You got to sometimes just take a second. Make sure you don't have any timing tells. Trey, deuce, diamond.
9 check.
Ma tu no. Quindi tu sei in pausa? Mi fai poi da 10 minuti stai qua, c'è la pausa, stai con.
I think he just bet small and will take it. 50K into a pot of 220. Nice work.
Beats losing with him. $33 players. Let's take a look at what the payout is at this point. Yeah, there's a pay jump at 31 also. So it's going to be table break, then an elimination, then a pay jump. And that pay jump's about 950 euros.
3 raises 80K.
Sorrel under the gun, ace-8 suited. Rousseau with queen-8 suited. Shan't be joining in the fun. But the year of Romania produces another bigger ace. This one double suited.
And now I wonder if we're going to see a raise.
We did. We do.
230.
Just about 3x.
I think it's safe to say that Sorrel has been pretty active, but we can see that he's had some pretty reasonable opens as well. Has been relatively disciplined pre too. Now how do we proceed with ace-8 suited? This is a tricky spot, and you can see how powerful the three bet can be under these circumstances. Sorrel is definitely playing the correct range and therefore does relinquish the ace-8 suited.
It's suited though.
It is.
Or did we just lose our 33rd place? No, it looks like a double up. That's what. Looks like we had a double up on an outer table. A double up and an elimination. Why would be on the calculator if we have an eliminate? And C cards are coming out. Yeah, it looks like we are down to 32. And this table's being broken. So I've gotten word that this was supposed to be our next feature table. And that's the one they're breaking.
Okay.
PokerStars Campione d'Italia.
So I think we're very likely to go to break early, maybe even after this hand. I've lost the audio for the table. Can I hear you?
Silencio.
All right, it's us. Oh, we're back.
Alex, can you get the name?
Jay Diaz on YouTube says, I'm about to jump online on PokerStars myself. Jay, don't say things like that because it's not the exact reason why we're here. To get people to play on PokerStars.
Okay.
That is not the very purpose of us showing you this live poker. Is not to show you how fun poker can be and hope you hop on PokerStars to join in on the action.
Best of luck in your session. Hyperspeed says you got me playing. Nice.
And that's it. We're good. We can wrap up the stream for today, I think. We got 2.
And that's all from Campione.
So 10s are holding. It's Posada that's betting. You got to stick around at least one more street here, right? See if your opponent shuts down. See if you maybe can catch a 10.
Yeah, absolutely.
80, 50, how much?
See if your opponent gives a tell. That lets you know that they've got king, queen offsuit. See if it's a favorable card on the turn, like a 9.
Yeah, and now, Sposado is in another one of those tricky spots where I think we do end up checking quite often, especially when the board is ace-5-9, Joe, with no flush draw. It's not like we're going to get flush draws to fold that might have called on the flop. We're already beating some of the straight draws, right? Some of the deuce trays and the tray 4s and all that kind of stuff of the suited variety. Those are the ones that can still call.
versus a queen, however. Tens run down. Check for a third time.
Yeah, and now it's tricky, Joe. Do we have a value bet? I think we probably still check here again a lot. We're probably not going to get that many calls from a 5. Getting check raised here is a little bit of a nightmare. If the river's a king, it's a bit different, Joe, because they can still have like king highs that floated the flop that you're now, you know, potentially going to beat. But obviously now also that would be a pair of queens with a pair of 9s and the ace, so that would be a chop anyway. So really, in the grand scheme of things, I think we just check mostly, and that's what happens.
It is a check back on the river. Queen showdown. Scoop the final pot. I wouldn't say of the level. There's still going to be 10 minutes left on this level when we come back from break, but we are going to take the break a little bit early. These are the featured table chip counts. Salvatore Russo and Mikhailo Demidenko still doing quite well. I mean, as is, Sposato and Niago all doing quite well. Healthy stacks for Sorel and Giordano. And just one player around 20 big blinds. No one in the danger zone. And we here at the first ever PokerStars Open from Campione are taking a break. When we come back, we'll have some new players at the featured table, and we will play through yet another level as we make our way down as deep as we can from Campione.
Bendinelli, first to act, ace-3 of diamonds.
Another suited ace under the gun. Another open.
Makes it 800K. Round to Guerrero on the button. He passes. Jarosz in the small blind. Folds. Kowalski in the big.
Sorry with 9, right?
King, queen of diamonds. He defends, and we're going heads up to the flop.
Bendinelli rechecking his hand.
Well, that is the perfect flop for Bendinelli. Top pair and the nut flush draw. 97% equity.
Oh my goodness, this could be a bloodbath.
600,000. And Kowalski probably thinks his king-high flush draw is good. Calls the bet. The turn card is the 8 of clubs, and Kowalski's now drawing dead.
It's going to be hard for Bendinelli to put Kowalski on diamonds because of blockers or something. We know Kowalski would call another bet.
But Bendinelli doesn't bet again. He checks behind. 9 of spades pairs the board. We have a pot of 3.4 million.
$3.2.
And Kowalski leads. Can he push Bendinelli off this small ace?
Not just leads, but leads for nearly full pot. And this is such a good river card for him to try this on, whether he knows it or not. Bendinelli isn't likely to put Kowalski on diamonds when he checks the turn because he doesn't want to fold out a 9. There's going to be a fair few 9s in there. This is so sick.
Bendinelli folds the best hand.
Kowalski gets away with another one.
Kowalski is gangster, eh? Kowalski. Mamba samba mukamba poker.
Ay caramba.
Ay caramba mukamba.
Jimmy Guerrero is going to be first to act on this next hand. And Jimmy has ace-king.
Jimmy's big and slick.
I imagine we'll see a raise. He makes it 900,000. Patrick Jarosz is folded. Kowalski is out. Giuliano Bendinelli on the button. Looks down at Ace Queen.
Oh no.
How does he respond?
All in.
He shoves, and we know he's going to get called in at least one spot. Costa folds, Mockery. Oh, wow. Also has Ace Queen.
What the heck is going on? Seen a lot of blockers out there.
Every time bank card deployed.
This could be a while.
Oh, ay caramba. What the f is going on? This is real caramba. There is some fire going on. You know, fold. Here. Probably a bad one. Here, take it.
Good decision. Guerrero calls all in.
Chop.
Domination situation, but at least Bendinelli will still have chips?
More like a chip. The stacks are super close.
Jimmy Guerrero at risk for the 77th time this tournament.
No, compro io di un buio.
The flop is king high, but there's always a sweat. Bendinelli does have a gut shot.
He's got more outs than he did before.
The turn card is an ace. Jimmy Guerrero just has to fade a jack on the river to survive. The river card is a 5. It is a huge double up for Jimmy Guerrero, leaving Giuliano Bendinelli with not much. Just verifying the stacks, and the Italian rail has been silenced. Those chips going in the direction of Jimmy Guerrero, who has just taken the chip lead at the main event final table, now playing close to 20 million.
And Giuliano Bendinelli on fumes.
One big blind. We're looking at our likely 6th place finisher.
And there is Jason Mercier from Florida in the US, taking a seat on the main stage along with Jan Heitman. And still at the feature table, Dario Minieri.
Lines are 6 and 12,000, 1,000 ante. Isaac is first.
So I think actually, James, to build on your point about this being sort of wham bam action, get it in, get it done, and very quickly moving from 24, 16 down to final table and whatnot, is you've got a few things going on here which kind of create the perfect storm. One of which is that aggression, the pre-flop aggression, where it becomes correct to want to 3-bet, 4-bet. You know, that's how you deal with an aggressive opponent. Is we saw Heitman put it in with the ace-8. So the style of play creates more of those situations where it's correct for chips to be put into the middle. That coupled with it still at this point kind of a disregard for ICM, even a couple tables out, right? There's no real looking at pay jumps. People are playing their hands at this stage in 2008 kind of for the inherent strength of it, rather than worrying too much about ladders. And also the poker economy at the time, right? Like as Joe's alluded to many times on these broadcasts, right? There were so many more sponsorships. Money was more free flowing perhaps, and players cared less, I would imagine, about laddering from 18th to 14th and were playing for the title. They're playing for the win and whatever came with it. So those three things, like ignoring ICM and a very aggressive play style and, you know, booming poker economy, I think creates the perfect recipe for Very, very quick play.
So here we go, right back at it. Heitman opens with fives. Minieri re-raises with Jack-3 offsuit.
And this is exactly that sort of situation, right? Like fives normally, a couple of years ago, you're folding to the re-raise. Now you get 3-bet by Dario Minieri and you think, well, my hand maybe doesn't want to see a flop. Maybe it does. Maybe I can try and outmaneuver post. But oftentimes, it's going to be correct to put the 4-bet in here.
And Jan calls 107,000.
We have, by the way, sorry, Joe, just want to say we have now entered the era where the re-raise was being referred to as a 3-bet. That was
nice.
That was absolutely the buzz phrase at PCA 2008. All the Americans were talking about 3-bets and 4-bets, so it's very much in vogue. Minieri has outflopped Heitman.
160.
Not only is he outflopped Heitman, but it's a board that's going to look pretty okay to 2 5s.
Yeah, particularly against Minieri. Once you call, you know his range is very wide. This is, without a 5, about where you want to be.
Like, I don't know how you call a 3-bet pre-flop and then just fold to 1 overcard. Some backdoor straight draws.
Yeah, I don't think that should be Heitman's intention. If he wants to end up folding these boards, it's better to jam pre-flop and deny equity. Jamming on the flop is dicey at best.
Dario hasn't snapped.
So these guys
imagine
are 5th and 6th in chips, right? I think Heitman's 5th on the leaderboard and Minieri is 6th.
Yeah, and that's kind of, you know, drawing back to what I'm talking about, 5th and 6th in 2020, they probably don't want to clash, and yet here we see Jack-3 offsuit all in against 5s on Jack-4 deuce.
Yeah, almost nothing about this hand happens this way now, at least not by 2 top players. People are just choosing their 3-betting spots a little more carefully than Jack-Tray against a guy who's 5th in chips.
So Minieri.
Is a 10.
Yes.
Dario still in the lead.
Now a 95% favorite to double up.
And it's another check.
Was he celebrating the double up or the fact that he river trips? Was it the fact that it was an extra jack just made it all the more special?
I think so.
He just loves making that 4-star hand.
2 pair. 2 pair. Yeah, 2 pair. S9. Maybe the king save me. What do you have? Bigger 2 pair. But river save me or kill me, yeah?
The suspense is killing him, that's for sure.
Save me. I will show you on the TV. River saved me. Huh? River saved me. Oh, he saved you, yeah.
Giuliano Bendinelli, ace-4 all in.
Folded the 4-3 to get the best 4 you can possibly have.
Jimmy Guerrero, 6-5 in the small blind. Calls.
Huh, is this a bounty tournament?
Patrick Jarosz, queen-5 in the big blind, calls as well. The flop is ace-jack-4. It's looking good for a Bendinelli triple up here.
92% equity, 3 ways.
Check to the turn, which is the king of hearts. Guerrero's drawing dead. Jarosz has picked up a gut shot.
They really should be checking it down with 2 hands this week.
Boom. Giuliano Bendinelli's going to survive here, and he knows it.
2 pair, 2 pair.
Even 2 pair is not good.
2 pair is jack, yeah, jack.
I don't think you.
Nice hand, bro, nice hand. Nice hand, Giuliano. Giuliano! Fucking business.
Bend it like Bendinelli.
Now playing 4 big blinds, to the delight of his mum, Gabriella. So still 6-handed at the final table of this record-breaking EPT main event. I like a lively rail, but I draw the line at megaphones.
Megaphone.
Yeah, I feel like that's not going to last very long in here.
Action folded to the blinds.
Not gonna look.
Yeah,
And Kowalski doesn't even look.
Yeah, we go blind. Yeah.
And Bendinelli calls it off without looking.
Can we turn?
Had half a stack in.
Kowalski with queen deuce, Bendinelli with 5-4.
Ugh, what's with all the fours? Come on.
5-4 suited, dama 2 off.
It's practically a flip. Well, queen high is still ahead on a king-king-6 flop. We now have a double paired board. Queen high looking very good right now. And these two acting like it's over. Ace on the river, it's a chop.
Who loves it?
Everyone. Apart from Team Kowalski.
Oh, someone tell Mama it's not that bad.
What is going on?
Good question.
I forgot. I forgot. I thought it was drawing dead.
So Bendinelli didn't win any chips there, but crucially he survives.
And he is far from drawing dead. There you go, Mama.
On to the next hand. Kowalski folds. Bendinelli. King 8.
Feels like it might be time to go again. The old Kate.
He is all in again. Round to Kyan Mokri.
How much?
Ace jack of clubs.
Mokri doesn't have a ton of chips himself, but this is too strong to fold. And he'll want to isolate if he can.
That is a perfect amount for me to go all in.
He does indeed re-shove. Gets rid of Guerrero. Jarosz with ace 10. No.
Good fold.
Calma, velho. Precoce. K8 off, after jack suited.
Bendinelli at risk and behind.
All it takes is a... What's the phrase again? Looks like he's feeling like his run is over.
Mokri is better than a 6-4 favorite. Here comes the flop. Oh, wow! Flops the full house!
You can actually win with these things, but I think it's...
How about a royal flush?
You can still win.
The turn card is the deuce of spades, and Mokri is now drawing dead.
Non era drawing dead.
Bendinelli doubles up again.
Never die, never die. 1.425. How much do you have now, buddy?
I have never, ever seen anything like this.
Action is on Bendinelli. Ace 5.
Off brown sourdough.
All in.
He shoves. Folded around to the blinds. Guerrero gives up the small and Jarosz folds the big.
Are we supposed to stand or put our hands on our parts or just gesticulate wildly? Fabiano doesn't know what to do either.
After that brief musical interlude, actions on Bendinelli, who now has 13 big blinds.
And there's a serious look on his face.
Ace-5 again.
Artisanal sourdough.
All in.
Shoves for the second hand in a row. Guerrero on the button.
Oh. That.
7.
Oh, Kowalski with 6s.
2, 4, 5. 2, 4, 5. Yeah, it's gonna be 6.9. 6.9.
Kowalski is going to be ahead only some of the time. Sevens probably goes with it.
He folds.
So the after party's in Ibiza, is that what I'm taking from this?
Is that real?
The Italians are planning a trip. 16 big blinds now for Bendinelli.
But I'm already going to Mallorca with Spraggy.
I'm so sorry.
Jason pass. Anthony call.
Queen Jack suited for Lelouch.
Dario
Here
call.
comes his nemesis, Dario Minieri, pocket threes, flats it, and oh, dag, it's pocket queens for Dag Palovich.
96.
Raised to 96,000.
That's an interesting re-raise amount.
Well, it's a large committing of his chip stack, isn't it, Mr. Stapleton, with like very few behind. So he's never really going to 3-bet fold. It's something that people tend to do when they have kings, queens, or aces. I'll say that.
I just mean 96 is an interesting number. It's not 100. It's not 95. It's 96.
Anthony pass.
Lelouch gets out of the way with the queen jack, and Dario is gonna try to set mine.
You wanna eat me or you wanna help me?
Oh, he is set mining. He's going to try to hit a set.
96.
Well, Palovich, he really can't have too many chips back, can he, Joe?
No, I would guess probably like maybe 100K.
Dario and Doug, and here's the flop.
It's a very weird, very 2008 pre-flop situation. The flop is good for Minieri.
Oh,
Dario checks.
Oh, all in and a snap call. Palovich.
Dario shows a set of threes.
Looking for a queen.
Doug shows pair of queens.
Or a diamond.
No quadri, Daniele, no donne, no quadri. Un bel se mi tradisce lei.
Is that really
Let's see the turn card.
13%?
Give me the queen.
Seems good for this situation. 8 on the turn. Now there he's down to 5.
Well, he had the backdoor diamonds. Those are gone. Just the 2 queens left.
And the river card is an 8. Dario wins.
I've got a Palovich that I just can't scratch. Dag out in 7th place, 111,800 euros.
Dag nabbit.
And 6 players
dagger in
remaining.
the back.
Handshakes from the rail as well. It's all going on.
And welcome back to the year 2025, where PokerStars is back in Italy with the first ever PokerStars Open taking place in beautiful Campione. Our live coverage of day 3 of the main event continues, coming back from break with 32 players, the final 4 tables. Things getting serious. So we still have to play out the tail end of level 28. We have to play out all of level 29, and then the survivors from day 3 will bag and tag and come back for the final day tomorrow. And this is the lineup we have on the featured table right now. These are the 8 players we are going to be watching for the last 90 minutes of action today. Blind still 20-40 with a 40K big blind ante. It's James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Now, Jimmy Jam, you want to play the game? You want to play the game as to how many we're going to end with today in about 90 minutes?
Yes. Now, I have to say, we're already below my expectation of what we would end the day with. I was basing that very much on a 30 big blind average stack. So they're playing deeper than I thought they would be at this stage of the tournament.
I think we can lose. It's always coming 7 more in this 90 minutes.
Yeah, I think that's a good, I think 3 tables is realistic. 24, 23 kind of feels like the kind of number we should be coming back with. But you're saying just over that, right? So we would be coming back with 25?
25 is my prediction.
25 is annoying, right? Because then you come back tomorrow and you lose a player in the very first hand of the day, and then you've got to break a table and all that nonsense.
We know how things like to be annoying.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. By the way, shout out to anyone who's been with us from the start of the day, from the start of the broadcast. We're going to be at probably 11 hours plus by the time we come to the end of our coverage today. And tomorrow there is the possibility we could be 12 hours plus.
And James, you're welcome. Because you know what, we totally faded today. Chat Pro Saturday.
Do you know what? I'd completely forgotten that was even a concept.
So did the audience, and I did not remind them as a birthday gift to you.
Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate it. And we always observe local time. The local time is Central European time. It is now 1:45 in the morning. So it's now Sunday.
It's Sunday. Chat Pro Saturday was completely squandered by you, the Chat Pros.
You're immense, Joey.
In case of emergency, ask Joe.
Oh, come on. Don't be a putz.
We might just have to say poots.
Which is how one would say it in German. So Barnes has raised the big blind with Jack Trey and puts folds.
Although poots is also hilarious if you're immature like me.
Okay, so Kerry Jane is back in the chat, Joe. She wants to know what happened in Burger King. I said the story was yours to tell. I don't quite know if you are banned from there. It may be a voluntary kind of boycott, but you were kicked out, right?
So, yeah, and the story is going to be, it's not that interesting. I was having a night, as I normally do in Leicester Square. I went out for a late night snack. I went to McDonald's and got, I don't know, nuggets and fries. And as I was leaving McDonald's, I spied Burger King, and I was like, you know what would go great with this nuggets and fries? A Whopper. I'm going to go get, I like a flame broiled Whopper from time to time. And since I'm a disgusting slob and I'm going to eat this on my bed with a giant towel tucked into my shirt, I might as well go the distance, go for it entirely. And as I'm walking into Burger King, I get stopped by a security guard who says, no outside food. And I say, oh, no, it's okay. I'm just coming in to buy more food. Then I'm going to leave. And he stops me again and says, no outside food. And I say, well, you're turning away business? And he goes, I don't give a shit, mate. At which point, I about-faced and left and have yet to set foot in a Burger King ever since. And I'll tell you what, they're not doing great as a company since then. They're closing stores all over the world.
Just to be clear, it is a boycott, not a ban, and it's of all Burger Kings, not just the one in Leicester Square.
You don't ban me, I ban you.
Like it. Okay, we have got action here. We've got Avancini with ace-queen against Perone with ace-king. A 3-bet pot. And we have domination rotation on the flop. Avancini, the original raiser. Perone 3-bet. Avancini called and has flopped good here, top. And Perone is going to continue with 2 overs to the board.
200.
That's a nice way of putting it. 2 overs to the board. One of those overs will be no bueno.
Yeah. Let's not bother the guy with details. Oh, Avancini decides, I'm just going to check raise now. Time bank cards being deployed. Of course, everyone who makes it to day 4 will receive additional time bank cards tomorrow. Any they don't use today goes in the bag with their chips. They can use them tomorrow.
Hey, that's a good lay down. That's a good fold.
I literally misread Ed's response to Jay, who asked on YouTube, Joe Stapleton, what's your deepest run in a tournament? And I thought Ed was spreading a rumor that you won the World Series of Poker main event.
You just skipped from first to World Series of Poker main event in that response. I've won a couple of, small tournaments before in my life, including the charity tournament that Ed's talking about, and I've won the Caesars nightly a couple times, I think, and one up in, I wouldn't say Thunder Valley. What was it? Kings? What was the place that got shut down after Postle?
Stones.
I won one or 2 nightlies there. Yeah. I'm still mad. So I wanted to answer Tom's question. Says, is there anything that can get me back to BK? Yeah, a public apology.
I love that.
They want to send me like a little envelope in the mail. They send these out all the time, a little envelope with some freebies in it. Hey, we're sorry we messed up. Please come back. I would go back to Burger King, but I would need some sort of financial compensation. You know why? Because that guy embarrassed me. That's the real crime there.
And I'm just going to throw it out there. It takes a lot to embarrass Joe.
It takes a lot to embarrass me. I felt like a big enough slob as it was trying to hit 2 fast food restaurants at once, and this guy's like, yeah, no thanks. We don't want your business, fatty. It doesn't have to be from the king himself. Any member of the court would suffice.
That king is scary.
The king's terrifying. I actually don't want to go
I thought McDonald's had the scariest mascot, and then Burger King are like, hold my beer. Oh, Barnes has opened the button with 8-6. Masiewicz has a hand. Kings in the big blind.
Barnes, Skiblisk. What does that mean? 280?
28.
I guess yes.
28 10,000s, please.
I love the intense expression of Hoodie Dude who's not even in the hand.
He's very concernicus.
I mean, I guess every hand matters now, regardless of whether you were involved in it or not. Now we are down to the final 32, closing in on what I consider to be the really significant jumps in prize money and the significant scores as well. A reminder that when we do get down to the final 10, everyone will have locked up at least 25 grand, 6-figure scores for the top 4, nearly €250,000 for the runner-up, 363,000 for the winner. The trophy to be presented tomorrow, or more realistically, the early hours of Monday morning. Which, strictly speaking, is tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Dude, my rods and cones are all effed up.
Well, this is what happens when you have 2,400 entries in an event where you kind of thought you'd get 1,000. Barnes with 8-7 off, folds the cutoff.
Okie dokie. Some
Okay.
people are going to widen their button range. This is as wide as it gets.
Lanenovci opening with Jack-3 offsuit. And it might work.
Yeah, he's right. He's right to do it. I'm the idiot. I'm the idiot.
Raise and take it from the button. And blinds are up. We are now into the last level of the night / morning. Blinds are now 25,000, 50,000 with a 50K big blind ante. This is level 29 of the tournament. Play will conclude at the end of this 75-minute session, and then we will return tomorrow at the start of level 30. And these are the chip stacks at the new blind level. So Lanenovci is actually the table chip leader with 2.8 million. David Castellani, the table shorty.
And in order to get the tournament finished tomorrow, we're only playing levels 30, 38, 41, and 57. We're going to get it done in 4 levels.
Love it.
That's another one I should throw in there, that you roll the dice as to what level you play next.
Cut! Can you imagine? You roll the dice, it's the first level of the tournament, everyone's got 30,000 starting stack, and you roll the 100K, 200K blind level.
There could be a way you could randomize how much the blinds go up within a certain range.
Okay.
Like when they draw for hands at the end of the night, right?
Yeah.
Like, do the blinds go up 0.75, 2x, or 3x?
Yeah. Just want to say, Tam Lamore on YouTube, hello and goodbye.
Yeah, band.
So, a button raise with ace-5. The 3-bet from Avancini in the small blind with king-queen. Stojanovic in the big blind with ace-king of diamonds, playing a time bank card, considering how to respond. It's another time bank card.
Oh.
Well,
Way to
that's
make
the
it look
response. Decides to move all in, and trivial fold for Masiewicz. Action now back on Avancini.
Nay.
No.
Nay.
No.
Or as they say in Australia, nar.
Sign a fold.
But you guys can burn off the minutes to the end of the day. That's fine with me.
It's your clock, guys. How you use it is up to you.
What are we up to money-wise at 32nd place? We have not hit that pay jump yet.
No, we have not.
We need one more elimination to make another 900 euros, 950.
The pay jump normally comes straight after the table break, so the jump will come at 31. When we're on what we like to call a soft bubble or a money jump, it's good to have even tables. It's fairer on the players.
Right.
No. Good job, Putz. Good job. Someone finally understands the zero value of that hand.
We had an ace-7 fold in the last session as well.
Good, good, I'm glad. So blind v blind. And this is going to be a walk for the big blind. Castellani, the short stack at the table. Very happy to pick that up uncontested. And I appreciate this is an obscure lookalike, but Castellani looks like Andrew McCutcheon from Time and Tide.
I can neither confirm nor deny that. I don't know.
Just go with it. Just go with it.
No, I was going to say, I'll take your word for it. Aaron Paul Kramer wants us to consider seat 1 as Rob Corddry. Yeah, sure, in the way that he's bald and has stubble. The way Rob Corddry is bald and has stubble, it's fine. As a guy with a beard who gets compared to lots of other people with beards, I sometimes require a little bit more than that.
There was a bad lookalike for that player earlier on, that he looked like Frank Sobotka from The Wire.
That one's at least a little deeper of a reference, although less
accurate.
Less accurate.
Well, the table chip leader has found aces and has found a customer. Masiewicz responds with a 3-bet to 250,000. Barone, now is not the time to get attached to Queen Jack.
Yeah, it's time to be the third guy in the hot tub time machine.
Okay, so back on Lananovci with the aces.
It's a 500K chip that just went in there.
It is. The gray/white 500K chips were brought out during the break.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
$3.1 million for the table chip leader. Obviously not the overall chip leader. We'll check on that guy in the next 15 minutes or so. And we have lost a player. We're down to 31 now, so I guess we've hit that money jump, Joe.
All right, everybody now walking away with 7,280 euro. And it's
nice.
The next jump. The next jump's at 27. So it's fun to be able to watch ICM become more and more of a thing in real time.
Yeah.
Hey, ist jetzt Speedjump mit 31 oder noch nicht? 7. 7. Oh, jetzt geht's schnell. Jetzt muss nur 3, 4 rausgehen und dann schon wieder Speedjump. Ja, ja, glaub schon.
Hold each blind.
7, 4. 4.
Friendly. Back to back, yeah?
We can keep going. Not when you have ace king in the big line. No? Keep going. Just keep going? Okay. As long as you don't lose, no?
S.A. Walker says, I'll give you McCutcheon and profile. I knew there'd be at least one person out there who knew what I was talking about.
Why'd you say that, S.A.? Don't you know he's loco? More like Castellani.
A te.
Barone folding the 6 deuce.
Ja, Janet, wo ist der Adrian?
Jack 4 diamonds for puts in the small blind.
Eigensohn. Du bist.
1.65.
Is going to raise small to big, and it's Barnes' big blind, and he's got King Jack of strawberries.
Beautiful. Beautiful. You can do no wrong here, I think.
Yeah.
Look at this. You can just ship it.
That's true.
I told you can do no wrong.
Barnes picks up the pot.
I just watched my cards.
Everybody seems pretty ready to get them bags out.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine these guys are absolutely exhausted. And again, something we always highlight in our coverage, this is the first day we've streamed this, right? But they're not coming in fresh today.
Right.
They played a long-ass day one. They played a very long day two. And they know they've got to come back tomorrow and play a very long day four. Best case scenario, you play a very long day four.
Yeah, exactly. You want to play long. Barnes, Skiblisk.
Yeah, because I'm just doing the numbers, Joe, and obviously I appreciate that we're on a 30-minute delay.
Do those numbers, do them.
So, we've got a domination situation here. Barnes opening small to big with King Jack, but the table chip leader has Ace Jack. Shoves on Barnes, all into call, he folds. So we're 30 minutes effectively behind the players. So play will conclude in real time at around 1:35 a.m. And they are going to be back 11 hours later.
So I lost.
That's rough on them.
I keep forgetting because back home with the shot clock, if someone V-pips, you get 30 seconds. But here it's like when you V-pip, it's still 15. Yeah. So I've lost a couple of time banks today because of that.
Your initial pre-flop decision, regardless of whether you're opening the action or responding to a 4-bet, is 15 seconds.
Unopened pots is fine.
All right, Sanovich, who's been quiet for a while, gets the Nieners. He's going to shield up. Yeah.
Ace-Queen for Castellani, who, as we've established a couple of times, is the shortest stack at the table, playing around 15 bigs.
Unfortunately, because those sunglasses are on, Castellani is going to have no idea how to play this.
And he's decided all in is the best strategy. And chances are, once Perona's folded these threes and it gets back around to Stojnovic, we're going to be off to the races. Perone? Thank you. Okay, there is the chance that someone else wakes up with a hand. Fours is not a hand.
Wow, lots of pairs, though.
True. Deuces, no. Can't get any lower.
Who is going to see their set appear?
Account, please.
The fours, the deuces, the nines.
Well, Stojnovic has asked for a count.
How much? How much?
Wants to know how many chips it is. There's the call, and we are going to flip that coin. Castellani, the at-risk player, and the player who needs to hit to survive.
Like the Vatican versus the Leaning Tower of Pisa. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Queen high flop. Looking good for Castellani now.
I bring up the Vatican, and how does the devil respond, James?
6, 6, 6.
Spooky. I've got chills.
The number of the beast. Castellani doubles.
I'm going to be afraid to go to bed tonight.
So no different from any other night then?
My nightlight broke, okay?
Oh, Joey! Do you want to come over and give you a hug? Do you want to borrow my teddy bear?
I just need you to stay on the phone with me until I fall asleep.
Okay.
Now, James, I wanted to use tiramisu in one of these Italian flips, but I'm afraid that to you, nothing compares to tiramisu. So whatever I put up against it, you were going to be like, bop, 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 bop. But surely...
Tiramisu gelato.
Tiramisu versus gelato, because I did gelato versus spumoni.
Right, okay.
Already.
Okay.
But what about tiramisu just versus all of pasta?
I mean, that's pretty cool. You know Jimmy loves his pasta.
The thing is, for me, I don't really rate tiramisu, or most of desserts, for that matter.
You are objectively wrong.
It's a wet, dry food, which I don't care for. I don't like, you know what? I don't like any of the soaking cakes. I don't like strawberry shortcake.
The thing that surprises me about your objection to tiramisu is it has alcohol in it.
Yeah, but not enough to get you buzzed.
Okay.
That's all I care about.
Nut flush draw for Avancini, who is still ahead, by the way, with king high. Did you have any of that tiramisu from Super Frico, by the way?
I did not.
Dude, it was a good tiramisu.
I did have some of the other thing. Although I can't remember what the other thing was at this point.
Continuation bet of 140,000 from puts, called by Avancini, who's still ahead with king high and has that huge draw.
Do you agree with Underdog's assessment that tiramisu is not cake?
It's not a cake, it's a dessert.
But isn't cake a component of it?
No, sponge fingers. Sponge fingers do not constitute cake.
All right.
And to answer your question, identity, ace king, the shot clock post-flop is 30 seconds. And it's 30 seconds for pre-flop decisions after your initial decision as well. It's only your first decision that's 15 seconds. GP says how many minutes left before they bag? Officially, 55 minutes. However, I've just been told...
Wow, nice one, Poots.
Wow, gets him to fold. Yeah, very good job from Poots. I've just been told that if we do get to 3 tables,
If we do get to 24 players within 30 minutes of this level finishing, we'll stop there for the night. I always love those caveats, Joe, that complicate everything. So this guy was on the feature table earlier. This is Salvatore Russo. He is still chip leader right now with close to 6 million. 5.9 is how we count his stack. And with 30 remaining, he is on top of the leaderboard.
Pretty impressive, pretty exciting.
It's Corey, says creme brulee greater than tiramisu and I will die on that hill. Well, guess what? You're dying. You're banned.
Also, I might even be making a mistake here. Is you banned? Is tiramisu Italian?
It is, yes.
Okay.
Creme brulee, not so much.
I think you can find the raise with 10-4 suited here. They're all cake words. Where's the bourbon?
1-8, huh? 1-8.
Yeah, 1-9.
You can ask, but that's a fun question.
Oh my word, it just escaped me that by the time we get to the end, we'll have been streaming for 11 hours, but we let them play 2 levels before we started covering this today.
That's right.
These guys must be barely able to keep their eyes open.
We did not start at the start. Don't forget the fact, like obviously I know you're factoring this in, but for people out there who maybe never played in a live tournament, the surge of adrenaline that you get when you play a hand or when you bluff or when you make the nuts to not doing it, and that up and down all day wreaks havoc on your nervous system, wreaks havoc on your energy levels, to the point where someone could fall asleep at the table right now, and then 65 minutes when they get back to their room, they will not be able to go to sleep.
Unless you have played a multi-day, multi-table tournament, I don't think you understand how exhausting it can be. On paper, or just watching as a casual spectator, you're thinking, they're just sitting down all day, and they're just playing a game of cards, sitting there chatting.
No.
It's amazing how draining it is.
I have to speed up. Yeah. It's not.
All right, we got a King Deuce raise from the chip leader.
And you want a free bet? You need more than.
Stojanovic is going to defend the small blind with a couple of sixes.
Down to 29 players now. Just had an elimination at one of the outer tables.
Yeah, sweet. And then you just make up a number.
Oh my God, James, we want to flip.
That's why when you limp before, I'm thinking of my ISO size, and it's like 3, 2, 1. I go 210. It should have gone like 240.
And Stojanovic is stationing.
Only went 210 'cause I'm like, oh,
not a believer. Can he get to showdown with those 2 sixes? That deuce is a hash mark in the yes column. Ooh.
Six is still good, somehow.
Lalanovci. Oh, can't go for it.
Goes to showdown. So Tom says he's hoping we hit 24. Please, poker gods. I will happily hit 24 on the last hand of the level, like with 1 minute left on the clock. I'll tell you why. Okay. I don't need tomorrow to be any longer than it's already going to be. Don't add any minutes from today to tomorrow, please. Please.
I don't know, man. Having a longer day tomorrow, that's a Sunday Joe problem, and Saturday Joe is ready for the night to be over. You know what I mean?
You can make it through the last 50 minutes. You've got, you know.
I can make it, but what I'm saying is if I get let out 20 minutes early, that's a tomorrow Joe problem.
I'm on dog care duties today, so I've got to make sure that we are off air pretty soon. Otherwise, there's going to be a mess to clean up in here.
Wait, your lady's out for the night?
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
For the day. I mean, why would you want to sit around listening to me? I mean,
it's the first thing my roommate did when she got home was close the door to this room. Well, the poker gods are not going to let these folks coast into the next day here. They're going to deal out the hands. They're going to make things happen. We got trays. We got ace-9. We got ace-10. And both the 9 and the 10 hit this board.
Yes, they do. Still a domination situation. No help for the threes, but one would think that Stanovic can get away from this pretty easily.
Yeah, but why would you want to? You still got 2 more shots to hit a 3.
Bless you, Joey. Bless you. There we go. So ace-10 bets, ace-9.
Holy! A flop soul read. Just, I don't know. I mean, congratulations.
Impressive. Most impressive.
Impressive. Are we drawing for hands? Oh no, is somebody on the clock? I saw Peroni being instructed to act.
So that is just showing us, I guess, that Peroni's been balanced off, right? He was on the feature table, and now he's on one of the outer tables.
Just a coincidence the floor was standing behind him.
Yeah, so Peroni now out in the field as we continue to watch the action on the main stage with 28 remaining in the main event.
Cheney with some delicious rice balls. Ace king of rice balls. Barnes. Skiblisk. Drinking out of cups.
How big is this gonna get?
Whose chair is that? Not my chair, not my problem. Draws galore. Not the bloodiest card, but a turned top pair and nut flush could lead to some damage being done. Especially if Barnes somehow improves again.
Barnes bets 130,000. Amancini calls. Oh no. Oh no. Trip jacks for Barnes. I guess it's not as bad as making a straight. Barnes checks. How big will Avancini go? $535,000 in the middle, and Avancini bets 270. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yep. He's like, I just had to make trips on the river. Just had to improve. Why could I have been up against pocket kings? Might be a good time to talk to y'all about the Irish Open.
Yeah, the 45th anniversary this year, Joe.
That is twice as long as I've been alive. That's really impressive. 45th anniversary.
I call that bluff. It is the longest running Hold'em tournament in Europe. This year's event sponsored by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker for the 3rd year running. I think this might be the longest Irish Open festival ever. Starts April 10th, runs till April 21st at the RDS in Dublin.
I am pretty excited.
4 days of live streaming on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels, covering the final table of the Ladies Championship and the last 3 days of the main event. Easter pretty late this year, so not too much of a gap between the end of the Irish Open and the start of EPT Monte Carlo.
Because we base our EPT schedule and Irish Open schedule on the vernal equinox, right?
Yes.
Some of the people, it's not just, by the way, the event of the Irish Open and the Guinea and, hold on a second, never mind, I'll talk about that after this. We have got another flip on our hands.
Yeah, Barnes all in with King Jack and called by Lelenovci in the big blind with 10s.
Like a Vespa versus a Fiat. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
I don't know, dude, that sounds like a hidden domination to me.
Oh, to which side?
The Vespa, obviously.
Seen those new Fiats? They're pretty cool.
King 8 deuce, advantage Barnes. Deuce on the turn. Barnes survives unless there's a 10 on the river. Nope, it's a queen, and Barnes is still in this thing.
Anyway, Irish Open, not just looking forward to the poker and the Guinness and the coverage. Cool to be doing the ladies event this year. But the people, James, some of these people we haven't seen since Prague in December. And some of them we haven't seen since August in Barcelona. And I kind of miss some of the people.
Oh.
Not you, of course. But there's a couple people I'm really looking forward to seeing in Dublin. Is the new CEO going to be there? I got to schmooze the new CEO.
We don't have a new CEO. It's the same guy.
Yeah, him.
I'm sure he will be.
Some people go to Ireland to kiss the Blarney Stone. I go to kiss the butts of the C-suite at Flutter International. Barnes back in business with the ace-4 and is going to get absolutely stomped on here by what's going to look like a bully. Oh no, it just doesn't even play. Doesn't even play. Doesn't even think about it. Doesn't even think. Doesn't get tempted. I would be tempted there, but no, good discipline with the ace-4.
Tempted by the fruit of another. Yeah, no, I'm with you, Joe. It's weird to go through pretty much 4 full months of the year without an EPT, but that's where we're at. It won't be till the end of April that we get to go to Monte Carlo, and it will be good to be reunited with the whole European Poker Tour team again.
Yeah.
So we have 38 minutes left on the day. Good time to bring Nick Walsh back into the mix.
Hello, guys. How's it going?
What up, my dude?
Let's close out this mofo. I'm hip. I'm street.
I'm with it.
In the club, we all fam. Oh. Oh. It's one of those flops.
A good one. Beep, 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 coming through. Beep, 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 beep. Mancini checks. Poots is going to put some money in there with the best hand. Doesn't really want to improve. Oh, baby. Lalanovci does have a draw, some dirty outs, although with all these hearts out, maybe blockers will be real. Avancini trying to decide what to do. 320,000 to call. Folds the king high flush draw, which is good news for Putz.
Yeah.
Who now does want to improve to a flush. This is a 3-bet on the flop.
He's made it 640,000 total.
Oh my goodness, he just puts it in. Just makes the call. Getting stubborn. 1.6 million in the middle. Putz has a pot side. They both have pot, less than pot behind. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. Wow.
Wow.
The offsuit jack, the non-heart jack. And Putz now is the draw to the bigger straight, right? Like if the 10 hits.
Correct.
That would be really sick. The non-heart 10, like the 10 of diamonds. 1 million.
I mean, it's got to go in on the turn, right, guys?
Yep. It's all in.
I mean, Putz cannot fold now he's committed that much.
This is such a sick river on the way.
Oh, I mean, 18% is 18%. We've seen weirder things happen.
What a sweaty river. This is sweatier than the river from Deliverance.
Crazy, big pot. No chip raider, huh?
This is a big river to fade, guys.
A heart or a 10 gives Putz the advantage. It's the ace of hearts. It's Barry Greenstein. It's strawberry flavored Greenstein. And that will be a huge double up for Putz.
Oh,
wow.
Wow, wow, wow.
I defend 50K, but later. Nice spot.
It's hard to know how to feel here, guys, because the turn is really sick in itself, right? You got top pair and the nut flush draw. He turns the offsuit straight. But that river, absolutely savage here late in the day of our broadcast.
Savage indeed. That's the right word for it.
I heard 1 billion.
My goodness. From chip leader to chip lever.
And you'll notice there that in this huge pot, the floor came in there just to check that, yes, we have a flush and a straight. And on this occasion, it's the flush that wins.
You gotta feel. A lot of Nopsy there.
So I thought that Putz was the at-risk player there, but the stacks were really close. He had his opponent covered by 15K. That's less than a small blind. So it is a KO. It is an elimination, and it takes us down to 26 players.
Alex, give him his handy.
Wo ist mein Handy, Mann?
Ich brauche mein Handy.
I didn't.
Ich muss haben mein Handy, Mann.
Something nasty was coming.
So we're down to 26 now, is that what you just said?
Yeah, 26.
And my prediction was 25.
It was indeed, Joe. And we are pretty much into the last 30 minutes of the night, pretty much into the last 30 minutes of the level. So if we do now lose 2 more players, if we get to 24, that will draw a line under action today. Or if we stay at 26 or we're at 25, we'll play to the end of the level. But maximum of 30 minutes left on the day.
There's a happy boy. I would be happy too. There is some semblance of justice in the fact it was already a very sick turn, but that's how the cookie crumbles.
And he just gets the dream turn.
I think the heart's way less gross than the 10 hitting.
Yeah, if you're going to get there, the heart feels like the more justice than the 10, I guess.
Is this his time bank? Yes.
Wouldn't mind a little bit of action.
8-3, still my favorite.
Joe, have you spent any time in Italy?
Very little, other than the few times we went to San Remo and then once for a wedding.
Sure. How about you, James?
Yes, I had a wonderful vacation there many years ago now. Did a driving tour of northern Italy, Bologna, Milan, Florence, and many summer holidays in Sardinia and Sicily. It's a beautiful country.
I actually adore Italy. I think it's really nice. Got a real nice way of living.
Also, with my love of the cuisine, especially tiramisu, it's the perfect place for me to be.
Love a tiramisu.
I didn't know how good the food in Italy could get until I went. So my famous story is, sorry if you guys have heard of this, is that Phil Sternheimer, frequent super high roller, invited me to his wedding about a decade ago. And they just took such good care of us as wedding guests. And I had like 3 of the top 10 meals I've had in my life were at his wedding.
Yeah.
Sure. I actually had a similar experience, Joe. I went to Positano for a wedding, and it was like no holds barred, like we are blowing the bank on this. and they had a villa at the very peak of the mountain, kind of overlooking the bay, and it was something out of a movie. It was absolutely incredible.
I'm pretty sure that blowing the bank on a wedding in most of Europe is an average wedding in the UK, because a lot of other countries don't have the extreme surge pricing for wedding parties that we have in Britain.
I'm pretty sure Phil got married the same place George Clooney got married at, so probably do have surge pricing there would be my guess, but maybe not everywhere.
Anywho, we've got ace-3 against ace-jack, and we have got a domination rotation situation because Castellani has paired his 3.
Advice 3, huh? 23 is the next pay jump.
Six of hearts on the turn.
9 checks.
Castellani checks. Poots checks. River, 9 of hearts. Castellani has this locked up. Maybe both players content to get to showdown. Castellani is. Yep. Show it down. Domination, rotation, consternation.
These 3. These 3. 3 for the win. Yeah.
Current chip counts.
Yeah, we've got Putz as the table chip leader now, playing 92 big blinds. Castellani, the short stack of the table, but off that double up earlier, now with 33 big blinds.
I still think this speaks volumes about the luxurious blind levels that we have been experiencing here, guys. I mean, look, these guys still looking at a sort of 35, 40 big blind average at this late stage. Really, really nice.
Big blind. 6 folds. 7 folds.
Folds to the button.
Castellani picks up queens in the small blind.
Castellani about 33 big blinds here. He's going to start with a raise. Puts what you got. Oh.
Yeah, this is a trivial fold.
It's an inspired raise with queens, if you ask me.
Nick, do you still have a hairy house guest?
Not at the moment, no. After our testing yesterday, my friend very kindly decided to take the pup to his parents' house for the weekend just to spare our fantastic broadcast.
I was explaining to Joe that I'm on dog sitting duties today, and I currently have a Shih Tzu that needs a you-know-what.
It needs the first half of its own name.
Yeah. So hurry it up, guys. Come on, 2 eliminations done for the day.
Yeah.
That'd be good. Certainly save the rug in the bathroom.
No, I was in the same scenario yesterday just before we started our test, and I was like, they're relying on me, dog. Not now.
I don't know about you guys. I'm dying for a walk.
Somebody take Joe out.
There's a brand new fire hydrant out there. Squirrels have been taunting me all day. All right, things are... Poker gods are grinding things down a little bit right now.
Yeah, and by the looks of it, Puts is just over the moon with the outcome there with the Queen 9 of Hearts, and now just happy to like coast into the final day. Hasn't had the hands, of course, as well, but you can just tell there's a lot of relief there, as of course all of us would feel in that scenario.
I'm curious if we manage to finish the last 3 tables tomorrow.
I hope so. I go home Monday morning.
3 a.m. I would be surprised.
It must finish
You will?
tomorrow.
Well, you'd be surprised if it finishes tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, I would be surprised if...
Yeah, so I've seen the advertised schedule for tomorrow, and I think with the adjustment to the blind levels and the ability, by the way, to reduce the duration of levels once we get to the final table, we should be done by 4 a.m.
I think the place might be, you know, there might not be time for it. We'll see.
2 races 100K.
Okay, we're going to play this one on the button. Starts with the Open. Just a min raise.
6 races 150.
It's cold. It's cold.
And a defend. Wasn't a 3-bet.
Yeah, so we are going to go heads up to the flop, and that flop is King Jack 10 with 2 spades, so the flush draw for Puts, top pair for Masiewicz.
Yeah, definitely action stations here. I would imagine we're just going to continue with the flush draw, especially our weaker flush draws. Obviously, the weaker our flush draw, the more incentive we have to try and get hands to fold now, deny some equity. Also, build a pot when we get there once in a while. Being in position with a made flush, obviously a pretty good situation in the game of Texas Hold'em. And I don't know about you, James. I think we just check call here.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah.
140,000 apiece. Turn card. Is the 6 of diamonds. So Puts now with a pair and the flush draw. And I don't know, can he run this good twice? That huge hand that gave him the table chip lead. Is he going to hit again? A 6, a 4, a spade?
Yeah, James, I was going to say, actually, funnily enough, a 6 or a 4 is probably the more disguised way to improve here. That's actually really good for Puts. Does decide to slow it down. Okay. No.
Ari Greenstein. I like to give people an opportunity to utilize their flaming Barries. If you're paying for a subscription to the PokerStars Twitch channel, you want to use the emotes.
Wait, I have now that we gifted me. Hold on.
There you go. I want to see some flaming Barries from you, Stapleton. Come on. Come on. There we go. Joe Stapes with the flaming Barries. 1, Tom. 1 flaming Barry. That's it.
He's a mod. He's got to set a good example. He can't spam.
Yeah.
Masiewicz here decides to block bets, 100K into 555, and successfully takes it down.
Look at that move. What a move. Still 26 players.
Stojanovic under the gun with ace-10. A position that's going to make me sick at the end of the night with that chip stack. Is going to open to 100,000. Castellani, ace-6 suited. Can't F with it. Tom's back with the maximum allowable number of flaming berries. Welcome. Or thank you, I should say. Over to Mezovic. King 10 suited in the small blind. Calls. And I don't think they have to worry about Avancini squeezing in this spot. In fact, it's going to be a heads-up pot. Stojanovic will be in position. Nine, 6, 5. Domination situation still continuing. No diamonds.
I mean, it's useful information to know, right?
It's hard to keep track of the tournament.
Especially when you're short start.
Shevich checks. Stojanovic. Ace-10 high, checks it back. 7 on the turn. Gives both players a gut shot now.
Is this an opportunity for the King 10 to turn their hand into a bluff? I think so. Just make it like 160.
Or make it 0 and act real strong. Stojanovic does check it back again. The river is a deuce.
And at this point, Joe, there is a 0% chance King 10 is going to get to showdown and win. So surely we must bluff.
But what if you think there's no way you can bluff now either? You haven't told any good story thus far.
Well, that's kind of why I'd prefer to lead the turn, but I think this might work anyway. I mean, you know, I think ace-10 is a reasonable hero call here. And that is why you lead the turn. No, just kidding. I think this is fine. I don't know. I'm with you, Joe. I think the more believable story is that you lead the turn if you're strong or if you have something, you know.
Yeah.
But that was pretty cool. Snappy snap on the river. Stojanovic is going to love that spot.
You can be a little proud. That's an important pot to win towards the end of the day with a medium stack. Nice call in the end. Action folds around. Savage. He's going to open King 5 off. And he's going to run into a dominating hand. It's going to be these two again, huh?
Yeah, you'd imagine so. King 8 seems like a hand we need to defend here versus the min. We could also do some 3-betting, I suppose. It's probably not a high-frequency one, but just the call sounds good.
VIP, right? I've not seen a table all week.
And heads up to the flop. It's 6-4 tray, 2 diamonds. Up and down draw.
Yeah.
Almost a domination rotation.
I've been here 4 days and I didn't realise that the tables have little cups underneath. You know,
Yeah,
holders.
in terms of
I didn't
equity,
even know.
really nice outcome here for the King
I've
5.
been
At least a
getting
good
coffee and
start.
just, like, nowhere to put it.
You really didn't?
No, I actually didn't. But to be fair, you can't put the coffee cups in it. You can only put like bottles.
Looks like a check to me.
Yep. Check, check.
So you didn't play a lot of stuff.
Turn is the deuce of diamonds, so now Stojanovic has got the better draw.
Yeah, I've not played many, no.
To go with the worst hand, however, because that's the straight from Masevich.
Yep. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Count them on your fingers.
And it goes check to Masevich. And that is a bet. 150,000 into 275.
I dig this a lot. I think the sizing here is nice when we've missed the flop bet. Now, we're targeting exactly these kinds of combinations, guys. We want to keep some of these diamond X hands in. We want to have a size where like a 4 might still stick around, maybe even a 3, possibly punishing a 6 now. That got unlucky on the turn.
Stojanovic looking to hit a diamond, doesn't do it.
That's a face that says, oh.
This hand is going to be shipped to Masevich one way or another.
Do you talk already about past hands, or do I have to wait for the stream?
Which?
The 10-9 board, you see that?
Oh, it is 10.
Stojanovic is checked, right?
Yeah, it would appear so.
So I'm assuming this is Masevich working out his bet size. And he says that much. 200K into 575.
Yes, he would lean forward and fold.
Stojanovic leaning in just to decide if there was a possibility of maybe a check raise bluff here. At this point, when you take your sunglasses off, though, I feel like the image is somewhat broken if you want to make that move.
Yeah, this is a little end of day hand funeral, belly aching, Hollywooden, time burning.
So Masevich wins the pot. And just in case anyone out there was worried, I can tell you that the Shih Tzu crisis has been avoided.
You are asking me, was it good?
It's been avoided all over his neighbor's lawn.
That you had that nice guy. Last time ace high was good. This time, maybe. I cannot say yes, cannot say no.
We'll see it soon.
If that was ace high with a 5, it was. If that was
Talk about players looking like they want the day to end. I think everyone right now wants this day to end.
Can you put,
Maybe not puts, though.
Yeah, maybe one more hand.
I mean, Putz has had a pretty good session, pretty good level. Oh, wow, he's found a customer. Stojanovic calling in the small blind with 7s. Castellani will fold the 4-3 in the big, and I guess we will go heads up to the flop.
Oh, man, don't do anything crazy here, poker gods. Don't do anything dirty. Don't do anything weird.
9-4-3. Now, I kind of feel this is the sort of board, Nick, where you're probably going to check call with 7s on at least one street, right?
I think you might be right, mate. I mean, if we're calling with 7s here, we can't purely set mine, which is often the case. Why are we checking?
For deception, question mark?
I don't know. I mean, I guess there's an argument for perhaps some pot control. I mean, he can have some sets, I guess, but in reality, probably just going to continuation bet here often. I think it's fine though. That's really not a huge criticism.
Yeah.
We can get value on the turn and river for sure.
I guess there's two ways of looking at it, Nick. There's a chance our opponent might lead the turn. Alternatively, we may feel that we can now get 2 streets of value on turn and river.
There's probably some like suit-specific thinking here if you actually were to look at the spot properly. So, not having the king of spades probably means we bet this more frequently because our opponent is more likely to have king 10 of spades or king queen of spades or something of that nature. Having the 2 kings without the king of spades, however. Having the king of spades in your hand with the kings means they have none of those combinations and therefore possibly more of the pairs. But that also kind of works in our favor in the sense that we can get value from the 6s and the 7s and the 8s. Maybe even some 10s once in a while if they want to play him slow. Maybe jacks if they want to play him slow. These guys are pretty deep stacks, so that's definitely possible.
Go big. Get the hero call. 550. Oh, baby. Oh, is this what a prediction feels like?
Oh, Joey, you know what it's like now.
Oh, it's just coursing through my veins.
Feels so good.
Is this another elongated hand funeral, or is this actually a serious consideration?
I think it could be more of a consideration.
This one's harder.
Oh, yeah.
This one's harder. I have to say now as well, given the check on the flop now, suddenly this does become a little bit more close with the 7s.
Bendy Straw, I do not know what I'm talking about. I took one stab in the dark today and got it right. There's no actual thought
Squirrels,
process there.
nuts.
Yeah, exactly.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Makes the call.
Good
He's like, I'm pretty sure the clock ran out. Pretty sure that I hadn't thrown the chip in yet when you counted to 0. If I could have that hand killed, please. Floor, I think my hand was dead.
And again, you have to ask the question, was it the check back on the flop that got that value bet paid on the river?
No, absolutely. And like I said, it might just be a frequency that's adjusted by the specifics of the spades, of the known cards, but the suits, excuse me. But there you go. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It was deceptive, and the deception was successful.
So we asked earlier on if there was anyone watching who'd been with us from the beginning of the broadcast. I'm now going to ask everyone who's watching now, with about 10 minutes left on the day, how many of you are going to be with us for the very first hand of play tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central European time? You wish.
I, for one, can't wait.
I had so much anxiety about being awake in time for today's stream that I woke up 45 times between the hours of 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. And tomorrow's going to be even worse. Because what? I got to get up at what, 3:30 basically?
Depends how long you need before the broadcast. BK2 London says, what time is that Vegas time? We're live at 5 a.m. Pacific time.
That's very specific.
What, 5 a.m.?
It was a Pacific joke.
Specific.
I see. Got it.
Yeah, I was going to let it go. It didn't work, but I didn't really want to draw attention to it.
Sorry.
I'm
It's
sorry.
bad when I just completely kill someone's joke by going, what?
I mean, It's middle of the day for you guys now. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning for me.
Yeah, it's middle of the day here at 6 p.m.
Tell you what, buddy, it's pizza time.
Oh, don't say that.
Wait, did your girlfriend leave you pizza money?
Yeah, should be already dealt, I think.
That's a yes. But what if I want nachos? But what if I want wings? No pay-per-view, James. No pay-per-view.
Yeah, no pay-per-view.
The clock should be paused already, right?
Yeah, normally they do 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Please.
But they really need us to
It's getting
play.
real chatty in there.
So I don't think there's a redraw overnight, so there's no reason to pause the clock and play a certain number of hands. You just play out the end of the level.
Meanwhile, they added last level. So, because they realized it's impossible, so we play it out tomorrow. Which
Well, we must be real close to that clock running out. Hear how chipper everyone got all of a sudden, even at the other tables?
That would make sense. It's like maybe 15 left.
If you can only go to 3 but they at least should tell us if
Jack Phelps, who says one more level. You banned. Thank you for your comment.
Nine bets, 90K.
or they don't do it because of the shot clerks anyway.
Because what?
Or they don't do it because of the shot clerks anyway. We didn't have shot clerks last day, right?
I think shot loss has nothing to do with it.
I don't know.
I think it's all about the average stack and blind levels. I mean,
This is definitely the last level, right? 100%.
Yeah, it's the last level. But
They would have told us by now, right?
It's a bit strange because they didn't stop the clock.
Yeah.
To say how many hands. So I don't know how it's worked now.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Maybe because of the shot clerks, they just play the time
That's
down
right.
to 0.
You nailed it, Putz.
Because you can't stall too much anyway.
Maybe tomorrow they made the table from 9 to 9. I don't know.
Mancini, Queen Jack, sweeted.
100K.
100K.
Wait. 8 folds.
Queen 9 gets out of the way. Pocket 9s for Castellani.
Two minutes finish. 2 minutes finish.
Nine goals.
9s are in.
2 folds.
Ten 8 folds in the small blind. Oh, but ace jack suited in the big.
For you, yeah?
6 goals.
Very good.
And I was leaning against him. I saw
All right, we're going 3 ways here.
Last
Avancini dominated.
What
about Nieners? Nieners immediately outflopped. It's domination rotation.
It is indeed.
From worst to
Every
first.
time I'm on the feature table back home, I'm just like, oh,
And
that's
Avancini
so frustrating. It's like
is going to bet
on the other
this
table,
100,000.
Heat, just so many hands. I come onto the feature, people are watching, I'm just like, fold, fold.
9 folds.
I think this could well be the last hand of the day, guys.
Yeah, you might be
And
right.
I think there's a very good chance that we are going to be coming back tomorrow with 26 players, unless there are 1 or 2 eliminations.
6 checks.
Yeah, so we are going to be in that frustrating situation where we'll probably play for all of 5 minutes tomorrow, and then we'll have the table break and reassignments for the final 24.
You're waiting for the very zero.
Barrel on the turn gets it done in that hand.
And we have hit the end of the level. The clock has been paused. Day 3 of the PokerStars Open Campione main event is indeed in the books, and confirmation that 26 players are bagging and tagging and returning for the final day.
I'll take it.
It's something.
We made it, guys. We made it through today, but tomorrow is likely to be another marathon, and hopefully you can join us for our coverage of that final day, which will kick off at 1 p.m. local time. That's 1 p.m. Central European time. These are the stacks of the players we've been watching over the course of this level. Remember, the blinds go up tomorrow, so those big blinds not strictly relevant. Andreas Putz had a great end to the day, concluding with a stack of 5.1 million. He's going to be among the chip leaders. Obviously, you'll be able to see all the stacks of all the remaining players in the PokerStars Live app, plus the seat draw for tomorrow. That will also be updated in the app as well. And a reminder of what they are playing for, and the prize money we will see paid out tomorrow, 25K plus once we get down to the final 10. 43K plus for everyone who makes the official final table, and then 6-figure scores for the top 4. And up top in this record-breaking tournament, 363,000 euros plus the inaugural, the first ever PokerStars Open trophy.
I'm excited. This will be worth it, you know? This is like a good amount of, you know, when you work real hard at something and you eventually get that payoff, that satisfaction, that gratification. That's what we're going to have tomorrow.
So confirmation, we will be here tomorrow, 1 p.m. CET, 1 p.m. Central European time for the final day of the main event. But for now, from Nick Walsh, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it is good night from Campione.